Can you hear me? Hello? Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much. Do we have Delegate Vince James and also Delegate Eugene So on the line?
That is other Delegate James on the line.
Thank you, Shanella. Are you going to be joining us in person here in Montezuma Creek? Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin the meeting at this time. This is the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It is a special meeting that is taking place in person and via teleconference. To determine whether we do have a quorum, I'm going to go ahead and ask that we do a roll call at this time. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call, please?
Hello. Hello.
Sherelle, we do. Can you hear? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Sherelle, we do have Honorable Vince James who just texted to say that he's trying to unmute himself, but he is on the line. So I'm not sure what is going on. I haven't heard from Honorable Eugene, so Honorable Otto So did text me to say that he is on the way.
think I'm gonna have to either do this one's off. Is it yours? Yours,
If you're listening on two devices, please mute both your devices.
Okay, can you guys hear me now? Without the echo? Oh, okay, great. So we do have myself and Honorable Vince James, who is on the line. I haven't heard from Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So just texted to say he's pulling into the parking lot, so he is here. So he also can't unmute himself as well, but he's listening in. So we do have a quorum. We did call this meeting to order at 10:15. We'll go ahead and we just did the roll call. We have Honorable Otto So, myself, and Honorable Vince James, who is on the line. We'll go ahead and start with an invocation. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Jones, if you could assist us with invocation this morning, since we're here on your behalf, and since you invited us to come out, we'd appreciate if you could lead us in invocation at this time.
Okay, thank you. The other, welcome to Montezuma Creek, and that makes us as well as the other committee members, all order committee. God please all of the very all the good turkeys that we had over the weekend, part 3. Okay. Thank you for a beautiful day that we on us again. Certainly appreciate it. Thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed on us on these needles that
Mr. Jones?
House rules, I forgot about that. There's a humidifier that predicts the, supposedly change the air every time. But that machine's going, so it's supposed to leave. There should be purified, so. Remove your mask. House rules. Bathrooms are right here, right across the ones on the side and the men's on the side. In case if there should be an emergency, code red. Elevators on your right-hand side down the hall. Stairs on your left-hand side. It's all the way down. Your exit should be to your left. And go out that way. There should be, not to say that it's going to be, but this is one of the house rules that we try to learn. Only upstairs on the reservation side we stay. On the Navajo, we always we just lived on Hokan, but by the company, but it'll list. You can remember that. Forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. Hello, welcome, Vice Chair. Good morning, good morning.
I'm just a dishwasher that's still there.
This is Vice Chair of Law and Order Committee, the Honorable Otto So, representing Tuba City. So he is here with us. Honorable Vince James is on the line, and Honorable Eugene So hasn't joined us yet. And I don't know if we'll have Honorable Edmund Yazzie on the line. So we're going to go ahead and move forward to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll go ahead and begin with Shaja. Honorable Eugene So, is that you? Honorable Eugene So? Did you hear him? Okay, just go ahead and mark him as being present then. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to begin with the Law and Order Committee members. I'll begin, and then we'll go to Honorable Otto So. Good morning. My name is Eugenia Charles Newton. I know we have non-Navajos in here, so I'll make my introduction very short. I am a council delegate on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, representing the largest community on the Navajo Nation, the Shiprock community. I am the chairwoman for Law and Order Committee, and I'm also the chairwoman for Public Safety and Justice at the Tribal Interior Budget Council. So issues that are discussed here on the Navajo Nation are issues that I usually take back to the federal government and explain to them what Navajo is facing. So the information that you provide today will more than likely be shared with the BIA, and it's also going to help assist with addressing some of the concerns that we're facing here on the Navajo Nation. My clans are Bitsahni, I'm born for Ashtihe, Ashtihe, those are my maternal grandparents, and then Twapaha is my paternal grandparents. So it's good to be here. I was actually at the other, I didn't know you guys had 2 facilities, but I was at the other facility. I was there for probably about 10 minutes waiting for people to show up. I thought maybe it was the or something, and then somebody came out and said, you're at the wrong place. So I was directed here. It's a beautiful facility. Thank you guys for inviting us, and I look forward. I noticed that the agenda does state the public safety concerns that are happening here on this campus, and then also others related to the community. I will say that we have met with several communities on the Navajo Nation. I'm going to, we're going to have our ears open to hear of any new concerns that are being brought up during this time, but we do look forward to the meeting here today, and we look forward to our tour later on today. So we appreciate being here. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Vice Chair Honorable Otto So.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's been Otto So and she green look at check. Navajo. And again, my name is Otto So. I represent the community to the city. One of the best community on the Navajo Nation.
Second best.
We actually have country music stars formed there, you know. We always say that.
We do this back and forth bantering of the best community. I say that Northern Agency is the best agency on the Navajo Nation. I think you guys will agree with me.
So, I represent the community, the Navajo Nation Council. I'm a second term, and I've been serving on the Law and Order Committee on the previous council and the 23rd council. And again, I appreciate, the invite out here to, Navajo Healthcare. Second or third time I've been here. Again, I don't know, here to listen to the concerns. That's about it, and then just after lunch, I can do dishes and wash dishes somewhere, and, you know, I always say that's the best job in the world, you know. Thank you. Cat.
So you can keep that over there because it's going to start,
Oh, okay.
interfering with this one here. Shaja, Honorable Eugene, so can you introduce yourself for the people here who are at Utah Navajo Health Services? Shaja, can you hear me? Star 6, if you need to unmute yourself. Star 6, right? Oh,
He recently down. Ada iya. Nasha Eugene so it is ne. Ata na tapino has constant na ha. Nashan that nashan as an elected official. Kodo iya. Only chicken way to it. Are just a cake. I don't know the way they said state has ne. But with Arizona, he got it. Are 23. Yeah, case that and let me get in Nelson Gorman, a late guy Gorman, Dr. Guy Gorman. He that he that was tagged. The other was not on the shot. I don't in the army, Rachel League, the cracker had taken army. That's it. Yeah, the Velvet Chimney is I tell you, not the I never caught it. Hospitals, only school we got. You name it, we've got almost every one of it on our grazing area. I don't know should say now. Tutso the low mountain Bakada they just tuned this on a very just on a miss I don't go. They died and straight over here with a law and order now for 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. For those of you who are non-Navajo speakers, that was Delegate Eugene Stowe. He represents the Chinle community. You actually have 3 of the delegates who represent the largest communities on one committee. Myself, Honorable Otto Stowe, represents Tuba City, which is I believe it's the 2nd largest community on the Navajo Nation, and then Chinle, which is the 3rd largest community on the Navajo Nation. We're the only 3 delegates that represent one community because of the size of our community. But Honorable Eugene Stowe is a delegate serving on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is his first time serving, as well as mine. Honorable Otto Stowe did state that this is his 2nd term. So he just did an introduction of himself and then of his clan as well. So thank you. Thank you, Shaja. Honorable Vince James, can you go ahead and introduce yourself?
And then good morning to everyone. My name is Vince James, and I represent 5 communities: Phil Steamboat, and Jedito. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, you were cutting in and out there. Are you done with your introduction?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Shahat. That was Honorable Vince James. He represents 5 communities. Honorable Admin Yazi, are you on the call? Honorable Admin Yazi? Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and start with everyone here in the room. If we could get a quick introduction of your name, your clans, and then also the community that you're with and your official title, if any. So we'll go ahead and begin with you.
Morning, my name is Jessica.
Madam Chair, this is Daniel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Herman Daniels, is that you?
Yes, Shema.
Oh, good morning, Yat Shiyaj. I'm so sorry. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone who's here in the room with us today?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, honorable members of the Law and Order Committee. This morning, Herman Daniels Jr. That's another. Go ahead, Lini, that's say, what I demand Slinko. Adonana Panash, Nisiki Yanagai, or Zeto, Anto, Fabikin, Adonana. And 2 of the chapters that I represent, that they're in Utah, not the on chapter and Ozeto chapter. The other 2, they're in Arizona. Adonana Kodo, I represent the Navajo. Ozeto is one of the largest the land size, land base. First one is Ottawa Academy, I don't know. The second one, Ozeto. That's one of the a big chapter. Land size, So I'm here at Twin Arrows. We're having our RDC work session with the Division of Community Development regarding budget shortfall, stipend for chapter official. Thank you, Shema. I'll be listening in today on your meeting.
I'm sorry, I just realized I am muted. We have Honorable Shahat and Spago Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels. Thank you for being on the line with us and for listening in. As you stated, you do represent communities here in the Utah state, so we appreciate you being on the line. We just now had Charlene So, delegate representing the area, who just walked in the door. I'm going to go ahead and allow her to introduce herself. Oh, Shiaja, thank you for joining us here today. So with that, we are going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and ask at this time, do we have any other delegates who are listening in on the line? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead, and I apologize, Jessica. I just got your first name.
No worries.
So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
I work here at non-admitted clinic, UNHS and Addiction Services Program Manager. So happy to be here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Harding. We'll go ahead and Lorraine.
Yace Bennett.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cheryl Wilson. My friends are technical administrators.
So, and, you know, the thought that has stumbled on a modern tragedy turns out it was an and given the victim a name, Joyce.
I'm Sheriff Jason Torgerson. I'm the San Juan County, Utah Sheriff. Just happy to be here and welcome you guys all to.
Thank you. What did you say your last name was? Torgerson? Torgerson.
Yeah, Torgerson.
My name is Kendall Laws. I'm the San Juan County Attorney. Sheriff Torgerson. Welcome to Utah.
Lieutenant Tyler Roberts, representing Utah Highway Patrol for San Juan County.
We got on the fifth. Good morning, everyone. I'm on the Utah Navajo House of Board of Directors, representing the Red Mesa chapter. Or from day one. Here's now. Okay. One thing I forgot about that, we have coffee here, all of us, have coffee and snacks. Oh, but come and serve yourself and more than welcome. Welcome to the Utah Navajo House System. And area. Yeah, but the last one, we serve around 11:30. We talk to whole salad. Ages since we all have to be church building. Cool us back down. So, if there's anybody about the order, especially, let us know that we can provide that to people.
Oh, a kahat. Shiaj, and that's the way that we greet ourselves, right? Shiaj. Okay, a kahat, Shiaj, Mr. Jones. The gentleman who just walked in, can you introduce yourself before we?
Good morning. I was looking for a meeting. I didn't wear one, so my building, that's coming out. Yeah, my name is Lynn McGay. And, I'm a committee member out of Cajon Mesa, north of here. I am a pastor. I do run a church. A lot of concerns that came to me, and I was the one that had the petition through and a chapter with the San Juan County. So, meet every one of you later on. My name is Lynn.
Mr. Begay, for being here. Gentleman in the gray.
Hi there, my name is Mike Jensen. I'm the CEO here.
with you all today. Thank you.
Oh, I missed you. I'm sorry.
Morning. Thanks for coming out. My name is Harrison Johnson. Plans are down here and everybody change, so. Here.
Good morning, hey, my name is Lucy Lehman, and these two are my brothers. So, I'm a voting member of NAM. And then, it's a house show.
Cindy, what did you say your last name was?
Lehman.
Philemon?
Yeah, Lehman.
Philemon.
Yeah. Philemon.
Okay. Thank you. And
Good morning, everybody. My name is Clifford Tag. I'm an employee here at Tucson Navajo Health. We are quality improvement, also the chapter secretary treasurer for Mexican. Morning, y'all. Look it up. That means for my name is Wesley Jones, and this chapter. Every one of you, okay. Hey, Jay, Andy's not going to shit up the bone. You see them. Hey, Sean.
Mr. Nakai, did you say? What was your first name?
Amos.
Amos.
Everyone, my name is Melinda Nakai, and I am with the FBI at, originally in Nelson, Arizona. My plan, my first plan is I'm here, I heard about your meeting, and I'm very interested in learning more about the community. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Nakai, for being here. I actually met Ms. Nakai at the Governor's Summit in Salt Lake City a few months ago. She did a presentation along with her colleagues, I think it was the AUSA, the Attorney General, who did a presentation on the crime here in Utah and what can be done. We had a really good conversation. We made really good relationships. So I appreciate you being here and the concern, that the FBI shared with the crimes that are happening here in the Utah portion of the Navajo Nation. So, thank you for being here, Ms. Nakai.
Add one more thing. I was invited to actually, I'm the community health.
Thank you for the introduction. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin with the people online. Can I ask, who do we have currently on the line from the speaker's office? *6 if you would like to unmute yourself. Not hearing anything from Speaker's office. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Good morning. Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff from Office of Legislative Counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Bobroff. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Services on the line? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from President's office on the line?
Good morning. This is Tamara Johnson with the Office of the President and Vice President.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson, and thank you for being on the line. Do we have anybody from Department of Justice on the line? Not hearing anything. Do we have anybody from the prosecutor's office on the line? Not hearing anything. Lorraine, can you please make sure that we have prosecutor's office on the line to hear the concerns that are coming out from the community here? Do we have anybody from the judicial branch on the line? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody else on the line who would like to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Jesse Delmar from Public Safety.
Good morning, Mr. Delmar, and thank you for being on the line. I forgot to ask if there was anybody from Department of Public Safety on the line. Are you the only one on the line at this time, Director Delmar?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being on the call.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Do we have anybody from Criminal Investigations on the line? Mr. Delmar, can you go ahead and get a hold of somebody from Criminal Investigations so that they can hear the report and the concerns coming out of the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on the line who would like to introduce themselves?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Chris Cascoli with EMS.
Good morning, Mr. Cascoli. Thank you for being on the line.
Good morning, Madam
Good
Chair.
morning.
This is Dr. Bowman from NTU.
Good morning, Ms. Bowman. Thank you for being on the line.
This is Emerson Phillips with ANA Chapter Vice President.
Good morning, Vice President Phillips. Thank you for being on the line.
This is Josh Jeffrey, also with NTU.
Good morning, Mr. Jeffrey. Thank you for being on the line.
Good morning. This is Gloria Begay with Utah Navajo Health System. I'm a board member.
Good morning, Ms. Begay. Thank you for being on the line. Is there anybody else on the line who? Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. This is Brenda Brown, Secretary Treasurer and our chapter. Yate.
Good morning, Ms. Brown. Thank you for being on the line.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Cassandra Billets. I'm also a board member there with UNHS. And Shayak Alziki on Ishino Porich Ini Bashichin, Nakarineda Shichedo, Tatnesaneda Shanada. What I stand in Shlino, I also represent Mexican Water Chapter, and I'm also the Vice President with Mexican Water Chapter. Thank you, and welcome to UNHS.
Thank you, Ms. Palazzo.
Good morning. This is also Daryl Williams representing Daryl Williams, Utah Navajo Health System board member representing ANF.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Thank you for being on the line.
Good morning. This is Karen Francis from Judicial Branch. I wasn't able to get on time earlier when you had called. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for being on the line.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Harriet Lansing, also a Utah Navajo Health System Board member representing Anna Chapter. Welcome to Montezuma Creek.
Thank you, Ms. Lansing. Thank you for being on the line.
Good morning, Chair, Madam Chair, committee members. This is Michelle Morris with Navajo Department of Health. I'm on the call today.
Is that with Navajo Nation Department of Health?
Yes, Chair. I'm the legislative analyst for Department of Health.
Thank you, Ms. Morris, for being on the line.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anybody else on the line who would like to introduce themselves at this time? Okay, not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and we're going to proceed forward with our meeting. We do have an agenda before us. If you don't have a copy of the agenda can be found on the Navajo Nation Council page at the top of the right-hand corner. There is a tab that says meeting. If you scroll down to today's date, the Law and Order Committee agenda will appear. Everyone else, there is a copy of the agenda located at the door. If you do need a copy, we're going to go ahead and review and adopt the agenda at this time. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair, I forgot. Lorraine, let's go ahead and read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the Law and Order Committee.
Nation Council, special meeting on telecommunication, November 29th, 2021, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Junior Charles Newman, Chairwoman Honorable Otto, Vice Chairperson, location, Montezuma Creek Community Health Center Clinic, Montezuma Creek, Utah. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journal. There are no journals. 5, receive reports. A, report from Navajo Utah Health System, Inc., Board of Directors and Utah Navajo Health System Executive Team regarding public safety concerns on campus and other matters relating to the Navajo Nation chapter. B, report from Jesse Delmar, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety, and Dr. Elmer J. Guy, President of Navajo Technical University regarding MOU for Police Academy and classes counted for degree and academy. 6, old business none. 7, new business. 8, request from Honorable Eugene So, Council Delegate from Chile Chapter for Law and Order Committee to meet at Chile Chapter in January 2022. B, change in Law and Order Committee meeting. 8, close the meeting, announcement, and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, we do have a motion that has been made by Honorable Otto. So can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. Committee members, are there any questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not, oh, Honorable Otto, so go ahead.
The other is that I think since we're in Utah, we have to have a discussion pertaining to San Juan County Fire Department that's in OJ talk. And when it comes to services to our Utah Navajo there in the vicinity, the issue of the radius usually comes to matter because of the tree line. And I don't know why any things that the state of Utah would finally go to the state of Arizona and and come up with a little jurisdictional matter so that will allow the state of Utah to provide services to the Arizonians within that radius. And, you know, I'm sure it's an issue, but I believe the county there, Navajo County, and the county of San Juan County. So I would think that San Juan County would reach an arm out to Navajo County and say, hey, how can we work together due to the fact that the jurisdictional issue? Then the same thing with the sheriff. Not too sure what the stance are in the dialogue. I think somewhere we have to have that dialogue pertaining to maybe some sort of a cross commissioning. It goes with the with UDOT too. The highway patrol, how the highway patrol interacts with the state of Arizona, because we have the Arizona Highway Patrol that is stationed in the community of Kayenta. And usually when there's a couple of years ago, there was an incident there at Monument Valley where there were non-Navajo who had a bus accident. And certainly somebody had to cross the line and meet in the middle to provide the health care, sure that all of the victims there were transported to Kayenta without citing jurisdictional issues and so forth. So I guess that dialogue really needs to happen to get the state, county, and entities to come together, because the Navajo Nation is very vast, unique. The nation sprawls out into 4 states. And really bothers me to have, you know, leadership trying to ask, hey, you know, where can we meet in the middle? And the leadership, you know, Arizona's the same. And to overlook Navajo citizens, whether we're Utah Navajo, Arizona Navajo, or New Mexico Navajo, or that we acquired, which Colorado. Bottom line is we are part of that state. Citizens there are counted in their county elections, and me, you know, really hard. And only on American Indian soil you can see jurisdictional issues. Oh, we can't. Where can we come to the middle? And that's one of my passions that I had with the American Indian citizens. A lot of it is based off of the services that come to the color we're getting. Look at it. And we, as leadership, start to look at that and get states to come to the middle, whether it's a Republican issue or a Democratic issue or independent issue. Bottom line is we are Americans. We want our fair share of whether it's in the state of Utah, New Mexico, Colorado. Glad that the Utah County Attorney is here. Have a dialogue and work with tribal leadership today in committee of the Navajo District Council. Our that communication, our chapters that lie within San Juan County shouldn't be up there in Utah trying to plead the governor to say we need services, whether it's for victim services or other services out there. goes to our, the same thing goes to our federal agencies. We have a lot of issues going on in Navajo, and it really baffles me when jurisdictional issues is cited. Means that someone who a victim is pushed away. It comes down to the color of your skin, is what he's saying. Back on, people say, oh, we had 8 years of Obama. Happened then. No major Indian policy has been changed to benefit Indian reservations. This is the largest Indian reservation in the United States. Always state Indian reservations, same as third world countries. Indian reservations, we don't have a Marshall Plan. Rebuilding community. Yeah. The federal government has conquered our land. We're getting to be a burden to the taxpayers. Very soon. Again, the mine is people that live off the reservation, the vast land that they took. Not fair. This is how they treat us. Always sides too, whether it's our congressional people, White House staff, always think we just want our people, our fair share, any more or any less. Really hope that you're in Utah. Really take that to mind. When do we cross that barrier? When do we come to provide that direct service? Our people serve. That's my say, but I know be certain has to be a separate meeting just between the agencies so that information that is needed so that we have an agenda that is set for today. Meantime, our communities here, whether it's Annis, Montezuma Creek, Navajo, Navajo Mountain, there's no sheriff's department that's in Navajo Mountain right now as I'm speaking. So remote. Nobody on Paiute Mesa that's serving that public service that's needed that lives in Utah. Those are just some of the things that I think about. I'm from a unique community in Tuba City where I have 4 jurisdictions. Tribe jurisdiction, Navajo. We have the federal jurisdiction, which federal order, and we have county land. Today, there's no county sheriff there, but yet there's a McDonald's there, there's a hotel there, there's a trailer park there where taxes are paid, and those taxes, services are not provided to the community there. Those are just some of my thoughts, and I think people deserve those basic benefits services if they're included within a certain county. Those are just my hash elected officials of the Navajo Nation, chapter officials and representatives here. They could voice those concerns, but their voices are usually voiced, but under the carpet. Really don't have that people footing to the Navajo Nation Council. Where do we look at the interests of Navajo people that live in this vicinity? Not only is it the elders who's going to be born today, how are we going to set precedents, provide that direct services for them for the future? Now you don't plan to be here live. Only here to advocate at a certain time. Hopefully, whatever we advocate on provides those services for our people here. I worked here many years ago. Covered the grounds, Montezuma Creek, Home Mesa, Ismay, Annis, and water lines. Sweetwater, Connie, Red Mesa, all the way, I told Eric, federal official or federal government employee, you can cross that too. They didn't see much of those services then. They still the same. Really baffled. We hope that we do take that message home that Navajo, we just want our fair share. Any more or any less. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I should say Vice Chair, Honorable Otto. So with that, just for clarification, do we want to go ahead and add on to today's agenda a report from San Juan County and the Utah Department of Transportation regarding the cross-commissioning for Navajo Nation here or in the Navajo Mountain area, which is Delegate Herman Daniels' area, or would you like to request that we add this on under new business as a discussion topic and possibly go to Navajo Mountain to meet with the community there and to invite San Juan County and the Utah Department of Transportation to have this discussion regarding cross-commissioning? Honorable Otto, so.
Madam Chair, I would like to have a meeting pertaining to the state of Utah. And there's more parts to the wheel there. Mechanism of funding. At one point, happened where the facility planned to be turned over to the nation. Those options, and I think a better area where Utah is ready. And not only here, and it goes on to the issue on the waterways that the nation has right on any south river. The aspects of that and more thorough discussion. We can put it here, and then, of course, it takes a long time.
Okay.
Probably an upcoming meeting scheduled this year.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Otto, so, Shiaja, Honorable Charlene, so.
أشياء شبه على الشياج also with a separate meeting as far as a thorough discussion and an update from San Juan County and Cross Commission. I have been seeking this initiative for the past few months now. I did have some meetings with my Utah constituents as well as with the Sheriff's Department, and we have been seeking this, but it seems like the response from DOJ has been very slow. So at the time that this meeting does occur, I ask that the Law and Order Committee make sure that DOJ is present during that meeting. And also, again, if that discussion can happen sooner rather than later. I think this discussion has been circulating for months and months. Now it's time to get to the concluding part of what we're going to be doing. So I thank you, Shabija.
Oh, yeah. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and, Honorable Otto, so from my understanding, you want to amend the agenda to add item 7C onto the agenda, and that would be a discussion for a meeting with the San Juan County Sheriff's Office, the Utah Department of Transportation, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the cross-commissioning and how they are assisting with public safety. We have Director Delmar on the line. We also have Honorable Herman Daniels, who is listening in. Shiaj, I know that you are at your RDC meeting, and I'm hoping that you're catching the conversation that is happening right now and amending the agenda. But we are going to be adding on 7C, and again, that's a discussion for a later date to have a meeting with San Juan County, Utah Department of Transportation, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding the cross-commissioning and public safety and justice for Utah Navajos and possibly in Navajo Mountain. Is that correct, Honorable Otto? So,
Madam Chair, that is correct. Maybe like in Ojeto, where we have a middle point. And the reason why I say this is that I'm the representative from the Western Navajo Nation. And we have constituents in the western portion and as the Western Caucus of Council represent law and order. And fellow delegates, Honorable Brown, Honorable Herman Daniels, they represent constituents in the state of Utah. And that's mine. And then at the same time, you know, I have children here in the Northern Agency also, and it really gets them, you know, they're part of the Northern Agency. Services are needed here in this area. So.
Good morning, Council Chambers. Yes.
okay. Okay, Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels, are you still with us?
Madam Chair, yeah.
Shiaj, could you make sure everybody is muted? Just as a reminder, on Law and Order Committee, we have a zero tolerance rule, and that is if your phone is not muted, we will hang up on you. So please look at your phone, make sure that your phone is on mute. The only person that should not be on mute is the person who is speaking. Again, we have a zero tolerance rule. We have a lot of business to conduct in this committee, and we cannot keep pausing because people are interrupting our line because they're not on mute. So please make sure your phone is on mute. Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels, did you catch the request that has been made by Honorable Otto So in regards to a meeting in your community?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. In regards to having a meeting within my area, I don't have a problem with that. So, Madam Chair, cross commission with the public safety, San Juan County, I don't have a problem with that, Madam Chair. Thank you. I look forward to that.
Shiaj, we're going to have that discussion later on in our meeting on selecting a date. So possibly, can you reach out to Old Jatwo and find out when they can sponsor the Law and Order Committee for the month of December? We have December 13th and the 20th that we may be available. We are also on the discussion topic for the agenda today. We have a change, and that's going to be a change from December 27th to have our meeting on December 6th. If that is approved, then we will be requesting, or I should say, if the Law and Order Committee approves the December 6th meeting, that's also a possibility when we can have the meeting there in your area, or we can move it to January. But if you could start working with your chapter officials to find out what date works best for them, The Law and Order Committee, as you know, by code, we are required to meet the second, third, and fourth Monday of every month. So if you want to take a look at your calendar and maybe towards the end of our discussion on the agenda, you can propose some dates to us, Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Madam Chair, yes, I will reach out to my chapter official. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we do have an amendment to the agenda, and that's to add item 7C, a discussion for a later date with San Juan County, the Utah Department of Transportation, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice on cross-commissioning for the Navajo Nation, in particular, the public safety and justice concerns happening in the Utah area of Old Jaytwo and also Navajo Mountain. So with that amendment has been proposed. This is an amendment made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James, and that is an amendment, Amendment 1. So with that, are there any questions or any comments to Amendment 1? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed to the roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yes.
We'll just leave this one.
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Vote green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, no, please.
Honorable Eugene So votes green.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, yes, in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is Madam Chair, Charles Newton not voting. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that assistance, Sherelle. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to any other questions or comments, or maybe any other amendments to the agenda. Not hearing anything. Lorraine, can we go ahead and have a reading of the agenda with Amendment 1?
Yes, Madam Chair, the amendment will go under 7C, discussion for a meeting with San Juan County, Utah Department of Transportation, Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety regarding cost commission in Old Jaytwo chapter.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, we do have a second reading with Amendment 1 that has been added to the agenda. There are no other comments, questions, or any other amendments, so we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote, and this is the vote to adopt the agenda with Amendment 1. Lorraine, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? With that, Sherelle, we have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. 1 is the chair. 1 is absent, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. So with that, the agenda hereby passes with the one amendment that has been added by Honorable Otto. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals. We have none. Item number 5, receiving reports. We have a report from Utah Navajo Health Systems Incorporated Board of Directors and UNHS Executive Team regarding public safety concerns on campus and other matters related to the Navajo Nation chapters. But before I proceed forward in calling upon the individuals who will be providing us this report, I would like to ask Lorraine, do we have the prosecutors on the line? Do we have anybody from the prosecutor's office on the line?
Email.
Not hearing anything. Do we have Director Delmar? Do we have criminal investigations on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Director Mike.
Thank you,
Henderson
Director
is
Delmar.
online.
Thank you, Director Henderson, for joining us. Director Delmar, do we have anybody from Police Department on the line?
I will reach out to him.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. So with that, we do have Police Department who is going to be joining us here shortly. We have Director Delmar who is on the line. We also have Director Henderson, who is the Director for Criminal Investigations, on the line. We do not have the Prosecutor's Office on the line. Law and Order Committee members, I think it's time we have that discussion regarding the Department of Justice. Dana, we will be asking if we can sanction them for not being in attendance. This is a Navajo Nation concern regarding Navajo Nation, the people who are living on the Navajo Nation, particularly in the Utah area. We should have the prosecutor's office on the line to answer any questions that they might have. It is very unfortunate that our Navajo Nation Department of Justice continues to play politics. So I think if Madam AG Doreen McCall wants to play politics, then it's time the Law and Order Committee takes a stand with possibly the council delegates representing the Utah state to play politics with Ms. McCall. Again, I do apologize. Department of Justice is playing politics right now, which is why we don't have the prosecutors on the line right now to listen to the concerns coming from the Utah Navajos who are living here on the Navajo Nation. The Law and Order Committee does apologize for that, and also to Delegate. So we apologize for this inconvenience. We have been trying to deal with this issue. I don't know what sanctions or whether any sanctions can be brought against the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, but just know that we have called upon them with no response to hear the concerns coming from the community. So with that, we will be reaching out and working with the Office of Legislative Counsel to see what possibilities or what ramifications can be taken up against the Department of Justice. As Delegate Charlene Stowe stated earlier, she has tried to work with the Department of Justice, asking questions on behalf of her constituents, and they have yet to be answered. So with that, committee members, I think it's time that we do have a thorough discussion on how we can address this issue. We cannot afford to have our executive directors play politics and put the lives of our Navajo people on the line. So with that, this is the Chair of Law and Order Committee making that statement at this time, and I hope that Department of Justice is listening. Ms. Bobroff, we would like some options on what the committee can do to get the Department of Justice back into the mix to hear the concerns coming from the community. If the Department of Justice is representing only the President of the Navajo Nation, then we need that statement. Otherwise, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe that the Department of Justice represents the interest and the safety of the Navajo people, which includes those here in the Utah community. So the committee needs to hear what options we have available to take actions against the Department of Justice for their, I would say, insubordination to the people and the community of Utah. So with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to call upon the individuals who will be providing us a report from the Utah Navajo Health System, the Board of Directors, and the Utah Navajo Health System Executive Team regarding public safety concerns on campus and other matters related to the Navajo Nation chapters. I understand that we do have Anna Vice President, Mr. Phillips, who is here with us. We all are on the line. We have Brenda Brown, Anna's Secretary and Treasurer. We also have Cassandra Belezzo from Mexican Water representing the chapter. We have I'm going through my list right now to see who else we have here from the community. We have Lynn Begay, community member and pastor from Cajon Mesa. We have Harrison Johnson, also a community member here in Utah. We have Cindy Philemon, who is here with us. Clifford Sag from Mexican Water, the chapter secretary and treasurer. And then we have Mr. Wesley Jones, Annis chapter president. We also have Amos Nakai, Melinda Nakai from the FBI Salt Lake City area, who is also here representing the community within the Utah portion. We also have with us state representatives and also county representatives who are here in the room with us as well. So with that, we are ready to hear the report. This is the Law and Order for the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. You just as a I guess house rules. Number one is we need to ensure that your phones are on mute. Again, if your phones are not muted, we will hang up on you, which will mean that you'll have to call back in. We also give you 15 minutes to present your information. Yes.
My name is Benito.
Good morning, Mr. Yanito. And I'm sorry, which chapter are you with? Mexican Water. So with that, thank you, Mr. Yanito, for being here. So whoever is going to be providing us this information, you'll have 15 minutes to provide information. You can have up to 2 agents, meaning you can have 2 other people present alongside of you to present information on what is happening. If you need an additional 5 minutes, you can request from the committee an additional 5 minutes. If there are no objections, you can have the additional 5 minutes. Ms. Lorraine Spencer will be keeping time here. Upon completion of your presentation, if you could let us know that you are completed, then we open up the floor for questions from the committee members, from council delegates, and then we open it up to the community. So with that, do you have any questions on the procedure before we proceed? Yes. Mr. Jones, do you want to identify your agents at this time?
Mr. Johnson, as well as Jones over here.
Mr. Johnson, and then Mr. Jones. Okay.
And Mr. Yanito, chapter president.
Johnson, Jones, and Yanito. Normally, we only allow 2, but we'll go ahead and we'll allow the presidents at this time to speak.
2 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. So you will have, again, 15 minutes combined. If do you think you're going to need 20 minutes? Okay, so with that, we do have, again, Director Delmar, who is on the line, who is the Director of Department of Public Safety, as well as Director Henderson, who is the, Susie Philemon, I'm sorry, Susie. So we do have Director Henderson, who is the Director of Criminal Investigations, on the line, and then you have 4 of the 5 Law and Order Committee members who are also present, listening to the concerns. You have Delegate Herman Daniels, who is also listening, and then you have Delegate Charlene So, who is here with us in the room. So with that, Lorraine, are we ready?
20 or
20, let's give them 20. You ready? Okay, so with that, you can go ahead and you can begin, Mr. Jones.
Okay, thank you, Mayetta. Again, my name is Wilford Jones. I'm the board member here at Utah Health System, represent the Red Mesa chapter. Again, good morning. I guess the only time you go over the time limits when you play politics. We don't know how to play politics here, so we get to the point. Am I right, Shana? Chapter president. So we take care of business here. Come to the point. We don't have time to play politics, so I'll sketch the point. And a good morning again, each and every one of you to come to the Utah Navajo Health System here in Montezuma Creek. Welcome to the area here. This is the, back in the year 2000, we took upon ourselves to exercise the Public Law 9638 in healthcare. We went before the tribal council back then to use us as the pilot project at that time to proceed with the to exercise the Public Law 93638 in healthcare. So they gave us that right. And at the moment, at that time, we were getting ready to be designated as a pilot project. Here, he jumped in and said, Tuba City, I want to go on with the Utah. So they did, and then pretty soon Winslow jumped on it, represented from the. So three of us started as a pilot project back then. So to this day, that's what I mean by taking that responsibility upon ourselves as the net here within the area, coming from our great leader, Ayeli. That's what happened. We still owe that to his ideology to pursue anything, to accomplish something that you have to do yourself. You can't be done for you. It's what he was instilled upon us within this community, in this area. So taking that initiative, that's what we have today. As you can see, the net upbeat townships is where we're at. That's what I mean. We don't have time to play politics. So that's where we're at. So welcome to our facility. We own this building. This does not sit on the reservation. We bought this land from the state of Utah as a school section. I always say I'm proud of my people to push me this far to go that route instead of trying to go play politics. Like I said, we don't know how. We try to ask the Navajo Nation to designate land for us where we can build. We have a hard time doing that. So we just went to the state of Utah, bought the school section. So it was about 10 acres, wasn't it? About 10 acres is what we bought from the state of Utah. So this is how we built this within that time frame. Then we bought another land there in Blanding because of the people living there at the Westwater community, Navajo people. So we own that land too as well outright. It belongs to the Navajo people of the state of Utah. It's always what I say. It's on private property. How big was it? About 12,000 square feet, was it? 42,000 square feet. This one was 52, close there. So this is what we have. Now we're working on prepping this guy at Monument Valley, that facility. It's sitting on the state land again. So we negotiate, I guess you could say, with the state of Utah, see how we can attain that, to own that whole facility, so we can expand it. But for right now, we're expanding that facility as well, build on to it, make it bigger, because we've outgrown that already. So this is some of the projects that we're working on, the Utah Navajo Health System, as well as the next one, being Navajo Mountain, how we can expand. And right now, we've been working with the Navajo Land Department, see if we can designate a land for us at Navajo Mountain, because that's the whole thing, Navajo reservation. It took us this long to wait on them to designate the land for us. So within that, we have a medical facility. And lately, we've been going into behavioral health as well. So, make the story short, we have an issue with cross-subsidization. We can, I believe, Maya can remember that we opened up a women's shelter there at the Blandon facility nearby there. The building is owned by the Navajo Nation Department of Health. So they told us to see if we can go ahead and operate that. To that extent, there's a lot of abuse, violence that sometimes develop between a married couple. So the woman's always looking for shelter, where to go. Sometimes they come over here for protection. Abuser always follows. We need some kind of protection here within our facility. That's what we were kind of alluding to when we put ourselves on. We like to see what we can do for cross-subsidization between the county and the Navajo Nation, as well as the Highway Patrol. How much we can work with that. We drastically need that as you speak today. Again, from what my brother alluded to earlier, there was some of the issues on that side as well. Same way on this side. Arizona Highway Patrol is about 10 miles from here. So we need to somehow have some kind of a MOU in place. We did have an MOU previously, back in, I would say, about 1980, that year somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. That was one of the things that we were kind of looking at when we put this up. What's the status on that? We have a question on it. Does it still effective? That's the exercise. If it is, that's what I said. Been working with the behavioral health, with the Navajo health system. So with that, I think that just get to the point, as you can see how much progress that we made, not dependent on anybody. I know we're working with the county pretty well now, that we have an understanding between here and there. And we've been working with the state of Utah very well. They're very supportive of the initiatives that we do, as well as recently, we've been recognized by the United States Department of Justice for the accomplishment that we made in Utah Navajo health system. So they came out, at first they told us that they invited us to go to Washington, D.C. to receive an award. They only award these awards every once a year to one state throughout the United States, to 50 states. This year, Utah Navajo Health System was chosen to receive that award. How much we work with law enforcement, and we were cooperating with the FBI as well. They came down and gave us some. We told them that being a Navajo, we don't go out and say, "Give me this award." That's not Navajo. You usually come to the people and say, "Here's your reward, a shahad." That's Navajo week. So they understood that. They were really happy to come out. So they came around to our facility here to tell us a shahad for the accomplishment. So I'm proud of my people that they could be able to speak for themselves to accomplish a lot of things that what we're alluding to as far as law enforcement. It's just the local here that we have in this kind of communication to develop some kind of a cross-subsidization between here and there, whether it could be county or the state. So that's what we want, as well as the Navajo Nation. The closest one is the Shiprock for us, and it takes an hour for their response. And the county always probably about around the bluff in this area, so they can respond within minutes. So that's what
we were talking about when we put ourselves kind of asking for Shemaya to see if we can have a meeting for this issue, because it is drastically needed really bad for us, because like I said, the Navajo Nation gave us that women's shelter there on landing, and we're sitting here with how do we address the abuser? We have no adaptation here. Maybe turn the time over to some of my agents, Mr. Chester Johnson. But not without us.
Oh, ya te kwese da agi kwa asin son ke dis agi ya ba ye ki to la to ni shot e go in tike ni ka ke in the end area ako na gai kari de la ke da te agi ti no ya ba ye ki ku do na da to July ya da to ba ne into. We met with the sheriff here one time. You know, he was rejected and he was kind of wanting to help us. Beninaki the next enigi do sani tui ebe that ilia 18 agreement ebe that ilia as a chapter between the chapter and the county with ONC case offer. At this Local Government Act, Section 5, what if you want a service with the county or the agency, Sani, Rock the area. I could ego a yan sito I benina, he sit on his cat is at home. Ado, jerk. I seen a lash at all, she that it could sit. Nihaholia got so serious. Edo a cash in the and to the net that you have she cat. What oh, Ivan see case oh, a by you kill. They tailgate them, they try to bump them off the road. There's a lot of fear, tears. And these people that hurting our peoples are brutal. So it all need. There's one incident. My relatives were tied up in state of Utah, in Sovanta's case. I don't know if he's getting any service. It was a horrible incident. To my knowledge, as a social worker, I know that you can hurt people psychologically as well as putting through some traumatizing situation. So we make a point that this is why we need.
Oh, you guys are just not leaving? Did you guys get the oranges and all the fruits? Oh, okay. Because there was some in the back room too. I don't see what else is. All their shoes, you collect all their shoes. Okay.
Be willing to help them, to assist them. It's what.
Okay. Then what? Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, she can probably open the door for me. Yeah. Oh.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
13
sorry,
people with
this is Chair Charles Newton. Who keeps calling Madam Chair?
This is Brenda from Anna Chapter. There's about 16 people on this call that are not muted, so it's interfering with the meeting, the people that are talking at the meeting.
Thank you for that. Lorraine, can you please mute everybody aside from who is in this room? Okay, I apologize for that, Mr. Johnson. No time was taken away.
Okay, thank you. The call. CK so by yes go FBI he says, you know, Hanako to eliminate and reduce some of these crimes that is happening in Anna chapter. And our thinking is be part of the agreement whatever we formulate with the San Juan County Sheriff. Whatever in CK so according to the way it is like you get I hope they step forward and put their name into the agreement so that to indicate that they'll be involved in the case. So it was by the husband. By this act, they're supposed to take sole control of the case, investigate and prosecute these criminals. Whatever so I hope that they be part of the party and through agreement. Whatever this. Of course, the agreement that we set in motion, come off on the petition that was made at Home Mesa. We go in more detail. Of course, agreement with San Juan County Sheriff. According to the previous one, they don't seem to really address it. They more go into procedure, how to protect the sheriff, the workers that will come out. For protection, I have a copy of that from previous agreement. It's 15-page, more or less. Jurisdiction, that's all. And we can't come forth onto the reservation. Actually, name what that sovereignty, no? So you have Mr. Storia had secret. I think it doesn't come. It's just oppressed. We've been oppressed. We don't get service that we need for our protection. Whatever it needs all. This has to be discussed, reduce it to the point that where back and forth cooperation can exist between the county and the Ennis area and the Utah chapter. It needs them. Law enforcement so can't. And so, we need protection for humans versus sovereignty. Which one we're really protecting? No, it's sovereignty. Even need is about the argue that they seem to take note of that more than human protection. Dosikat Sida Iseko, Nikitane Equator Bada, no don't done chill. This is what comes to my mind at times as I look at it. I don't know what they see when there's arrested people. I've caught your prosecutor on Chateau court, Utah State court system. Criminals. That's the only way it seems that we're going to reduce it. Now that our nation, Navajo Nation, is at the point that they really can't patrol, they don't have the capacity. The court system seems to be very limited. Akut ego nisho evan saske so hotati neko. But oi yel ke in house ni don't khaba khon don't ki in dadi. I hope that you stand with us. But ego kato ni evan sike so ani anywhere in the establishment in the area. The hunter got different criminals, but we got kidas and the county sheriff he ain't all this out of it about chance. But ANC case, I might be asking too much, but when you look at the human life, that's more so than sovereignty, the Oban this case. I mean, somebody might be disagreeing with me. I don't see here that the 9 pages, we give it to our president. As I don't think you know this either. I'm sure they look at it. I don't know what happened. But ego has seen legal is so the question eco protection or yagi that from what that's so what's helping Navajo. I mean the human constitution be so Navajo human right be so Indian human right be so. Put ego in the case. He gets kid all this kid, every kid and either. When so, in this case, one so, he's in the add all this, yeah.
I think that's probably 20 minutes as well. Sorry, Sunan, also for coming out here, and I believe it's probably the first time it's ever happened, to have you come up from Navajo Nation to talk face to face. Keep on doing this that way. I think we can make a lot of progress.
Honorable Otto Soap.
May I ask to give another 5 minutes for the Mexican water chapter? I'd like to really hear what type of issues they had, because like I indicated, I worked in this area for many years providing water in Tennessee facilities. And Mexican water is another area with Conacacan in that area that people don't know it's there. And you know, it's very good to hear message from the leadership of that, you know, community up in the Bluff area. Thank you.
I should say Honorable Vice Chair Otto. So what we'll do is we'll give Mr. Wesley Jones from Anna's chapter, the president, some time. We can also give the chapter president, Mr. Curtis Yanito. And do we have any other chapter presidents here in the room with us or online? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and we'll turn the floor over to Mr. Yanito. Mr. Yanito?
Yate, my name is Curtis Yanito for non-speaking Navajo. Yet, I'm a Red Bottom clan, and I'm born to Water clan, Korichini, and then my grandfathers are the prickly plants, Hatnesani, and then my dad's side of grandfathers are Topama, Zuni Topama. That's the way I introduce myself and everybody like that throughout the reservation. I'm sorry that I'm late, and I've been trying to find this meeting all over the reservation. So I guess you guys already discussed ahead of me. But anyhow, I'm bilingual. I'm good at that. Didn't happen yesterday. All this abuse and everything been going on for decades, and nothing has been resolved. And then we're just asking for more protection, more security, and we ask for more deputizing we haven't resolved anything yet. And then we're just building, safe haven shelters and try to cross-deputize. And we tried that too. I seen it, I witnessed it, and we had a fugitive that came down here too. When that happened, we were the victim. We were the farmers that were actually doing the cutting hay down there when the Navajo Nation came around and pointed guns to us, to our heads. So it's always been to target us rural societies here. We have all these abuses that's been going on, and every community has the same concepts, same ideas. And they always say that, the same thing. This is what we're talking about again. When are we going to stop this abuse, suicide, and all this going on with families out there in the rural area? And whenever we ask for cross-deputizing, we always concentrate on the main roads, highways, stuff, And I grew up around here with all kinds of activities, events that happened in the past. The rodeos, squad dance, there's fairs and all these things that happen throughout the county. And then what I witnessed there is security. If you go to a county fair, you don't see a lot of deputies at the gates over there. They're out there patrolling, they're making their roadblocks and all so forth. They're doing their duties out there. Compare that to Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation, it's a lot of that they should stay right there at the gates instead of doing roadblocks out there. That's what I observed. And I know the county, they do roadblocks, for a lot of issues. And this cross-deputizing, when they issue that with the memorandum, they put Mr. Jones, at that time, they cited a lot of innocent individuals, Navajo. It's the insurance of it, then cited up the just bringing like hay or water to their livestock. We crossed that kind of incident. And then it's nice to, really look over a lot of the nonsense activity. And, we just talk about this. This is not the first time that I attend a meeting about this kind of incidents. It's been going around for a long time. Of course, the way I see it is, we have all these abuse. That last meeting, kind of heard, we have a major problem with alcohol. 90% of it is a major problem on the Navajo Nation. That's statistic that came from the loss enforcement from the Public Safety Office from Navajo Nation. It's been on, this alcohol is the bottom line problem of the Navajo Nation. It's not a security problem, it's not anything, it's the alcohol, drugs though. These things are trafficked into the reservation on holidays, on any kind of events. I don't see no roadblocks on the reservation. You can go, whenever you guys going back home, look along the road, you'll see all these alcohol cans and bottles, and I've seen it when I was coming over here. You'll see it. Of course, the holidays, there's another one coming up. We had a football game yesterday. We had good parties too, at privacy, at their own private individual homes without another. Of course, this alcohol thing is a major problem with the reservation. I see people are responsible drinkers out there, yeah. We have like lawyers, we have major lawyers that use that for, concentrating for, resolving things. So that's passionate about, yeah. Here or abuse or unit. Of course, all you need to be done. This is the next one that's for each one. And now they're thinking this stuff. So this is not. It ruins our ceremony areas. People get in fight over there and shed blood where it's sacred areas. We don't need that. But, it causes incest. All the brothers and sisters, you're not okay with that. Getting involved with their own relatives. That's alcohol. And it causes fights among the families, separations. All these facts, we're trying to avoid it, we're trying to solve it. Adulteries and separations and killings and suicides and so forth, accidents. We lost a lot of young kids from Cortez to here, Farmington to here. They get drunk and they're accidents even in Bluff area, and that's going to happen. We have all these alcohol distributors, border towns, all the way around the reservation. It's not just here. Everywhere it's like that on the reservation. And why? Why? The question is, why are we letting this happen? You guys, the legislators, you guys, the legislators, you guys need to step up. Don't go behind these guys. Don't say cross-deputize. Don't say commission. Don't say help, coulda. Don't say that. This problem is Navajo Nation problem. This alcohol and drug abuse is illegal on the reservation. Why are we letting this happen? This is causing the whole thing. We need to get down to the root of the problem. What we need to do is we need to make roadblocks, major roadblocks across the reservation. If that happens, catch every one of these people that's involved with trafficking in alcohol. We can do it right here in the county too. And what will happen with this is that you'll catch people that's abusing alcohol. And it's going to slow it down. It's going to save some lives, a lot of lives. And people's gonna think about this, hey, I got caught here. And there's like, after they do the roadblocks and all that, I bet you anything, like 90% of it will thank you for it. 90% of people are gonna thank you for putting a roadblock and citing these people. Ahead of time, you guys get a judge, a warrant from a judge saying this citation charges was to go pick up trash, beer bottles, along the highway or at party sites, wherever there's these trash of alcohol, debris are. And let them think about it. That'll be their charges. That way they wouldn't have second thoughts. Because I know a lot of people get caught with DUIs. And then, you know, there's like, if you get caught twice or three or whatever, you go to prison. And then, you know, they'll teach you. That's another way of doing it. But on the reservation, this alcohol is illegal. Anybody has it, they should be cited. This first roadblock, major roadblock that you guys do, tell them this is the first step that we're gonna do it. And say, go pick up trash, pick up these beer bottles or whatever it is, even though they didn't do it. Send that individual back to their community where they come from and let them pick it up over there. And then the word's gonna get around. They're gonna say, hey, a lot of people, 90% of it, I bet you they're gonna be happy and support, and 80% will be apologizing. And then like 60% will start listening. And then 50%, they'll start teaching their kids. And then 40%, they will start obeying the Navajo Nation law. 30%, they will be asking for help. 20% abuse will come forward. And then
Mr. Yanito,
10%.
your time is up.
Okay, 10%, they'll disagree with you. And I think that's what you, law and order, should stress and make a recommendation. From Mexican Water Chapter, Curtis Yanito.
Yesterday, I went on and saw the Honorable Council Delegate. Good to have you over here. I don't quite, I saw Tony Cesar in the community. Those are very the best, yeah. And then the people that are here with us, you know, this, my brother over here got long-winded, that's why I let him have it. I don't talk that long, I just come to the point. I'm going to ask Law and Order Committee and these folks right here, all I want to ask is it yes or no? That's all you need, that's all you need. No need to go back over here and dig out something that was gone with the wind. That's what I think. That's how I think. Come to the point, be precise, get to the issue. Thing called sovereign immunity has been in making for over 50 years. I was a young one that time. I heard that one. And people were very instrumental. Harry B. Jones, James Jim, Cyrus Begay, Robert Whitehorse. They were talking about this issue back in time. How many years did I say? 50 years, no? And it has not materialized yet. So we need to see it. We need to see. I need to see it. Because people from East Anna, Ismay, Cajon Mesa, McCracken, Montezuma Creek, down the bluff. They need a security. They need some sort of people taking care of them. That's what they need. So I guess this thing called bilingual acculturation, that's the one that's hurting us. Back to our own native identity. It's not there anymore. So we need to go back maybe to get back out and practice that one and walk that one. That's what I think. But good to have these folks over here from out there to I thank you. You know, listening to what we're confronted with this within our community. Maybe we might take time to think about it and maybe bring up some issues. The way I understand this agenda here, it sounds like Utah Navajo Health System is the only one that's being confronted with this kind of an issue. It's not so. It's all over the community. So I'd like to say thank you to them putting this one out like that and being the kind of spearheading it. I don't know, Mr. Johnson, though, thank you. But Ada, I'd like to say that much. Like I said, I'm not long-winded.
Shiche, Mr. Yanito, Otto, Mr. Chester Johnson. Though I didn't, I missed your clan somehow. I was writing it down. Otto, Mr. Wesley Jones. Though I didn't get your clan. We're related, so I just want to say, Kat, thank you for representing your chapters and for talking to us today about the issues concerning public safety and justice here in the Utah portion of the Navajo Nation. We recently, on November 15th, we had a call regarding cross-commission. And it was, we invited all 110 chapters on this call, and we had Division of Public Safety give us a presentation on the cross-commissioning. We have that available on the board here, and there was also a printout that was provided to everyone here in this room. At that time, we were informed that it's cross-commission and not cross-deputy. And so that's one of the clarifications that we need to make very clear. On November 15th, when this information was shared with us, the information that was given, again, as your handout indicates, the Navajo Nation recently started this cross-commissioning cultural training. It's 16 hours of cultural training that a law enforcement, I guess a deputy or, sheriff, just law enforcement in general, if they want to be cross-commissioned with the Navajo Nation, they have to take part in a 16-hour training. In that training, they learn about cultural awareness, community policing. They learn about our Navajo Nation police districts and courts, our police department, the SORNA program, which is the Sex Offenders Registration Notification Act, and then the Navajo Nation Bill of Rights, criminal jurisdiction, Title 17, which is the criminal code, the traffic code, which is Title 14, and then the children's code of Chinipepehezani, that's the name of the children's code, that's Title 9, and then extradition and detainers. 16 hours of training our law enforcement officers receive in order to get cross-commissioned here on the Navajo Nation. They provided us a list of all of the participants who participated in the cross-commissioning training, February 5th and 6th, that took place at Twin Arrows, and then August 30th and 31st at the Winter Rock Unified School District Administrative Office in Fort Defiance, Arizona. As you can see, we do have officers from New Mexico and then Arizona that did take part in this. I don't believe that we had Utah. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But we don't have any Utah Sheriff's Office or state police or even any law enforcement from Utah who took part in any of these two training programs. I know that they are going to have another training. I guess it's scheduled for December 20th and 21st at the San Juan College in Farmington, New Mexico. I believe that I will be in attendance during that time just so that I can listen in on the training session and just kind of hear what is being offered. There was a question that was asked, and this may be of importance to chapter presidents. One chapter president did ask, can a chapter that is certified enter into an MOU or an MOA with a law enforcement agency as a separate entity outside of the Navajo Nation? And the answer to that was no. It has to be the Navajo Nation that enters into this MOU or MOA with the law enforcement agency that is within their county or within their state. We did not get a report, I believe, any information on what's happening with Utah, but we will be scheduling that meeting at a separate time to talk specifically about Utah and what's going on here with Utah. In addition to that, I did reach out to the Department of Public Safety for Utah at the Governor's Summit to schedule a meeting with them on what we can do to get a little bit more information on how we can proceed forward with this MOU and MOA. I have not received a response back yet. And in terms of Department of Justice and what they are doing, there is a, Sherelle, can you put up the other document? There is a, oh, I'm sorry. There is an agreement. It's kind of a standard agreement between the Navajo Nation and then, whichever law enforcement, county, state, that the Navajo Nation enters into. So this is the agreement. What we learned is that this agreement, it actually has to be looked at by the state Justice Department. So every time we enter into an MOU or an MOA with another law enforcement agency, whether it's here in Utah, Arizona, or New Mexico, if it's the sheriff's office, the attorneys who represent the sheriff's office have to overlook this agreement and come to come to a meeting of the minds or come to some type of agreement to say, yes, we do agree to the following. But I do need to make it clear that our cross-commissioning program, what it is officers cannot patrol the Navajo communities. And I think that that's what our Navajo communities want. The officers in the county and in the state, they, because of sovereignty issues and because of jurisdictional issues, can only assist the Navajo Nation if the Navajo Nation requests it. That is my understanding from our meeting on November 15th. And so that, I think a lot of our communities think that, once this agreement is put in place, that sheriff's office or even state patrol, can come into the Navajo Nation and patrol the area. They can't. According to the November 15th presentation with the cross-commissioning agreement, the only time officers off the Navajo Nation can come onto the Navajo Nation is if the Navajo Nation requests it. So, I think that clarified a lot to the chapters who were on the line on November 15th about how this agreement works. So I want to just clarify that and let you know that that once this agreement is in place, we have the attorney's office from the county. Is it the county or the city? County, who is here with us. And please, if I'm misspeaking, let me know. But this is my understanding from the information. And Director Delmar, since you are on the line, if I'm misspeaking in any way, please correct me. But my understanding is this agreement has to be in place first And in the event the Navajo Nation needs help with something, they can call upon the sheriff's office or the state, the state police or even DPS, ask them to come in and help us, but they're limited in what they can do. And so one of the limitations is the arrest and custody of individuals. And again, this is on the document that was printed out for everyone here. It's actually on the fourth page, I believe. It's under Section 8, Arrest and Custody Procedures. And so this information, again, was given to us on November 15th as a committee, and we opened it up for the chapters to ask questions. During that call, I believe that we had around, I want to say 15 chapters. Of the 110 chapters, only 15 chapters were in attendance on that call on that day, asking questions regarding their community and also asking questions regarding the cross-commissioning program. So I want to make that clear, and that was the purpose of us sending out this document that was sent to us by Division of Public Safety from the Navajo Nation regarding the cross-commissioning program. Mr. Yanito, the other, you brought up a point, regarding bootlegging, and that's the other point that I want to make everyone aware of, is we are amending Title 17, which is our criminal code. And right now, it seems like, it probably sounds like it's a really easy thing to do, but it's not. We have to look at the language of the law, and we have to abide by the constitutional rights of an individual. And what that means is, and this is so frustrating, is the people who commit crimes actually have more rights than a victim on the Navajo Nation, because there are constitutional laws that say that you can do certain things with an individual when they're arrested. For instance, if somebody committed theft of a banana, I'm looking at a banana right there, so I'm just using this as an example. If a Navajo person committed theft of a banana, you can't sentence them to death. There are certain requirements that have to be met. And there was the 18 U.S.C. 1153 that was mentioned by Mr. Chester Johnson regarding the Major Crimes Act. Those are certain crimes that are listed where the federal government can be involved. And so when we're talking about amending Title 17, we have to look at what the federal laws say that we can do, and then try to amend it that way. And so we have been working on Title 17. The Law and Order Committee has been meeting every Wednesday at 8:30. We meet with it used to be the Department of Justice, but they haven't been on the call for the last 3 calls. But we are meeting with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Prosecutor's Office, Division of Public Safety, which includes the law enforcement and also criminal investigations, and the committee itself, as well as other delegates who have been on the call. So far, we've had 9 delegates who have taken part in this meeting, providing input on what we can do to try to amend Title 17. And then during the break, I'm going to go run down to my car because I actually have the Title 17 booklet in there, so I can give you guys some ideas. But I will tell you that because we have met with other communities on the Navajo Nation, we have been working to add things to Title 17. One addition Honorable Eugene So has recommended is a 3 strikes and you're out law. And what that is if an individual, a Navajo person, is convicted and also found guilty in a court of law to be a bootlegger or a drug dealer on their first offense, then I believe there's like public shame that's involved. And what that means is there used to be a judge in Chin Lee who would make the people who were convicted of bootlegging or selling drugs put a big billboard out on their front lawn to say, I no longer sell drugs and alcohol from this home. so that the whole community knows that that house is selling drugs or alcohol. If a individual is caught the second time with selling drugs or alcohol, the proposal is to take away their license. It could be their driver's license, their gun license, their professional license, any type of license, because it's a right to have that license. The third offense, if the court finds you guilty of a third offense, the recommendation is you lose your Navajo Nation census number, which means you will be escorted off the Navajo Nation. And that also means that you could probably say, I don't care, I'm going to go move to Phoenix. Without a Navajo Nation CIB, you are not considered an American Indian, which means the services that are provided to you as an American Indian no longer extend to you. So healthcare, you don't get free healthcare anymore. You do not get treated as a American Indian. If you want to apply for scholarships, you don't get American Indian scholarships. Anything that relates to being an American Indian, because there is currently a law on the Navajo Nation that says that you cannot have dual citizenship. So if you are half Navajo, half Apache, and the Navajo, chases you off the Navajo Nation, and we're working where you will be escorted off the Navajo Nation. A lot of tribes are currently doing this right now. And we think that this may be the only way to show individuals that we no longer can stand by and see people selling drugs and alcohol here on the Navajo Nation. There are still a lot of laws that we have to look at regarding this. For instance, I know it came up, if that person is escorted off and they come back onto the Navajo Nation, can the Navajo Nation arrest them? And the bottom line is probably not, because they're not considered American Indians anymore. And we can detain them and ask sheriff or state police to come and escort them off the Navajo Nation. It is the United States Supreme Court issued a law that says that tribes can determine their own membership. So if the Navajo Nation chooses to end the CIB of a Navajo, that means that's really, they can't fight that. They cannot argue that, because it's the tribe that decides who is Navajo. It is a Supreme Court decision that spans back years. And so I know that we're looking right now at this particular law. And again, a lot of tribes are doing this right now. And it so far at this point, it doesn't seem to be an issue, because tribes are the determining factor of deciding census enrollment. So at this point, that's just an idea of what we're trying to do with bootlegging and with drug dealing. And I've talked about this. I brought it up on several occasions. We've had conversations about this. That is just one example of what's being changed in Title 17. We are also looking at adding infractions that were removed in the last amendment, and this is under Division of Public Safety. We're basically getting tougher with our laws. And as far as what Mr. Yanito said, there's probably going to be delegates who are not going to be in favor of this, because right now we do have fundamental law that's in place that says that the law, my understanding is, and I used to be a former prosecutor. I was a prosecutor for 2 years. I do have my Juris Doctorate degree, so I am, I did graduate from law school. I'm licensed with the Navajo Nation. But what we've learned is because of fundamental law and the way that the law is currently stated in Navajo Nation, is that technically fundamental law is supposed to go first, And then if fundamental law doesn't address it, then it's supposed to be Navajo Nation, like the white man's law. And so because of fundamental law, we have to look at providing some services to offenders. How can we rehabilitate them back into the community? At our last Title 17 meeting, we spent 2 hours talking about restorative justice. What does restorative justice mean? Because that term, restorative justice, is found in the sentencing portion of Title 17, which is our criminal code. And how it's used in there is basically saying we have to look at restorative justice before we look at jail time. So when we're talking about amending Title 17, you're going to have some delegates who are going to look at the fundamental law argument of what rights are afforded to an individual. And they might not look so much at the criminal laws, the way that they're handled off the Navajo Nation. So this is going to be a tough debate. And so what I've been telling communities is if you understand what is happening with how we as elected officials have to balance both worlds, our Navajo traditional fundamental laws, and then the way that our I guess, no offense guys, the white man laws, we have to look at both and we have to say, what can we do to make it work? Because right now, the way that it's working is it's really working in favor of the individual and their rights, the fundamental law. So you have courts right now that are just slapping the hands saying, go get help. And then you have your repeat offenders. And what I learned in law school is when it deals with criminal law, the people who challenge the law are not law-abiding citizens. They are the people who got caught breaking the law. And they're arguing to recognize the way that the law should be, how it should be interpreted. So with that, that's what we're doing with Law and Order Committee. And I know it sounds like it's really easy, but it's not, because when you have, I always say, when you have one attorney in the room, you get an answer. When you have two attorneys in the room, you're never going to get an answer and you're going to get arguments because it's all a matter of interpreting the law and the way that it should be. But please just know that we are working on that. I was hoping, and it was my mistake. I thought that we would, a few months on this would be enough time to move the legislation forward and, be ready by fall session, but we missed that deadline. And so now, in my opinion, I think it's probably going to take another few more months because we just spent 2 hours, the last Title 17 meeting, we spent 2 hours debating what does restorative justice mean and how does it fit into our criminal code? Should we include it in the criminal code this time around with the amendment, or should we just exclude it? And so it got to the point where we had to get peacemaking to come into the debate to talk about restorative justice. And we're still just barely at the sentencing phase. But I do want to let you know that we did also meet with Chinle and Many Farms, who provided us some, and then also Twahajale, Alamo. I think we have met, Vice Chair, I think we've met with a little over maybe 40, 50 chapters now, who have shared with us the same concerns. And so we are working to address those. And I will be happy to list the things that are not in Title 17 that we're going to be adding to Title 17. I've also, the Law and Order Committee has also been working with the federal attorney, the Attorney General, the AUSA, the Attorney General of the United States, for both Utah and also Arizona. We haven't met with New Mexico yet. But what they have provided us is recommendations on when a case can be referred to the federal government. Because right now, one thing that we've learned is that the language is off. And so if a person is convicted a certain amount of times in tribal court for a crime that actually technically might fall within the Major Crimes Act, it might not be referred to the federal government because the language is off. I don't know how else to explain that. But we have been working with the AUSA and trying to figure out the language for certain things like strangulation. Right now, we don't have strangulation in our criminal code right now. And the Attorney General's office for the state of Utah has requested, please put that in your Title 17, because we cannot, the federal government cannot move forward with a case on strangulation if the courts don't find that there are 3 offenses. So that the court, on the 3rd offense for strangulation, they can refer that to the federal government. And right now, strangulation is not covered in Title 17, and that's what makes it a little bit hard for our federal government to prosecute on strangulation. So the last point I'm going to make is in terms of the women's shelter. I have been working with the Shiprock Women's Shelter, and I apologize. I think Gentle Ironhawk is the women's shelter here in this community. I know that Honorable Charlene has, her committee has been working with Gentle Ironhawk. I'm not really sure what the history is behind it, but I can tell you right now that one of the things that we're also trying to move for is to amend the Navajo Nation Bill of Rights. And what that is basically it lists the rights of an individual, and we want to recognize the victim's rights within that Bill of Rights so that it gives more weight to a victim. It gives more protection to a victim than it does right now. And so right now, under the Navajo Nation Bill of Rights, it does recognize the criminally, offenders who are, going through the process of prosecution, but there's nothing in there about victims. And so we have been working to try to protect victims. We are also working on a legislation to help victims where if a protection order is granted, that the other person cannot file another protection order against the individual. And we see that happening a lot on the Navajo Nation. For instance, this is just, before Jeanette gets thrown out there, this is just an example. Delegate Charlene So and I walk outside and we get into a shoving match, right? I go file a restraining order against her and we go to court. And then Delegate Charlene So loses and she files a restraining order against me. That's harassment in some states. And so what that happens a lot here on the Navajo Nation. And the courts have to hear it because it's a protection order. But what the court should be doing is saying, hey, there's already a protection order. Why does Delegate Charlene So have to file a restraining order against Delegate Charles Newton? So that's kind of what we're seeing, and we're trying to address that as a term of harassment so that that doesn't happen. The other thing that we are also trying to do, and I just got information on this, is when an event happens with domestic violence, instead of removing the victim, we want to remove the perpetrator and give them a cooling off period, meaning they cannot return within, 72 hours of the time that they are arrested or they are removed from the home. So that way you're not removing the woman and putting them in a shelter. To me, that's kind of a double, I see that as re-victimizing, because you're removing somebody from an environment that they're used to and putting them in a different environment. It should be the other way around. And so we are working on that. and I know that, you know, all of this right now, it's formulating and we're putting it together, and we have our legislative council who is listening in, who's also hearing the concerns. My hope was that we were going to have the prosecutor's office on the line who could give you guys some information on laws and ways that you can protect yourself, but we don't have them on the line. And then the last thing that I will say is we're also looking at the time frame that an individual is held in detainment or in detention. Right now, the law says they can only be held up to 18 hours. I think it's only up to 18 hours. But what we see is a revolving door. So somebody calls the police respond, police make an arrest, they take them out to the detention center processes them, and then releases them right away within a few hours. We're seeing that, and we need to get that addressed because we have nice detention facilities. I don't know why we're not using it, and that's why I'm saying we're getting tougher with our crimes now. So that's where we're at with the amendment with Title 17, and that's what we're trying to do. As far as police presence in the community, we are advocating to get a substation built in Annis, which is a little bit closer to your community. It's really unfortunate that your representatives and your senators have not met with the Law and Order Committee since we've come into office. They are the only ones that we haven't met with. We meet continuously with Arizona state representatives and senators, both at the state and federal level. We meet continuously with New Mexico state representatives and senators, both at the state and federal level. We have yet to meet with any representative or any senators from the state of Utah. We have made that invitation to them, but they have not taken us up on it. So now I think that it's come to that point where we need to start asking, what do we need to do to have a meeting with your senators and your representatives to start moving this forward? So that's where we're at right now. And the purpose of us meeting with them is to try to get police presence in your area. So that's what the Law and Order Committee has been working on in a nutshell. And again, you know, when we go into our break, I'll go down and I'll get the Title 17 booklets, and we can kind of go through some of the changes that will be proposed with Title 17, and I'll be happy to list it here on the whiteboard. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Delegate Charlene Stowe.
As we were having this discussion and hearing some of the testimonies of my constituents, I know that Anita Wilfred presented this IGA. And as I was conversing with DOJ and the Assistant Attorney General for Human Services Government Unit, I would like to just get some clarification, Shavisha, on this IGA, because as we kind of go back through the timeline, I've been first inquiring about this and how we're going to get this moving forward since August 16th. And to date, yes. And to date, their DOJ has completed its review of this IGA agreement in April of 2021 and informed that DPS, because we are going to be sharing governmental powers, the agreement requires review and approval by NAVI committee, as it is considered an intergovernmental agreement. Now with DPS, and since I'm not too sure if the gentleman is still on the call to maybe give us an overview, Jesse Delmar, and if that's one that we can possibly schedule a work session on, I would greatly appreciate that. If it's sitting since April 2021, that is my concern. What is going on with DPS and what is the holdup? At this point, a delegate should have sponsored this legislation by now. And with the IGA, you know, of course, that's going to go through so many reviews and debates. I feel like this is one that needs to gain traction immediately. And also with the absence of DOJ, that is highly concerning too. If that's the one, we can get some advice from legal counsel later in today or in the following days of how we can get the presence consistent with this matter. Again, it's not only in Annis, but it is across nationwide that we are dealing with these issues. So I speak to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stowe, and thank you again for being here. In terms of the IGA, I do apologize. I think that this may be the first time that the Law and Order Committee has seen this IGA. Vice Chair, can you correct me on that? This is the first time we're seeing this IGA, and this is the first time we're hearing about the IGA. So it has never been brought to our attention that it was submitted in April of 2021 to DOJ, and that DPS has a copy. Director Delmar, are you still on the line? Director Delmar, if you are on the line, can you do a *6? The DOJ has a copy of this.
They finished the review.
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
Director Delmar, there is an IGA that has been presented. It's an intergovernmental agreement whereby the Navajo Nation permits the cross-deputization commissioning through this agreement between the Navajo Nation and political subdivisions of the state of Utah, San Juan County, that has been provided to the Law and Order Committee. Delegate Charlene So has just shared with us that this intergovernmental agreement was approved by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice in April of 2021. And on August 16th, 2021, Delegate So, I believe she had been trying to get some assistance to move this IGA forward. Can you provide us the timeline on when you anticipate this IGA to be approved, or what is going on right now that is stalling the IGA from moving forward? Director Delmar?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I can certainly look into it and find out where it is at. I need to find it first. I will get back with Madam Chair and also Delegate So and let you know where it's at. But I can sure find out probably this afternoon as to what the status is and find out where it's at.
Respectfully, Law and Order Committee, if this is a director that you can make to have a descriptive timeline, and I know what, Madam Chair, we've seen timelines by certain groups and entities, and it is very simplified, but I would like more description and within the next 5 days. Because if this is ready for a NABI committee, it needs to go through the process as we are approaching winter council session. And again, a work session with DOJ, DPS is something that I would really request at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate So. Yes, Vice Chair So.
What I would suggest to delegate region is that disrupt that legislation, and that's going to wake up the Department of Justice, wake up the Department of Public Safety, because it's been out since April, which you indicated. Nor the Department of Justice, nor the Division of Public Safety has brought it to our attention. Someone's been sitting at the wheel. Drop the legislation. If there's some clauses and things like that the Department of Justice has not reviewed, or the Department of Public Safety has not reviewed with their attorney that's been appointed for the Department of Justice, them speaking at the wheel. And that will show at NABI, when this legislation gets to the floor. I'm sure someone's going to say, hey, there's something wrong with this, or we didn't see this, we didn't do this. And that pointing game is going to happen. And I think instead of having that timeline, just drop the legislation. That's the only way we'll get our travel program to move, because gentleman from Mexican Water, I always say this to the council, we only have two authorities. That's to legislate laws and appropriate funds. And what you requested is all in the chapters. The administration is supposed to be providing these services to you. The administration is supposed to come to the council to say, we want this much money to provide direct services for our people.
Yeah.
And the administration is, we fund them those dollars. Today, that's not the case. And just by hearing the chapters talk, there's no dialogue from the administration, meaning in general form, whether it's in public safety, whether it's in social services, whether it's this, the president's office coming out to sit down with you guys to see what your needs are, because they get the funds that we appropriate to provide that direct service, especially the chapters. Department of Justice has told the chapter, you are not part of the free branch government. If you sniff, and there's a opinion that has been released by the Attorney General. The Navajo Nation Attorney General says that the chapters is not even a part of the judicial branch, nor not a part of the legislative branch, nor not part of the executive branch. And I always say this, where does that place them? Because I really like what you guys want, and especially to see this IGA. As a certified chapter, you show that you are at a hybrid chapter that can provide these services. And the mother government is not providing that services. And the mother government, you're paying the division director, you're paying the executive branch employees the salary. But yet, you're not getting the services. There's going to be a budget hearing again for fiscal year 2022. They're going to say, oh, and the chapter wants this much money. Montezuma in Mexican Water, chapter needs this much money and so forth. And they're going to say, oh, it's for the people. Where is the executive branch providing that services to you? Even not coordinate. Behs ani hadid. Behs ani kodobe be lana ikle. Beso be lana ikle. Nishe kodoe beso that is ah be tain nistani zin. Ni kehat ani kini kehat ah ni kehat ah e besman so ane that. He just behs ani how he was the Diego nani kenika. But how do we hold the executive branch responsible for not providing the services in the Annis, Mexican Water, here in Montezuma Creek? Our division director is supposed to be working with the county sheriff up here. It's not my job to say, Sheriff, we need to work with Navajo. We pay our division directors and our managers money to try to do these things on behalf of the Utah Navajo. So how do you not eat that? So how do you call it that? Oh, that's what anything. I saw Zambia, I did that in Michigan, I did, so I gave one to the house. Yeah, go machine on thing. Alcohol. Yeah, please, kid. Oh, Those services are supposed to be rendered by the executive branch. Even President Nez, he said he's going to do this for you and provide these services for you, but yet you look at the services today. Now it's of course, it is this case. So, turning to this IGA, I think Madam Delegate from here, just drop the legislation and wake up the administration. If they're asleep at the wheel, if he vetoes it, their fault because they're sleeping at the wheel. They should have been on the forefront of this. It's not the responsibility of the legislative branch to make sure that IGAs and all the T's are dotted, all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. We have executive branch employees who are supposed to be working on this, especially the Department of Justice. They would need to sanction her salary, her and the deputy AG, because this is just too far, too long. Utah Navajo citizens, they're playing with you guys. Holding you guys as political pawns. Today, the prosecutor should have been on the line. Should have been on the line. Because whether it's drug-related, crime-related, traffic-related, those services, those answers that you wanted is not being provided to you. So, but then here as legislators, we're here to be that voice for you there at Winter Rock. But I will tell you, when the budget season starts, they're going to say, oh, and the chapter wants this much money. It's going to be for this and for that. This is for the backhoe operator. It's going to be for this and that. They're going to use you again. If those federal dollars that come down the pipeline, whether it's through our $638 and our Indian healthcare dollars or our Indian education dollars, it's based off of you, our Navajo citizens, not based off of the executive branch or the legislative branch. I did those topics in additional grandfathers from North Caboco, they paid. Yes, because I have because I got these countries. And the other skip. Because it was able to be able to pay us. And not the Joe, to know about it. They hold out that needs to know about business. Are they a shot? God, I yes, but not Hadia or Yayaski. I don't set none, not God. Johnny, I don't put the on it. They keep and then they but they not keep the blood on that honey, the kiddos drinking. And they are to Bana and net. Yea, not a joke, and not set none, not. Hey, yeah, what's enough? How she need this cargo. Basins, yes, I ask Sai bit, Benny, and now one dish. Nigga, so come kid after the jug in the street. I go what over the additional so yeah.
Yeah, Vice Chair, thank you for sharing that with us. I do notice that just very quickly, two recommendations is yes, I do agree that this legislation should be dropped. Second, I noticed that on page 15 of the IGA, it does say that the nation does agree to pay the county the amount set forth for $100,000 for salary, benefits, overtime costs per officer, and then $15,000 for miscellaneous expenses per officer. I agree with that amount. I think, in all honesty, if they're going to be covering more for protection, then it should be more. And I think that if we can buy a house in Washington, D.C., we can certainly spend money to protect our Navajo people. And I think that Delegate Otto made a very good point, and that is we do give money to the executive branch because they say this is what we're going to do for our Navajo people. This is how we're going to provide services to our Navajo people. Public safety and justice is a huge service, and it's a big part of living on the Navajo Nation. So I will recommend that you get chapter resolutions supporting the IGA. If you already have them, make sure that they're attached. Then that will show the delegates that the chapters are behind this IGA and that they support it. I would also recommend looking at the cost, and we have officers here in the room. If you're going to be assisting the Navajo Nation because we are not doing what we should be doing to protect our Navajo people, then I would seriously look at the cost and build the Navajo Nation, because you would be expanding your jurisdiction in order to patrol and assist the communities here in Utah. And I would be in support of that. And I think that, that if this is the only way that we can protect our people, then it should be pushed forward. So we do, at this point, with the IGA, I think the Law and Order Committee can say that we support the idea of you moving forward to drop legislation regarding this. And then, as it comes forward, I think you'll have the support for it. Vice Chair Otto.
Madam Chair, I think with the $100,000, I think we can craft legislation to change the dollars. We could get it out of there. Because right now, 100% of those oil revenues are going to the Navajo Nation General Fund. Never Washington Day. Ako yung beso asin day of the fair on no o had ya ko men ya ko is and ya ni so ki to able to cover that, so that it's not hard. It's money that will be set aside before the whole take of the comprehensive budget. That way, the intergovernmental agreement could be funded without the main comprehensive budget and the administration tapping into, so that it's more of taken out of the oil revenue that comes to the nation through the oil that's been collected from our Navajo here in Utah. So that's another route that we could fund this. Other ways that we can address this.
Okay, so hold on. Let me just go through the lineup. So we have first, after Delegate Charlene So speaks, we'll go to Ms. Nakai, and then after Ms. Nakai, we'll go to Shiaj, Mr. Jones, and then after that, Mr. Johnson, and then we do have Ms. Philemon, right? Okay, who will be next. And then I believe, did you have your hand up as well? You? Yeah. No, okay. So with that, Delegate So?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As far as with the review that was made by DOJ, I'm not too sure what alterations they have made to the IGA, because this is one of the formal first drafts. And with the cost amounts, I was hoping if your committee can make that directive to her office to forward the revised draft as well as with the cost. And then we can proceed with our non-scheduled meeting with the Sheriff's Department and attorney here, and we can review that before I drop legislation. Of course, I know at the discretion of the Utah constituents, they were wanting to keep this at a 5-year, I guess, a 5-year term for review, and then from then on, they'll be reviewed 5 years after 5. And so, but yes, if your committee can send that directive to DOJ into DPS, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, so we have a directive that's been requested to forward the IGA, the amended IGA made by Navajo Nation DOJ, and a descriptive timeline for completion, both to be sent to Navajo Nation DOJ and also Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety.
Yes.
Okay, so we do have that. So with that, Ms. Nakai? Yeah, when you raise your hand.
Oh, yes, I was curious to know if, you would, CID for offenders, would that be a or is that for a?
We are looking, that question did come up. So at this point, I believe that so we're looking at both. I think that the Apaches are doing, and I'm on record right now, and just FYI, we are being streamed on Facebook. But I believe that the Apaches are doing it for a certain time frame. And then I think that they also have something in place that says, you know, like if it gets revoked a second time, then it becomes permanent. Yeah, so I think the first time is for an extended period, and then the second time is indefinitely. So yes, but we're still looking into that and trying to determine, you know, how that's going to work. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then after that we had Siaj, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, one was to say that lunch is ready. Whenever you're ready, that's bring that to you as a committee.
Okay, we'll go ahead and after Ms. Philemon, then we'll go ahead and take a short break. Yeah, and then sorry ladies. So with that, Mr. Johnson.
Honorable Chair, so the committee, I have a question on this one, on this bulletproof under number 7. Says that Navajo Trust Fund. And today, we have a Navajo Trust Fund, Utah Navajo Trust Fund for the state of Utah over here. It's 67.5%. We don't want to use that one. Those are just for the housing, you know, general health. And I'd like to change that back to Navajo Nation, 52.5% to 52.5% that goes to Navajo Nation, that oil royalty. We'd like to use that funding.
That's the one you're talking about, the oil royalty.
To give us back, because ever since when the oil exploration started, we've been running Navajo Nation government with oil royalty money. So it's about time that we want to ask for this 62.5% that goes to Navajo Nation. Bring it back for the deputies. And also, we can also say that we can take funding to Utah State. because we live in Utah State and we vote in Utah State in the county. Then also, we can say we need some funding to the federal. Put those together, that money, and I don't know how much Navajo tribe will help us too, besides the 62.5% oil royalty. Bring it back to us. And so that's, so to me, we need to scratch that out. Navajo Nation Trust Fund.
Sorry, we're having a little sideline on the 62.5% because I think we're going to need legal clarification on what you're proposing. And again, everything is always about the legal part, right? What are the understandings? What are the contracts? So we're hearing what you're saying, but we just need to get some legal clarification on whether that can be done. Because I don't want to leave from here saying, yes, we can do that. And then later on, we find out we can't do that. And so that's what we're looking at right now, is to see if we can get legal clarification on that. So I apologize, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying is we have a commission or we have a committee for this Navajo tribe. We have that, they have to approve it. And then in the Utah State, there's 3 more committees down there, board members. They have to approve it. I know they will reject it because this is not a payout to the people for a program. So that's why I'm saying this. We need to request 62.5% oil royalty that goes to Navajo Nation, but get some funding from Utah State and federal and Navajo Nation. Bring those money together to operate and help the deputies over there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Philemon?
Here listening to all this back and forth. I don't see this, I see provided to me from, Salem County Commissioner, Penn Boy. I checked, they did not order about this, so judicial, I said, I don't know, furthermore, he's not here. I don't just see this. I think this is, draft by the, I think just county, they draft the state judge, and then we start when he provided to me. So I'm not exactly sure, but whether what you say, he did, I think people, community people, then they actually able,
what are a part of those, I don't get the the community people of this area, not the tribal chapter members or anything else like that. The grassroots people are the ones that brought up this situation. I don't get the we give money to the executive, the never conduct for them. I don't know what about that. But the bottom line is actually need what end sovereignty law what has been told. Ebony na don't you call a yeda. Ebony na could the action that is a bit that's the main issue. I think that it needs to be waived, this sovereignty law, to a certain extent. The reason why I say this is because NTUA is not an entity of the Navajo Nation. I don't get that the contractors on Vinity in the for certain things. Navajo Nation, but the contract a sovereignty the quality police services they need to get what it be don't It shouldn't be the case. We're talking about human life here. Are we looking at the livelihood of the person or sovereignty? And he's saying that because of this sovereignty, or else when the bank is about what chance. According to IGA, Mr. Begay petition had they be ladder and the sign that you lie. There is more detail. Can the upper order lay? Or what are enough of if it's gonna be. I don't that the army that we need fast response from the law enforcement are quite hard to hold equal. For instance, my brother, he died at home. He died, the Hasids company died, the Hasids for the police to come over, and then the criminal investigator. We can't go on to the reservation to be. So there's life and death situation go. The Navajo Nation is saying no. That shouldn't be the case. I don't think that this funding Navajo, Utah Navajo Trust Fund. Every year that base nation. In Kisha, Navajo Nation, 62.5% plus the right of way, the article, millions that can day since 1950. The kids, it took 37.5%. The Kahin day, that's for general services for the people. I don't get that either. I wanted to hear more stuff. I wanted to hear from these deputies here, what kind of services that they can provide if they're allowed. I think, here and there on the we need to get to the solution, talk about the solution. That's what we need. I don't get that either. Instead of saying these laws, stop making laws. The whole nation is like that. You have to the year got navigated off team, back with the north thing. Still had this case. The crackage isn't anything about the house, but that's us. We want to hear what kind of services and how fast the response time is going to be. What about this case? I don't know how else to state it. Because this is an ongoing issue. It's a lack of communication. Respect me. But that has to stop. You have to listen to the people. I don't the policy, laws, federal, all the way. But you got too many laws. Those need to be streamlined.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go on a break right now. I think there's food in the back, and then we'll come back to give the committee some time to respond to the questions and comments and concerns. As far as the county and also the attorney and the Utah Highway Patrol, we've been calling upon people who've been wanting to speak If you are wanting to speak, then we can recognize you. If not, we are planning a separate committee meeting to hear directly from, from the county and also, from Arizona Highway Patrol. I don't know if you guys want to share some information about what is going on, how we can work together to try to address, what's happening. I think that with the report that we got on cross commissioning, you guys have copies of that. If you guys want to maybe provide some input on that, or again, what the issues are, we would be happy to hear from you guys after the break. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take let's just go ahead and take a 15-minute break, enough time for everybody to get their food, and then I think we can eat and continue with our meeting at the same time. So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. It is now it's recess at 1:23 for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Break, again, thank you for all the concerns and issues that we've discussed here. In city, we always rely on public transit. Doesn't matter how we argue, that's how we believe before we go on for the lunch here, I'd like to have my brother here to say his own prayer for the food.
Okay.
Your pastor.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all of you for being here today. An honor to be with you guys, especially the Brent here. Thank you.
Legislative.
Yeah.
Legislative.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'd like to start off the meeting this afternoon. My name is Lynn, write it down. I have comments concerning the meeting, okay? Then again, I'd like to thank all of you. It's a good thing. The Bible says to everybody, no matter what goes on in your life, trust in the Lord. Trust and believe in Him. Okay? So when all this is over again, we can come back together. We'll be friends forever. How it is. I'd like to thank the health department here, Mr. Wilbur, providing the food. I'd like to bless the food now, okay? Heavenly Father, we thank you, we give you the glory today. We ask for forgiveness in everything, God. Thank you for making us think and making us aware of things that are going around in our area. And we always look upon you for help. Thank you for all the comments that have been brought forth. Lord Heavenly Father, we even ask you to iron everything out to where everything's good. Heavenly Father, at this time we ask that you bless the food we're going to partake in it to be nourishing to our health. All that essential vitamin we get out of it for our bodies, Father. In the name of Jesus, we just thank you and we praise you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Once after we're done with this item, I have to get.
Give me some time. I'll come back after start again.
Honorable Eugene So, is that you?
Oh, give me some time after we eat.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh. Hello, can you guys hear me? I've been talking for the last few minutes. Have you guys been able to hear what I've been saying?
Nothing. Didn't hear nothing.
No. Oh,
No.
goodness, thank you. Okay, we did call the meeting back to order at 1:40. We did do a roll call. So Honorable Eugene So, are you on the line? Honorable Vince James, are you on the line?
I'm on the line. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Shanella, Honorable Vince James, are you on the line? Honorable Admin Yazi, are you on the line? Okay, with that, we did do a roll call. We do have a quorum. We will be waiting for Honorable Vince James to rejoin us. I sent out a text message to the committee members to let them know that we did complete roll call. We are now going back to where we left off. Before I call upon anybody else, I will say that Ms. Nakai did ask a question that was answered. We thanked Mr. Jones for the lunch that they provided for us here at the Utah Navajo Health Services. And I did apologize, and I informed the room here that technically when we do prayers there at council, the prayers are set for the day. So we have one person who does prayer for the entire day. And so we didn't call upon anybody to do a prayer for the lunch, so we apologize. I thanked Mr. Begay for providing us invocation for the lunch. We have Mr. Johnson. I know that you provided us information regarding the Utah Navajo Trust Fund, and you don't want to be using that. At this point, I know that we have Office of Legislative Counsel on the line. It was also proposed by Honorable Otto So that we take the royalties from the oil and gas here from Utah and we apply that towards public safety. Dana, are you still with us on the line?
Madam Chair, I am on the line, but that is such a complicated, complex issue. I cannot discuss it. So it will take research from my office, and if you can clarify the questions, then we will get that research done. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dana. I think that we might need to email that question because you are right, it is a little bit complicated. Just for background information, Mr. Johnson, who is a community member, talked about the IGA. Within the IGA, there is language that states that funding could be used to help assist public safety and justice, and that funding would be funds used from the Utah Navajo Trust Fund. Mr. Johnson has asked that we not use Utah Navajo Trust Fund, but instead look at the oil royalties coming in and direct those taxes that are going technically into the general funds and redirect them to help assist with public safety and justice here in the Utah portion.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Honorable Charlene So.
I think for clarification, Honorable Otto So is stating from the trust, the fund that comes from ANS to Winter the 62.5%, that we utilize that fund, not necessarily the 37.5% that's already here for Utah constituents.
Okay, so what they're, Dana, just some background information, Delegate Charlene So clarified. So there's 62.5% of oil royalties that's going into the Navajo general funds right now. So the question is, can those oil royalties be redirected back to Utah Navajo here and for it to go towards public safety and justice? Because the IGA does provide on the last page, I believe it's page 14, it provides, page 15 of the IGA, and we can send you a copy of this IGA, but it does provide some information on how the nation would agree to paying the county the amount set for salary, benefits, overtime, and costs per officer and miscellaneous expenses per officers. So that was really kind of how the question came about, but you did clarify it is a complicated question that would require your office to do some research. So I think we are happy with that. I think we also need to send you an email. Perhaps Delegate Charlene So can give you a little bit of information, and she can send you the email and CC Law and Order Committee on that, so that your office can do a little bit of research into whether that can or cannot be done.
Also, Madam Chair, I have not received a copy of the IGA, and I'm not aware of who drafted it, so I have not been able to reach out to them.
Okay, thank you. And just a little bit more information. The Law and Order Committee just received the intergovernmental agreement, like just in the last hour. So we have a print version that we can forward to you, and then just a little bit of background information about the request that has come out from the community here in Annis regarding the public safety and justice and funds that would be needed to help assist in that area. And that email will be coming from Delegate Charlene So.
Thank you, and just if Delegate So would also include contact info for whoever drafted the agreement. That would be helpful. Thank you.
She'll send that over to you. Thank you, Dana. So with that, we now move on to, so just as a communication that we're having with our Chief Legislative Counsel, so just some information. Council does have we have attorneys who work on behalf of council. And so these types of questions, usually if it's legal questions, we refer them to our legal counsel, and then they look into it. So in terms of Mr. Johnson's question regarding the 62.5% oil royalties, she will look into that. And then she also doesn't have a copy of the IGA, which Delegate So will be sending to her, along with contact information on who drafted this IGA. So basically, we need to send her information about this IGA. And I think if anything, this obviously points out that there's no communication between the executive branch and the legislative branch, which means that you guys are affected. So Department of Justice did not tell us that this IGA was submitted. This is the first time the Law and Order Committee is seeing this IGA, so we apologize, but we're looking into it right now to find out what's going on. And our Chief Legislative Counsel doesn't even have a copy of the IGA. So more than likely it's with Department of Justice, and where, we don't know, but we're going to find out that information. Delegate So.
Madam Chair, this is Desiree Chetney with the Navajo Nation. May I speak?
No, not yet. Delegate So has been recognized.
Thank you.
Along with that, with DOJ, I understand, and it was brought to my attention that UNHS did provide a space to Navajo Nation Police to have a police officer stationed here. And that space is still ready for lease, free of lease. And that lease agreement was sent to DOJ, and that is also stuck apparently on somebody's desk, or I'm not too sure with DOJ, that process there. So if that's another directive we can make to DOJ to see what is going on, I think it has been over a year now since this lease has been sent to DOJ. And with that holdup, we could have had a police officer in this area a long time ago. Thank you.
Okay. So can somebody tell me when that lease was sent to Department of Justice for police presence?
CEO can answer that.
The COO has that email, and he can forward it on.
Oh, yeah, he's sending it.
The COO, and who is that? Who?
Byron Clark.
Byron Clark. Director Delmar, are you on the line? Do we have anybody on the line from Police Department? From Navajo Nation Police Department? Not hearing anything. Miss Desiree Dischini, I believe that you are representing Department of Justice and you represent the Law Enforcement Division of Public Safety. I know that you did want to speak. I'm going to go ahead and give you the floor at this time. I will tell you that, Ms. Dischini, we have been informed that there has been an intergovernmental agreement that has been submitted to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Where it's at, we don't know. What has been done, we don't know. This is the first that the Law and Order Committee has received a copy of the IGA. In addition to that, we also just learned that there was a lease agreement sent to the Department of Justice to have police presence here, where the Utah Navajo Health Services has provided free of charge a space for police officers to have an office here. So we don't know what is going on with that lease, if we can get some information on that. So that's the second lease. I've also just learned that the Utah Highway Patrol has sent an agreement, and this agreement has been sitting somewhere on somebody's desk for the last 2 years to get the agreement in place between the Navajo Nation and the Utah Highway Patrol. This is it's unexcusable that these agreements have been sitting on somebody's desk for the last 2 years, and in the process, the community here in the Utah portion have been affected by this agreement not being in place. So if you can provide us some information on the 3 agreements that have been sent to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, we would appreciate that information, and just know that the information that you provide is being broadcasted on the World Wide Web with social media, and it is also being broadcasted here within the Utah Navajo Health Services, where we do have individuals present and we have individuals on the line. So if we can get a response back from Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Ms. Dischini?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. And thank you, Law and Order Committee. I apologize that I was not able to speak earlier. I am here now for any questions that you may have on what I'm going to present, and then also on anything that was said previously. The only agreement that I am aware of that I personally have seen is related to the Utah Highway Patrol. That agreement is the one that my Assistant Attorney General, Ms. LaTanya Johnson, has reviewed back in April of this year. That's the Utah Highway Patrol agreement. That agreement, Assistant Attorney General LaTanya Johnson determined that the agreement is not a memorandum of understanding, but an intergovernmental agreement due to the sharing of governmental powers in, I believe it's Section 6 of the agreement, Section 6 and Section 7. And due to that, Assistant Attorney General LaTanya Johnson informed—
Ms. Dischini, we do have a point of privilege that has been raised, so if you could please pause for a moment. Vice Chair Ottoso.
Yes, can we get Department of Justice to email us what they worked on so far, what the Department of Justice Attorney Dischini is speaking to, the current agreement that she's speaking to. If you may, maybe email that document, what you guys have.
Mrs. Cheney, Honorable Vice Chair Otto still has requested that you send us a copy of that agreement with Utah Highway Patrol so that when you're referencing the document, particularly section 6 and 7, that we have something that we can view and we can actually read the language from. So we're not asking that this document be sent out to the entire public, but if you could send that out to the members of the Law and Order Committee, as well as Delegate Charlene So, Delegate Herman Daniels, I think that that will give us some context to what you're speaking to. So if we can get that sent out right away.
Okay. Would you like me to pause for a moment while I do that?
Yes, let's go ahead and let's pause, and I'll go ahead and recognize Delegate Eugene So, who has requested some time to speak. And hopefully that will give you enough time to email us the information to provide us some context as to what is going on. So with that, we're going to come back to Ms. Desiree Deschetney. We'll go ahead and move forward to Honorable Eugene So. Shaja, you have the floor.
Okay. Ahlan, Ashin, you just need a whole action of study. Today, Swedish need larger neck as a yes. The national or our yeah, it had the nation. This is our in yet never a dish carries a list on so a what are a yes. I don't for the future generation. So that what is at the neck action. Called I over some okay, sorry. For she had because they have Ross commissioned it no. The A Mrs. Salado order Salad. It is L. That is L A number in Kindle or ah. So it's about don't cannot need to see need all of a cut that does need the Africa thing honko. All this all at all yet at all it is not A ask answer is tell honko. A O but I need shit I need that is A asking court kind of I can't need just all this. So what all of it has Annie O Ilya. AGC the Naki Blashlai. She they bahas she even na. The Aro sheet and she Ado hot you don't see she been nash every has Annie it doesn't. So we make a law, it's got to be a reason why we had to make a law and try to enforce it. And then to get the prosecutor to prosecute and then the judge to sentence that person. But so that's how we started this cross commission. I was working with Mr. Cook in the law legislative House of Legislative Council on it before he left to. I guess he's working with the prosecutors now. I don't really know where he is, but that's what I heard. In regards to a lot of discussion going on here, it is very, you can really understand, as I am of age where I know what is all talked about. A lot of things I miss is the old way of life. No one really pushes it on forward, except we're going into the Western world more faster than we can even catch our foot at one time. Our younger generation are more educated with languages. We're still some of us left that were born in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, 60s. The unrated that Chinese actually about she thought only those on her chin so can another cat I thought in thought I had knows anything. And in this day and age, we're in a generation where there's a division. Not day, but not day. It really is serious. This is not just nothing. The old aid. The January 1 had what happened at the White House. Try to take over. That's how we are now at this day and age. We signs the old people used to say that in our younger days when I was only 6 or 7 listening to the people that are over 90. They's going to come. That's all. Our kids going to come, our enemies. And that's where we at now. Because of the authority, we're dividing each other. There's more people that wants to be the boss, have more authority than anybody else. This is not only words now, it's happening in our local election. I don't know, I don't want to take me wrong, but the Republicans are taking over in the local offices that are elected offices. And that's where we come up with sovereignty. And that's where we come up with a lot of supervisors. That's where we're at now. Election is not any election back in the 20, 30, 40 years no more. Arizona is Republican. They have the say-so more than the Democrat. They already told us how to vote. They're already now going to the district redistricting. You listen to the news, it's really it's scary what's going on. Yes, Arizona did a vote for Democrats in Congress. Sinema, Kelly, and also Biden. But down at the grass level, that's where the most power is that we never knew it's going to be happening. It started back in the 20 years, maybe 30. Slowly, now we're looking at it. So that's why a lot of things. Just the other day, an example. There's a person that ran off the road and got stuck in the crevice, trying to look for police in the middle of Chinle. Called even 911, police station, dispatcher, nothing. For over about 4 or 5 hours, trying to find a policeman somewhere. Nothing. But on his whole, I don't know what happened. Maybe they closed it, or they went on a demonstration or walkout or something. I couldn't get anybody, even the hospital. Finally, I tried to help this guy, and then so I guess what really he was drunk and drinking and driving. By the time so many hours later, he woke up and tried taking out his truck. So another person just helped him out, and then he went on his way again. That's not the only time. I got shot at right in front of my house. I was a second-year council delegate. Now. If you say there's a weapon, then at least they come a little bit faster. But we have to look at all sides of it, where we're at the time. And we're missing policemen. We don't have that. Always say, how was their contracts? sign, 638, how many police, where is the data, is it today, now sky, that's even not data, contract signed, yeah. There's over 400,000 Navajos now, and back in maybe in the 30s or the 60s, when they approved that 638. I said, more of us now. We're in the age where we have to have police for each one of us. But for speaking sovereignty, you guess she don't trust God and that order, tossing came doors close. This are from Arcadian and his aunt the door, Nashiko. It's now. So, eight of there. There's goods and there's pros and cons and it's everything. But these things that I see, the Kahaki, I see none. So political politics, that's where we're at now. Everything's politics now because the Republican wants to take over. They want to take over the states. They can overturn election any way they want to. What he all stuck up. So according it's a that all NATO do in you see RDB cut. So even now go pan for case of his own solution to and she are doing his whole data. It is across right in the middle of Chinese like that. That's why I asked the Law and Order Committee to see if he can come down to Chinle also to hear their concerns. Pretty sure there are issues that need to be revisited and revised and amended. But I go and so that's where I'm at too. Even now go over and okay, so there's some solution actually need not to but really consider what's going on today. And I am for whatever legislation that's going to help us. But the main problem, number one problem, nobody puts a finger on or think about. That's where the division is coming from and the authority is coming from, and all our money is going forth that way because we need more money for police department, we need more jailhouse, we need all the things that we need so we can combat our younger generation. If you really think about it, the thing is parenting. This is on I'm not saying you guys. I'm talking about me. I'm the one I'm talking about me. Because if we can only parent within 10 to 20 years, man, how would this Navajo nation look like? We would have everything under control. Our kids will be the warriors of positive way of life. That's where the whole life is supposed to be headed to. But in this day and age, it's confusing the next. So really think about it. Go home and think about it. But I am, and I'm going to push that 3 steps here out. I'm going to shoot now for the winter session. It's not for the spring. I want that within the Title 17. I don't want no more. Hey, I'm an alcoholic, proudly recovered alcoholic over 30 years. And I'm very glad that I did change. We would never know how I was. I would have never been here if I didn't go and ask for help. Begin. Chicago, I should have a thing that deal also. The snow at the nicest con. When you're in that area, when you're addicted, what's going on, nothing matters. You don't know wrong. You only know wrong. You don't know wrong from right to make a decision. Because I could all student and also a 50% disabled American veteran. Could I she could all mention a she saw gas. I'm going towards my great grandson. I got great grandkids now. So even now, I could only see about $100. Anybody shouldn't be elected. We're all Navajos. No matter how we look, no matter how we are disabled or whatever. Ask for it and then we should all help one another. Because there's only a few. That's what we have to look at that. We don't have the money to put policemen for every individual on the Navajo Nation, or at least for all the 1,000 per police. I don't think we have that money, and we can't get that money unless we try to find the Congress to update our 638 projects where the policemen can get more. We can get more policemen, more police cars, so we can count back our young generation that are doing the wrong things. I'm sorry, but this is just how I see it. Within 69 years, I've been living on the Navajo Nation. But my number one problem, always think, is the parenting part. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your words. I believe that Delegate Charlene So would like to say something.
As we continue this discussion, I will be on call. I have to excuse myself to just Window Rock to help one of my constituents. I'm going to be providing some assistance to that family this evening. The family lost everything in that house that burned down, clothes, memorabilia. So I will be with that constituent later this evening. Again, excuse my absence for the rest of the afternoon, but I will be on call. Thank you again to each and every one of you for being part of this discussion. And I don't know for being on this call.
Be safe on your travels. So with that, we also have other people who are in the lineup. But before we proceed, I did not, Ms. Philemon asked some questions regarding, or she brought up some issues regarding sovereignty. So the sovereignty part is very important. Without sovereignty, we're not a nation. We would just become part of the state. So to waive sovereignty is to say we don't want to no longer have a Navajo nation. We don't want, the Navajo Nation, like where we live right now is not going to be part of the Navajo Nation. So that would mean that you would be required to pay state taxes on your property per acre. You would also be under state law. So you do get police protection, but you would be under state law. You wouldn't be under Navajo Nation law or federal law. You would also, you would just basically be under the state for everything. So when people say just waive our sovereignty, I don't think they really understand what that would mean. And I know that we did at one point, one delegate said, why don't we just dissolve the Navajo Nation and just become a part of the state? That's up to the people. If you no longer want a Navajo Nation, I mean, that would mean that you give up your land entirely to the state. I don't believe that our people would ever do that, because we always talk about the sacredness of the four mountains. We also get to establish our own laws. And yes, there are laws on top of laws. but that's how we function as a community, as a people, being part of the United States, being part of the Navajo Nation. And so I think that the argument that if we just waive sovereignty, right now we do get federal funds, and it's called 638 contract funds. So your hospital gets it right now. The police department gets federal funds too. And so if we waive that sovereignty, the money that is being used for a Utah portion, if Utah Navajos wanted to just dissolve their part of the nation and become a state member, then we'll still give 638 money. Then it'll only be for Arizona and New Mexico. So I think that asking to waive sovereignty is, I think that we have to think about that. Like, what will it mean for everything? And I don't think that that's an answer, because we have heard time and time again, traditionally and then also legally, how our people have fought for our nation, have fought for our land, and have fought for where we're at right now. We don't want to just say, we're done, let's just give it back to the state. Because again, that would mean that the reservation, the Navajo Nation, you would just be giving that back to the state. And the state, whatever state law gets passed, you would have to abide by it. So again, I think that it is a tough thing. I understand that the fast response time. So I think right now, nationwide, there's a shortage of police officers. Nationwide. And a lot of it is because our officers right now, we don't have a lot of officers. And on the Navajo Nation, you cannot apply to be an officer until you're 21 years of age, which means that from 18 to 21, if you get in trouble with the law, then there's some things that will prevent you from becoming an officer. And that was one of the things that we talked about on November 15th with Division of Public Safety, is we have young people who want to become officers, but they might have a domestic violence charge against them, and you cannot carry a gun if you have a domestic violence charge against you. They might have a DUI or a DWI, which means you cannot become an officer if you have a DWI or a DUI. So it's across the whole United States. There are certain requirements that a person has to meet in order to become a police officer. Not anybody can just become a police officer. And please, gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong on this. And so that's one of the things that we're struggling with here on the Navajo Nation. And so the one recommendation was, why can't we just recruit out of high school? Why can't we just have people who are 18, who we can recruit? And so we're looking into that. And then, again, or if you have drug-related charges, you cannot become an officer. And so what we have been asking the chapters is, send us 2 people in your community, 2 young people who can pass the written exam, who can pass the physical exam, and most important, who can pass the background check. Because we get a lot of Navajo people who apply to be officers, but they cannot pass the background check. And that's where we get stuck. And so we get a certain number of young people who go through, who take the exam, they start getting ready for the academy, but then it's the background check that stops them. So what we have been pushing, we've been campaigning, working with Division of Public Safety, the Law and Order Committee has been asking chapters, send us 2 bodied individuals who can pass the exam, pass the physical exam, or the written exam, physical exam, and who can pass the background check. And what we can do is we can try to get those people, once they pass, once they go through, they get post, then we can send them back to the community. And we're also trying to work on housing. So right now, NHA, I know that a lot of people are saying, why can't they just live in NHA? A lot of times our officers are kind of targeted because of where they live. And so it's very hard to get an officer in NHA housing. And then NHA, like the community, expects the officer to be 24/7. And for officers, you know, that becomes hard to do. I think for any individual, it's hard to do. And so we are working on that as well. So Ms. Philemon, your, you know, waiving sovereignty, I think, you know, we should probably look at the big picture and say, like, if we waived our sovereignty, what would that mean? And then, you know, it would be a decision on the entire community. If
That was what I was saying. I would say if you can list sovereignty for this NTUA, which is not a Navajo entity, and all these other contractors are not made in a Navajo home, maybe you could just waive this sovereignty for police protection for us. I'm not saying do away with the treaty or the Shenita.
well,
That's not what I'm saying.
NTUA is a Navajo entity.
It's owned by a company from California.
No, it's not. It's NTUA is a Navajo-owned entity. It's an enterprise. Navajo Nation owns NTUA. That's why it says Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. They might have an agreement with a company out of California, but Navajo Nation owns NTUA. And so, and then at the same time, NTUA is a business entity, whereas Public Safety and Justice is a government entity. So so one is civil and one is criminal. So that's why I'm saying if you're talking about just waiving for the criminal side, what is that going to mean to the entire Navajo Nation? Because you can't just do something in your community without having an effect on the entire Navajo Nation. So it's the same way, you know, I think with county and with the state, you know, highway patrol, there are certain laws that they have to follow, and based on their jurisdiction, based on what they can and can't do. And so that's why I'm saying, like, we have to look at that whole thing. So NTOA is a Navajo entity. I don't know who told you that it's not. You know, Delegate Vice Chair Otto, so am I wrong on that?
Navajo Nation, all the tribal enterprises. Tribal enterprises are developed so they're not subjected to tribal policy. So they could operate freely as a business. So like NECA, Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, is a tribal enterprise. So they're not subjected to the tribal procurement process, which takes up a lot of time, which like programs are subjected to the tribal procurement process. In terms, the SAS or the 164 process, it takes a long time for this document to go through for programs event. So these enterprises, such as Navajo Gaming Enterprises, NECA, NTUA, they're NAPI, they're developed so that they can operate as a business, not as a government. So all tribal enterprises are set up in that way to operate, such as Navajo Oil and Gas. You know, Navajo Oil and Gas is really big in this area due to the harnessing of the oil. And
And so I think, again, you know, looking at the sovereignty part of it, it is a big discussion, and it is something that does oftentimes, you know, it does hinder a lot of development and moving forward. I think we know that as delegates because we always hear, you know, sovereignty, sovereignty. But I can say as one delegate, I don't have the right to say, let's do away with sovereignty. That would have to be a entire people vote that would probably come through a referendum. So it's not something that is just up to one delegate or up to one committee or even up to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We can waive parts of the sovereignty. We can do that, and we do that with enterprises for business purposes, but I don't know if we've ever did it for governmental purposes. And that's where I'm saying it would really open up a can of worms, and we would have to look at like what would it mean, what would it do if we just waived that part of it. And so again, it's something that is easy to say, but it's a little bit harder to do because again, you know, there's going to be, I guess, I can see an uproar happening with the people of the Navajo Nation. So in terms of what is happening, you know, the too many laws, I wouldn't want to live in a place where there's no laws. Because that's like really the wild, wild west is, you know, people shooting each other in the streets without no justice. I don't, you know, it does become burdensome. But these laws, this is Title 17, the booklet that I said I was going to go in and get. These laws right here govern the criminal code. And so these laws are already in place. They have been in place for a long time. All we're doing is we're going back and we're saying, what is not working and what can we fix? And that's where this comes in, because these are the recommendations that are being made to say, this here is not working. This is what we want to do to fix it. And that's what we're working on right now, is we're trying to amend the criminal code. And it is it's very tough because it's not up to just one person. It's working together with everybody to make sure that the issues get covered. So Delegate Eugene So just now spoke, and he said he's going to move forward with the 3 strikes, you're out. And I know that Law and Order Committee, we've talked about it. I believe that we support it. I know that I support it. And that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get tougher with the laws. And then the last thing I will point out is Honorable Eugene So, for the non-Navajo speakers in here. Honorable Eugene So oftentimes, you know, talks about how the responsibility of our criminal code and then what is being enforced is not only a government responsibility, it is also a family and a parental responsibility. And so Honorable Eugene So has stated time and time again on the record that we can no longer blame and say, you know, it's police department's fault for this. We really need to look at what's happening within our family, I guess within the family dynamics, to say, you know, what is happening within the family that we could try to address. So he oftentimes, you know, reminds us as an elder, he's our elder on the committee, to say, talk to your kids. You know, tell them that, you know, drinking is wrong, or that, you know, drugs is wrong. And Honorable Eugene So has on the record stated that he is a recovering, you know, alcoholic. He's been, I believe he's been alcohol-free for several years now. And so he talks about how he used to be an alcoholic on the street who was oftentimes called upon, you know, the police would come and arrest him. And so he's changed his life now, and now he is an elected official. And I believe the former President George Bush was, you know, also spoke to certain I guess, similarities in when he became president, that he also, we had past presidents that had issues with alcohol. And so Honorable Eugene, so again, as our elder has just pointed out, that, we oftentimes come to communities and we listen to the concerns, and we are saying that, the police officers are not responding, that this is happening. But really it comes back to, traditionally, it comes back to us as individuals and our teachings at home. And that's where it starts, is the home. And, if we were to talk to our kids, and then we were to try to teach them the right way, traditionally, of the way that you're supposed to live, what Honorable Eugene So has said is, we would have more warriors on our nation than we would have offenders. And so he, again, oftentimes puts it back on the family to say, family, what are you doing to talk to your family about the crimes that are happening within the community? And so we are doing a radio, what do you call it? PR. We are working, Law and Order Committee is going to be working with Division of Public Safety to remind families that, that the teaching begins at home. That, we can't blame law enforcement, we can't blame, really, the government until we kind of look at ourselves and say, where can we fix that issue? How can we address that? And we oftentimes go back to the traditional teachings of, what we talk about. Honorable Otto So is a medicine man in the community. Honorable Eugene So is, also traditional. We've talked about that. We've talked about, what does the Bible teach us? What do our traditional ways teach us? And that really is kind of just going back to the responsibility of the family and the home, and how can we fix that? So I hope that I was able to address those issues. I'll add you to the lineup. Right now we have Wesley Jones, Mr. Jones, and then we have Mr. Lynn Begay after him, and then I'll go ahead and add you to the lineup. So with that, Mr. Jones. We are still on the report. The report is being, we're still on item 5A. We're still talking about the public safety concerns that are happening here and then that are happening within your chapters. That's where you all were able to provide some input into what's happening.
We need to stick to the agenda because some of these things that we're talking about, today we go on a wild tangent. We need to keep focused on this agenda. People, as a chapter president, that's how I learned my show. One, years there and about the agenda, we focus on this. I kind of heard mention these houses, and I think I wanted to get it's in February, but we had requested for they will be graduating class. It's way past February. According to the MOU, it says graduate academy class 56. So there's certain training. I don't know how many days ago they got finished with it. And we're still waiting for that agreement so we can be able to release our.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Jones. This one here, these are officers that are in different departments. So the Arizona Department of Public Safety, when you're talking about 56, these officers, they're already officers. Is that what you're talking about? Is this one here?
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about the graduating class of 50.
Okay.
within our community, we see that greater Anna chapter
Vice Chair Otto, so.
Thank you very much. And what Mr. Jones is alluding to is there was a conversation between the chapters that I understand directly with Mr. Delmar, or correction, with a Shiprock District captain, Red Horse, Roan Horse, and some words were thrown around. It was like, you're going to get a police officer, and really gave you that threw you a phone, and you took the phone, and he hooked you, and he got all these chapter officials on the bandwagon and said, "Oh, right, we're going to get a police officer." And to my understanding, probably down the drain, because I believe one of our meetings, someone spoke about that, and the administration at Window Rock had no idea pertaining to that. And I believe at one meeting, that's when we asked, we need to ask Mr. Red Horse, what did he agree to? And like I said, that's the administration. And what you're speaking and alluding to, and that class that you spoke about that just graduated, that class has already graduated. Those officers are out assigned to wherever, but the administration at the Department of Public Safety level has not come back to clarify what you guys agreed upon. So that's an issue that I think I just heard it verbally. I haven't seen it in black and white to say ni ade ego be na ho ado be hao z. I haven't seen it in black and white. So what you're talking to, if you could get a supporting document so that we can ask Mr. Delmar, I hope Mr. Delmar is on the line, what's going on? Because they're making those broken promises to you. And we're getting the bad end of it, and if I said it, would have been different. If I had the authority to legislate, to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and get 2 officers up here. Maybe I think that's another route that we can go, because allowing the administration to dictate and say, hey, you know, they're not following through. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason why we're out here. Even not couldn't they cut. Ish a ade tanikne. Ben nanike sa hotsan ge etito ya tahadneta. This agreement that the chapters up here in this region, in that the agreement that's been made with, or the discussion that happened with Mr. Longhorse in Shiprock Police District, I just heard it verbally, and I haven't seen it in black and white. So I would really like to see what Mr. Longhorse had promised you guys, because it's troublesome that he's the administration is not following through, and maybe Mr. Delmore can shed some light to this, or someone from public safety, or maybe the president's office that's on the line, the executive branch. Maybe you guys can shed some light to this agreement that happened between the public safety and the conversation between the chapter up here. Thank you.
So, I don't want you to be able to be on defense. I don't want you to defend yourself. Let's have people talk about third food that we want to implement. Navajo Nation President, Jesse Delmar, Philip Francisco, Senator Rowan Horse, Red Horse, third, Jesse Jones. Now, cuando Paholodo, Navajo, Paleta, Santa, there, ready to be quick, to be quick, move there. Well, February. Now, but it's November. Next 2 days it's going to be December. When is that going to materialize?
Is that February of this year, 2021?
I'm waiting for them to sign this one. Right here, I'm just not talking out of the air. I'm just not talking about get people out of my back. When are they going to implement this one? It should have been implemented February. Just the community approved it. I don't have a housing for it. People that are I don't know if they graduated yet. So that's a good question.
Mr. Jones, they did graduate.
Yes, I understand.
Yes, and so we don't know. We didn't make the agreement. Yes, we did not make the agreement with you.
No action. Okay?
Well,
Sorry, you can say that. I'm saying it on behalf of my people.
well, we're saying that on behalf of our people, and we're saying that your agreement was made with the executive branch. We do not have the power, and we don't have the right to tell the president what to do. Yes, we do, and we can ask them to explain to us. Are you going to give me the chance to talk? Thank you. Mr. Jones, you have pointed out one that I pointed out to you at the very beginning. Are you going to give me the chance to talk? Okay, then you can leave. Because disrespect, it's two ways. No, this respect is two ways. It's two ways. Yes, that's true. So listen to what you're saying and heed your own advice.
Order. Point of order.
Mr. Jones, what I will say is the agreement that you made, we don't know anything about it. Okay, then the chapter should ask President Naz, Director Delmar, Chief Francisco, and Leonard Redhorse to meet with the chapter. That's your right. You can do that. Now, if we knew about it, we could be involved in it. But it doesn't help when you start accusing us of knowing about it when we don't know anything about it. What did we mention?
A point of order.
I don't know anything about any housing. We're trying to get housing. Yes, we're trying to get housing. But if they already promised you housing, we don't know about that. We don't know anything about that. But what I'm trying to say is we're trying to get public safety housing for the entire Navajo Nation. So I don't know the agreement that you entered into with Mr. Leonard Redhorse. And what Delegate Vice Chair is saying is, let's get him and let's ask this question because we don't know anything about it. And yes, we are the oversight, but it has been demonstrated through this whole today that there's no communication that's happening from the executive branch to us. So we, the legislative branch, is coming here to your community to listen to your concerns. Where is the executive branch? Why aren't you telling them what they're doing wrong? We're here, we're listening to you. We're putting the people first and we're saying, yes, we give them money. Yes, we're advocating. But where is the executive branch? In this whole room, where's President Naz? Where's Director Delmar? Where's Chief Francisco? Do you see him here in this room? Where's Leonard Redhorse? We are the oversight. We're listening to what you guys have to say. And that's where we're trying to help. And it doesn't help when you're getting upset with us saying, you guys promised this, you guys promised. We didn't promise you anything. That's a whole separate branch. We cannot tell you, the chapter president, what to do. We cannot tell the president, President Nez, what to do. He's in charge of the executive branch. We're over here. We're in the legislative branch. Yes, we are the oversight, but we're just learning this. This was just given to us. So what you're saying to us is we're supposed to know everything. Well, what if I came here and I said, you know what, Mexican water is doing this, how come you don't know about it? You're going to say it's a whole new chapter. It's a different chapter. It's a different community. We have 3 branches that we're functioning under: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. As the oversight, we're here listening to your concerns, and we're trying to tell you, yes, this is how we're trying to help. So in terms of what has been talked about today, we are trying to get housing for public safety for all the police officers on the Navajo Nation. Whatever agreement you entered into, we don't know anything about that. Honorable Vice Chair just now said he just heard it, but we don't, this hasn't come to us yet. We don't know. And I guess if your delegate was here, we would have asked her, where is that agreement? What's happening? We don't, I guess I am in Shiprock. Whatever you guys do here with your chapter in Utah, I don't know about it until you guys sent it to me. And that was the whole reason why Shiaj, Mr. Jones, called us out here, because he's saying, we need help out here. And that's why we're here, is we're trying to listen to what you guys have to say. And so I'm sorry that this agreement that was, I don't know if it was a promise. I don't know what is going on with your housing. All we can do is we can ask. We can ask, and that's what Vice Chair said, is let's get Director Delmar on the line and let's find out, what did they say to your chapter, or what did your chapter say to them, and where is that money coming from? Because this is the first we're hearing about it. And if you could give us the chapter resolution, then we have something to work on. But without it, I mean, we're here, we're listening to what you guys have to say, and we just keep saying that this is how we're trying to help. But once we give that money to the executive branch, it's up to them. The only thing that we can do as an oversight is we can say, hey, you guys were the ones who said you needed money for this. We gave you the money. What's going on with what is happening? We don't know. Department of Justice, you guys gave this to them? We don't know, because that's the executive branch. There's no communication. So if the chapters are working with the executive branch, we're not told. If there's an agreement made between your chapter and the executive branch, there's a good chance we're not told. And now we're finding out what's happening. And that's the whole reason why we're here, is to find out what is really happening. Because the executive branch, when they come here, they tell us, they say to us, they sit in front of us and they say, this is how we're helping the community. And we can believe them, or we can come out here to the community and hear from the people and say, wait, that's not what the people are saying. The people are saying that you're not helping them. What's going on? Where is that money going? Why isn't there an officer there? Now we just learned about housing. What's going on with the housing? How come we weren't told about it? So that's what we're trying to do here. So I'm sorry, but that's where I'm saying that respect, it goes both ways. I know you're frustrated, you're upset, you want to take it out on us. We're used to that, because we're the only ones that come out to the communities. We're the only ones that sit down, that listen to your concern. So if anything, I think that the executive branch knew about this meeting, and they didn't send anybody here. And maybe that's why, is they don't want to hear that. But I will tell you, we do give them money. They get 3 forms of funding. Our police department, They get 638 contracts where they get millions of dollars.
Over 100 million.
They get over, I don't know how much it is.
Yeah, 100 million they get.
You have your federal government giving the police department money. Then you have general funds coming from the Navajo Nation, where we give them money too. And then they have grant money where it comes down. So they do get funding. But now the question, our job as oversight is where are they spending that money? What is happening? So thank you for telling us about this housing agreement. Now we have to look into it to find out what's going on. Director Delmar, are you on the line? Chief Francisco, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Director Delmar?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, Director Delmar.
Chief Francisco is also on the line with me.
Thank you for becoming aware of it. Thank you. I'd like to hear that. Either a yes or no, even yes. I have not heard it yet.
Well,
you might give these folks a check this. I don't know what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So earlier you said, you know, let's stick to the agenda. So our job as delegates is to listen to the concerns of the people. And yes, sometimes it does go off the agenda, but if we say, no, you can't talk about that, then our elders are going to get mad at us and say, well, what's the point of us being here? I thought we were here to talk about whatever is happening here in our community. So out of respect, our committee, we hear what's happening. We want to hear from the people. And I think, in my opinion, I think everything that has been said here, it does go back to the agenda. And we're just trying to explain the way that things work. And then at the same time, I'm taking notes and I'm writing down what needs to happen. And then I also let the officers know who are here that they can speak up if they want to. They haven't raised their hand. I think that they're listening to the concerns too, so that they will be able to reply in a way that is going to be beneficial for all of you in here and all of you who are listening, so that they can provide that information. So that's the way that I conduct this committee meeting, is we need to listen to the people. If we don't listen to the people, we don't hear what's happening out in the community. So okay. I'm going to go ahead and Director Delmar, I'm going to just let you know, apparently we don't have the documents in front of us, but it sounds like there was a chapter here, I believe it's Anna's chapter, that entered in, that has a house ready to go for a police officer. And they were promised a police officer by Leonard Redhorse. And that Annis is saying that we've had that house, it's available, an officer can move in, and they submitted I believe it's a resolution in February of 2021. And Mr. Redhorse, Lieutenant or Captain Redhorse, promised them that when this last police academy graduated, that they would be sending an officer to the Annis community. This is the first time that Law and Order Committee has heard this. So we're not sure exactly what is going on. We don't have any documents in front of us. We don't have the chapter resolution. We don't have an MOA or an MOU. We don't know if it was a verbal agreement that was made, but we do have the Annis chapter president who was here with us saying that he did, or that the chapter did approve for housing for an officer to be living in the Annis community. And he wants to know what is going on and why it has proceeded forward. So if you could enlighten us and tell us a little bit about this agreement that was put in place, I think that would provide some assurance to the Annis community that they are going to be receiving a police officer. Director Delmar.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. around the Law and Order Committee response on the Aro hasil so chapter is on a very Utah down Asian put out in the hotel. Then he did that, then he did. Chief of Police is with me. Let me defer the question to him. He would know more than I do regarding the relationship between Anna Chapter and Shiprock Police District. Chief Francisco? Madam Chair, if you can give me a minute,
Yes.
I'll get him on the online. Madam Chair.
This
Yes.
is Chief Francisco. Can you?
Okay, here he is.
Yes,
Go ahead.
we can hear.
Right. Good afternoon. This is Chief Francisco, Navajo Police Department. So my understanding, I give leeway to my district commanders in the districts to really take care of a lot of these issues with the community and their staffing because they have the best knowledge and they have the authority over those people. So I know Captain Red Horse had made some agreements or had some conversations with the chapters in that area in Anna. So my understanding is, we did have a graduating class of recruits come out of the academy, but they're still in field training. So they have to complete their field training, which is still another couple of months until they are solo status, which are on the street. Now, I know that question should be directed by the community to Captain Red Horse to talk about that because that was his initiative. And so that's what's going on with that initiative. As we are growing and we have another 29 in this next academy that's starting this week, we can start filling in these positions as we go along. But that we're very short on staff and we have priority calls. So even if we assign an officer in a certain area, they're going to be taking calls. So they may not be in those assigned, stations or offices. But our commitment is to, fulfill those agreements. And that's what we're going to do. But again, on this one specifically, from my knowledge of what Captain Red Horse did, we're waiting on the field training of these new officers to be completed before they're assigned. So that's what I have for that. Thank you.
Chief Francisco, can you give us a timeline on how long the in-field training will take and about when you think this officer will be coming to the Annis community?
It really depends on how they perform. I know they have a couple more months left. The program in its entirety takes several months. So I don't have a timeline, and if you would direct that to Captain Red Horse, who's the person who can give the best answer in that district. So that's my suggestion. A lot of these questions can be easily resolved talking directly with the district commanders or myself. And this is the first time that I've been asked this question, and it's much more efficient if it come to headquarters or the district offices directly from the concerned chapters or citizens, so we can address these issues directly. And get you accurate information on who's in charge. But so that's I don't have an exact date in front of me. I'd have to talk to Captain Red Horse, and he's busy right now, but that's my answer for that. It should be a couple months, and then it just, going to take some other agreements. So we have to make sure everything's in place for that officer to be moving up there. So.
Thank you for that, Chief Francisco. So, Mr. Jones, the answer is it's going to take a few more months because they're still in field training. And then after that, there's going to be a couple more agreements that have to be agreed upon, and then you should be seeing something. But per the chief, if you have any questions, you need to direct them to Captain Red Horse because he's the one who made the agreement with you, and he would be the one to provide you answers on your timeline and also what the process is going to be. So communicate with Captain Red Horse. Vice Chair.
So, actually, twin. ship large of able if I see then those this is the don't need if it's not or any now in bad for the I don't that could let able la ya base of a land place in late any sound and the art there's only been that for art base by lada is leto ade hich base neto la be ka yeto ishin home legal services be that ne ni hita kote benda is like ero koshna khata inni base la danda de ane even na ko edi ka na ho space yad ni hit na ho the inda even that is kid only. Later got you cohort zane. How did you resolve this issue? How did you resolve that? Even now, for DD could the candy cut. A court sneaker. She only keep it on Anya Kudo, Kishak Garden, Kisa, but I niche. We're going to be the laborers. When you look at how the government structure is set up, the executive branch is supposed to execute the law. But they've been that don't that nishta. Meaning that communication with you is supposed to happen, whether it's a chapter, whether it's the healthcare facility, whether it's whatever services that was funded. A couple even with the Hadi Kaho Benda did. I say, could the Diniso, this allow getting out of able, out of the Yago. Then the need to put MOA Yaski. They don't follow the Department of Justice, they're not on the line. We don't control the Department of Justice. These had a city, able that a cut. And the Attorney General are there in those laws. So, Khalid, let's see, MOA. And this MOA is legitimate MOA, I'll tell you that. Because you're a government entity that can follow through and create this MOA so you could get additional law enforcement protection. Out of that, Ade yaski ego. Kote tinad anneni bikha pesari bikha this ego. Nike that bohne lani ego. Nike bes eda bikha this ego. That nan Hansen. But even now, for see this Ade got his Department of Justice. Seen the don his bahas and there. Today in the bar of Kitty, I just saw this document today. Well, we're told that this document was lingering around since April 2021. This MOA should have came to the committee directly. That way we would have known more. So they are not now set up kabaki or not large and this is what it is now. Could they so the AI could not fit that that would have been the correct process. What's up, baby? Even I do support this MOA. I do support what the lady indicated that we want what the community members want. But be careful. And need later Washington there, so that this even not what ego was allowed to the Diego Nila. The job that court Sanders. The question is not to allow to okay. It's in the 638 contract, but I need for even not Edna, Ada, Ehiki, for the committee, either Bahas or Ashram, but the division director, we can bring them forward and ask these questions. Why? Ishbin, Ikwa Bahadne, even now, what that? Any of that over this decision and Ado, and these again. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, I know that our officers are, they haven't raised their hand yet. And again, I believe that they were just listening to the concerns that were coming from the community. And I appreciate, all of you being here, the county attorney, am I correct? The sheriff for San Juan County, and then also Utah Highway Patrol. So for Utah Highway Patrol, we did learn, it sounds like there is an agreement that DOJ has had, an agreement April of 2021 was when it was reviewed. Why it took 2 years, I don't know. But we do have Ms. Desiree Deschitney who will be explaining that to us here shortly. I'm going to go ahead and recognize County Sheriff, let's see if I got your name, Fordorson. So if you want to speak today, that would be great.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Mainly have just come to a few people in the sheriff's office and told me concerns. Some of the concerns about public safety. They shared their stories about not even being able to leave their house hardly because they even go into shopping in Cortez, they have to call and check on their elderly person because they don't know if they're going to be safe. And that was kind of disheartening to hear. No one should have to live like that. Everyone has a right to be safe in their own home. That was one of the notes I took as I was seeing if I got a chance to speak. Government's most important service is to protect life and property. Everybody has a right to that, no matter where you live. That's not a Republican issue. It's not a Democrat issue. That's just a right that we have. I believe that everyone has a right, a God-given right to be free, to pursue happiness, and it's government's job to protect that right. There's a new push nowadays for police reform, and some of the things I've heard about, if you get police living in Anna, that would be ideal. The new push to reform is community policing. Police need to be part of the community. They need to know the people. There has to be a trust. If police just show up just to arrest somebody or deal with a problem, there's no relationship there. You treat people different when you know them. And so I think that's a good thing if we can get police to live in Anna. Now, as a sheriff, I like the deputies to come down here. It's hard when they can't take any action to come down here and then get involved in something. You can't really do anything. But I think it's important. As a sheriff, I want to have the deputies out here knowing the people and getting that trust and working with the community. There was a question asked what services we could provide if the sheriff was allowed to come help out. And it would just be as much as the nation would let us. It would be sovereignty is important, and we wouldn't want to take anything that away. It's just what service we could provide is what the Navajo nation would allow us to do. That's what services we could perform. It was mentioned that cross commission, which is no different than what we're doing now. Cross commission, as was explained earlier, is just they're requesting us for us to come down and help. That's not proactive police work. That's what we're doing now. If the Navajo Nation calls down and needs help, we're responding. We're down here to help. So that's no different than what we're doing now. Police work needs to be proactive. Be out patrolling, working, being seen by the people, not just responding when there's a problem. And, so that's kind of my beliefs on police work. So, when we went to do the cross commission, I was cross commissioned when I was a deputy early on in my career. And to be honest, it didn't really work out that well because, we still had to wait to be invited down. If we were to happen to be in the area and came across something, not very many people, not many deputies can take, we're pretty short as well, but take the person to the detention facility in Kayenta. Now I think the next detention facility on the Shiprock side is Crown Point, if I'm correct.
Kayenta.
Or the Shiprock side, is it,
Kayenta. Yeah, yeah.
Because there's two different, divisions. I heard that.
Winter Rock is Crown Point.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, that takes some time. But anyway, we're willing to help out as much as the Navajo Nation will let us help out. And, we were waiting for the Highway Patrol to kind of get that mutual aid agreement signed, let them go through, because their legal team reviewed it. When that got signed, we were kind of willing to, just copy their mutual aid agreement and follow suit with, the state of Utah. Another thing, an issue with the cross commission is, there's quite a rollover in officers. They're chasing a dollar, if someone else will pay them another dollar, they'll even go to another agency. So if we send, 5 deputies to get cross commissioned and I lose 2 or 3 of them, then I only have, 2 guys cross commissioned, or 2 deputies get cross commissioned and they leave, then I'm down to none again. Where the mutual aid agreement is, interlocal agreement with the nation, from agency to agency, and I think that'll always be in place, for 5 years or whatever, no matter which deputies come and go. So I think that, makes it easier with, the turnover that we're seeing now with the officers chasing the dollar, so. I think that's all I had for now. I mean, we're willing to help out and do as much as the Navajo Nation wants us to do, and allows us to do.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. I do have a quick, so just for clarification, so you're with San Juan County Sheriff?
Yep.
Okay, so San Juan County Sheriff is waiting for the mutual aid agreement to be approved with the Utah Highway Patrol so that you guys can just kind of follow suit with that agreement? Okay.
It's all verified with attorneys and everything that I've done all the time and the work on getting that done, and so there'll be less time for us to get one approved as well.
So my question is, if it's been 2 years that this mutual aid agreement hasn't been acted upon by DOJ, is there like a time limit when you guys have to go back and renew it? Or is that something that we should be preparing for?
I don't know what year. The past 5 years or?
I believe they extended out the signing time.
So it would go into effect once it gets signed?
Once it gets signed, and then I'm going to 5 or 8 years.
5 or 8 years. Okay. That's good to know. And even with the new governor, it doesn't need to be re-signed, or it doesn't need to be changed?
It will be re-signed. We're just waiting on the president.
Okay. Well, we will certainly be looking into that. And again, we didn't know that the agreement was in place. And so I apologize that it's taken 2 years for the Navajo Nation to act on this. I don't know why it would take that long, especially since it does concern public safety and justice. But we do have the Department of Justice attorney who is on the line, who probably will be providing us some information on that. So I just wanted to get some clarification on this agreement. Vice Chair Otto Stowe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, let's shed some light to this. And we have the people that are supposed to be working on this document that's been 2 years. Like I said, I didn't know about this.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know about this. And it's troublesome that we have people that are supposed to be pushing these in these documents ready, especially the legal avenues and what you're waiting on. You're vice versa. You're waiting on the nation. And go ahead and get, sure that the public safety has, Director Delmar, the chief of police, saw this document. And then we have, the dish on the line from the Department of Justice. And, maybe can we get them to shed some light to this, because that way we know what's going on, because they haven't informed the committee, the oversight committee, that, hey, we're working on this agreement. And, oh, I didn't know, and I appreciate, and you're right. The state of Utah the Highway Patrol is working on this agreement, and with little resources that you guys have, all the legal work to be completed by the state, you're right, you don't have to do things twice. So, this document is very important, so we should be moving this forward, and, if I could get the, Delmar to shed some light to this, and Department of Justice, that could answer a lot of questions and give you some timeline why, the reason why Department of Justice is sitting on this document, or who is, if the document's put in place, that would allow you guys to help assist Navajo Police Department. Whether it's called to a house for backup, or, trafficking, over something that, where they're required for you, I would ask for your assistance. That's just something. Madam Chair, if we could get, Director Delmar, Chief Francisco, and Department of Justice to shed some light to this.
Thank you.
One more thing,
Yes.
Commission. So I just learned about they had a cross commission class in December in Farmington. We just learned about it, last weekend at the meeting in Bluff that we had on, murdered and missing Indigenous women. And so we were trying to reach out and said it's gonna be hard for us to send someone to Farmington. And last time we were cross commissioned, they actually brought the training over to us. Because it's hard to send, deputies over there for, they said 2 days, and the third day is getting sworn in, I believe, when you have to cover things here in the county. So it seems like it'd be easier to bring 2 people over to train than to send deputies over there, when you still have to work and cover the county. So, and the other thing we're working with the county is we have an insurance issue that we have to get worked out with our insurance group as well. So just to cover deputies responding down here.
Okay. Okay, did either of you want to speak before we get DOJ on the line?
We covered everything that I would have to say.
Okay.
And as far as state troopers as a cross commission document and
Madam Chair,
that's geared to Channel 1. So I just want
This agreement right now is with San Juan County.
So there's 2
Oh,
separate
the IGA,
agreements out
yeah.
there too, but that's a funding one that's for Wichita
Yeah.
County here, particular in our agency
Okay.
first.
Okay. All right. Wow, a lot of information we're getting. Shaja'a, Honorable Eugene, so did you have a question?
I've got a lot of questions. In regards to the mutual aid IFTE agreement, I read out the New Zealand, so it's not MORA or OA. This is mutual aid agreement between the Navajo Nation, Department of Public Safety, out of the state of Utah, Department of Public Safety. Are those pre-release? Question 1. So the public safety within Utah. I don't say the land she about that state. All the way down 1 to 6 Aro ABC non what part of this agreement is holding up the show? It should be number one priority in regards to human safety. I don't believe in waiting for 2 years to put anybody to put their name on. I really don't understand it. Which is more important, the human lives or whatever this man which is holding up the show? We should pick up that whip and start whipping the horses so we can get out of there and start moving this thing. So I would like to find out why this is just in this place for 2 years. That's a long time. There's a lot of lives and a lot of property damage, etc. So it shouldn't be waiting, especially this kind of a mutual agreement. It shouldn't be waiting. In everybody's mind, heart, soul, it should not be waiting on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaja. So just so we're all on the same page here, there's 2 agreements. The first one is the mutual aid agreement that was given to us today. This one right here, we're finding out that Department of Justice never got a copy. So what Honorable Vice Chair was saying is when you guys pass this, you guys should have given it straight to your council delegate who should have given it to us. Or you should have gave it directly to Law and Order Committee. A lot of people don't know that. So we didn't know anything about this, but now we're finding out. Now the second agreement is with the Utah Highway Patrol. So Utah Highway Patrol submitted an agreement 2 years ago to Department of Justice. And the Utah Highway Patrol said, this is what we'll do. So they sent it to Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and now what I think we all have said is, why did it take 2 years? 1. Number 2 is, we were never told about this Utah agreement. If you look at the information that was given to us, Utah State Highway Patrol is 0. San Juan County, Utah is 0. And what they're saying right now, what we're learning and what we are hearing now for the first time is that 2 years ago, Utah Highway Patrol gave an agreement to the Navajo Nation and said, we agree to the following. And so what we're asking right now is, why is it taking 2 years to get this agreement in place? Because what that's going to mean for your community is extra police power. And so that's what we're asking right now. So just so you guys know, there's 2 agreements. There's the IGA, the Intergovernmental Agreement that we were just given today, and then the Utah Highway Patrol Agreement. So we're going to call upon Navajo Nation Department of Justice right now to answer that question. Why is it taking 2 years to get through this agreement? Ms. Philemon, yes.
Let me mention the question. I was going to ask you, this agreement that I shared with you guys was provided to me by Senator Board. We didn't even know that they were working on that. I don't know who worked on it with. But just to let you know, we had cross-deputization back in 1970. It's not agreement, yeah. Maybe you guys can revisit that. I'm pretty sure that Navajo Nation still has that. For auto resolution, people have on there, no compensation for the officer stuff. It took up a year. Maybe we can go back to that, revisit that agreement with aid or something, yeah. I have no idea.
So let's, so the IGA, that's what you're talking about, is the IGA. But what we're talking about right now is the Utah Highway Patrol, not this one. So we'll come back to this one, but we're the Utah Highway Patrol. Navajo Nation DOJ, I just now got a message. I believe Latanya Johnson is representing DOJ. Ms. Desiree Deschitney had another meeting to get to, so we have DOJ on the line. Ms. Latanya?
Thank you, Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. I wanted to provide some information. Department of Justice received a request for services dated February 23rd, 2001. And on that request for services, CPS had indicated that the original mutual aid agreement for the Utah Highway Patrol was lost. And then on April 7th, DOJ completed its review. So based on DOJ's records, it was only at DOJ from February 23rd, 2001 to April 7th, 2001. Thereafter, DOJ had advised DPS that the Utah Highway Patrol Agreement would constitute as an intergovernmental agreement under Navajo Nation law, given that there's a sharing of governmental powers. And since then, it is the responsibility of DPS to move forward with receiving approval from the Navajo Committee. I defer to DPS as to the lost original agreement and as to why it was resubmitted. And then also DOJ has also been informed that DPS is working with Delegate Brown to sponsor the legislation for the Utah Highway Patrol. Thank you, Chair.
Latanya, you said 2001?
Correct.
Okay. The Division of Public Safety, can we get your input on what happened?
This is Chief Francisco Navajo Police Department. It was 2021. I think we were doing that since 2001. But we have been in communication with Utah Highway for quite a while trying to get this going. It does take some time going back and forth between attorneys. We did submit all these several years ago before COVID, and I don't know exactly what happened. There's no record. There was some turnover, and the originals were lost, so we had to go back and revisit it. And then we resubmitted it to DOJ, like DOJ just said, and we did get Captain Page working with Delegate Brown to sponsor it through council, because that's the advice we got, which is a little bit of change from what we've done previously. That has to be approved by council, and it's been at legislative council in council's hands. We're waiting on legislative council and Delegate Brown to sponsor that to move it forward. So that's the history that we have here. The failure, as far as there were several MOUs and cross commissioning that we had that were, for some reason, they got lost somewhere, and I don't know how they got lost, but a lot of them were signed, and the originals were just totally misplaced. We had to go back and revisit those and recreate those and go back through the whole process. And part of that, I believe, is due to COVID. There was a lot of turnover, a lot of closed offices, a lot of things that just and that's not an excuse, that's just the reality of what happened. So that's our part. That's the only thing we've been involved in. The other one, the other IGA we're talking about, that involves money, we have nothing to do with that. That's not our initiative, and that's not something we're pushing. That was a chapter or a delegate pushing that on their own. But I think that's going about it the wrong way, because these agreements are between DPS and another agency, and we should be involved in that in the beginning, because that's our relationship with these other organizations. The San Juan County, Utah, and Sheriff Torgerson, we work very well with. We work very well with Highway State Patrol, and we're trying to bridge these gaps to provide the best services, and we're all working together. And that's our relationship that we fostered with those agencies. And to have, another entity come in and try to impose sanctions or, put in writing things that we don't agree with really hinders our ability to work together. Because we all have the best interest of protecting the community together, and we all have very limited resources in responding to things. And we want to do the best we can for the communities on both sides, on Utah side, all the other entities, plus Navajo Police Department. But that's my answer as far as the Highway State Patrol, Highway Patrol for Utah, is that's where it's at, is the Legislative Council as of May.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief Francisco. So with that, Dana Barbroff, are you on the line? Do we have anybody on the line from Office of Legislative Counsel? Can you get Office of Legislative Counsel, Lorraine, get them on the line? Well, we're waiting for Office of Legislative Counsel. So just as a recap, what we were told is that the Utah Highway Patrol Agreement was approved by the Department of Justice. And it was approved as an IGA, which is a sharing of governmental powers. DPS, that document was then given to Division of Public Safety, and they were told that it needs to get approval. Chief Francisco said that they submitted the document to Office of Legislative Counsel, and that Delegate Nathaniel Brown was supposed to sponsor the legislation. So at this point, it does fall on council. Council failed your community.
No,
and the
ma'am.
highway.
No, ma'am.
Office of Legislative Counsel, Dana Barbroff.
This is Dana Barbroff, Office of Legislative Counsel. I think it's unfair to say my office failed the community.
I didn't say your office, said council
we are
failed.
checking. I am checking to see what the status of that legislation is. I don't actually remember a submittal by Nathaniel Brown, our Delegate Brown. We, of course, don't take submittals directly from the programs. We need a delegate sponsor. So give me just a second. I'm having my office staff review that.
Again, for clarification, I did state that council failed the community. Vice Chair Otto-So.
Thank you very much. I guess if the document of the Utah Highway Patrol Agreement has been reviewed by the Department of Justice and the Department of Public Safety, maybe if we can get both Department of Justice and the Division of Public Safety to get this document, see if we could get a copy, and I'll go ahead and move forward with sponsoring the legislation for this agreement. And again, it's 2 years and should have been already approved now. And that way you can drop that request for that legislation. I really don't know if Honorable Brown dropped that legislation, but I would like to go ahead and see if we could request that those documents be a copy to be made. I'm sure Department of Justice has one, or Division of Public Safety has one with all the documents of the proper signatures, so I can go ahead and move forward with sponsorship of that agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto-So. So we do have a sponsor for the legislation. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and move forward to find out what documents, I guess there should be copies. We'll move that forward. Honorable Vice Chair Otto-So will be sponsoring the legislation. Can we push it forward as an emergency legislation, since in this case it does concern public safety and justice, and the fact that it's been 2 years since this agreement has been going back and forth? Ms. Barbroff.
Madam Chair, most likely we can do it with emergency legislation. Given that I haven't seen the document yet, I'm hedging a little bit, but from what I've heard here, we could do it as emergency legislation. The concern I would have with doing it emergency legislation would be that it would go directly to council and skip Law and Order Committee's insight. But I believe that is something I can talk with yourself and Vice Chair So about when I do get a copy of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Do we have anybody from Office of Speaker's Office on the line? Do we have Speaker's Office on the line?
Take a copy over to the delegate's office.
Okay. LaTanya and Chief Francisco, is it possible to get those documents delivered to delegate's office today so that Vice Chair Otto can go ahead and drop the legislation tomorrow as an emergency legislation? Because it would only need NABI's approval, and my understanding is we only have one NABI get scheduled in December, and that is on December 9th, if I'm not mistaken, and that's why I needed Speaker staff on the line. Do we have Manuel Rico, Legislative Services? Are you on the line? Get them on the line. Get somebody from Speaker's office on the line, or somebody from, I guess, Rico's office on the line. If we can do that, then we can get it approved on the 9th.
Yeah.
Through NABI approval. Okay.
Most likely we'll have a special NABI.
I think Speaker only said one in the month of December. That's why I need Speaker's office staff on the line. Okay, so just as a recap, go ahead, Chief.
Deputy Chief has emailed that to Vice Chair right now, so he'll have it in his hands, his email.
Okay, so just as a recap to the community members, the agreement, so this is actually a benefit to your community. And as chapter officials, you can take this back to your communities. Utah Highway Patrol has submitted an agreement with the Navajo Nation. It's already gone through DOJ. It's already gone through Division of Public Safety, which means we got through the hard part. What happened was there was I guess something with one of the delegates. And so what we're going to do is Vice Chair Otto is going to sponsor the legislation. Once all the documents get to Vice Chair, he can officially take those documents into Dana Barbara's office, who is our Chief Legislative Counsel, and they'll start drafting the emergency legislation, which means if that legislation is drafted and Dana Barbara and her office are okay with it, because remember, she's still got to review it, then if we have NABI get scheduled on December 9th, that's the earliest it will be approved, is December 9th. Which means then Utah Highway Patrol would be able to assist your communities. Once that happens, San Juan County is going to take that same language and get it through so that they can also get an agreement in place. Does that make sense? So technically, one of the big things that you guys are talking about today is getting assistance. And Utah Highway Patrol has said, we're ready to provide some assistance. We already got an agreement. We already sent it. It's you guys that we're waiting on. So now what we learned today is that this agreement, it just needs NABI approval. And Honorable Vice Chair Otto is going to sponsor the legislation. He's going to drop it tomorrow. So that means that once what we mean by drop it is he takes the documents to the Chief Legislative Counsel, he fills out a little one-page form, he signs it, and he says, I'm going to sponsor it. And then what they do is they put together the language for the law, and then it just needs to go through NABI. It doesn't need the president's signature. So once NABI votes on it, if we have our meeting as early as the 9th, it'll get approved on the 9th. Are there any questions regarding the agreement? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
What's the decision going to be about on the word system? And then, will they only assist the tribal police act for assistance, or can the youth patrol do on their own to help people that are needing help?
Thank you for asking that question. DOJ, can you assist us with the question that was posed here by a community member? The question is, what does the agreement state and what kind of assistance will be offered by the Utah Highway Patrol once this agreement is, goes through the process.
Chair, give me a moment. It's been a couple of months since I first reviewed it. Let me, if you don't mind, give me a couple of seconds.
Yep. While you're reviewing it, I'm going to ask, are there any other questions? Do you guys understand what's going on? Yes. Who?
Madam Chair.
Delegate Charlene. Alsa Shaja. Shiaja, go ahead. Delegate So. Charlene So.
Yes. Yes. When I was there present, I did state this whole process. I said there's a delegate that needs to sponsor the legislation and that we just needed the sections from DPS, which we did get. Now, my question to legal counsel, because the meeting that I've been hoping to get with DOJ was to discuss the possibilities of sovereign immunity with San Juan County and see if those, if that jurisdiction line could be pretty much stretched out to where we can provide more services. And this is a good initiative. I'm very thankful that Utah's Highway Patrol is going to be much more involved. But my question to Dana and Chief Legal Counsel is, with this IGA that is sitting here now, you know, I've been hoping to have this discussion thoroughly with DOJ, but that meeting has not taken place since my request, as I did state in August. Now, if I were to pursue this legislation, are there, would it be in some case, and would it be also, I guess the question is, would it be considered an emergency legislation as well? Because that's where I'm kind of trying to figure out this next step in process. This agreement is in place with the Highway Patrol, but as we move forward with San Juan County, what are the next steps and procedures that legal counsel can provide to us, specifically to me? Thank you.
Dana, I believe that question was directed towards you. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you. Delegate So was breaking up a little bit, but my understanding is she was talking about the IGA. So with the IGA, of course, we're waiting on DOJ's legal review. As soon as that we do that, we can drop legislation. Because it's been such a, there hasn't been one for such a long time, it's hard to say that it would qualify for emergency legislation, but it might. So that's a question I can't answer exactly right now. But the process would be, I need DOJ's review sheet. Then the legislation, if it is emergency legislation, has to go to council. There's not emergency legislation for committees. But being an IGA, it would just stop at the NABI committee, except if there's a waiver of sovereign immunity, then it has to go all the way to council. If there's not a waiver of sovereign immunity, then it could just stop at the NABI committee. So it would go just as a regular legislation to law and order, and then the NABI committee. Except if there's a waiver of sovereign immunity, then it has to go to the council, and then it also has to go across the street for president's signature. It's hard to answer that question completely without actually sitting down and having time to review the agreement. But I did get it. The one question I still don't have answers to, which is always really important to legislative council so we can consult, is whoever drafted the agreement. If I can just get that info, that's helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate So.
Thank you very much, Dana Barba, for answering the question. And then Honorable Charlene So, that clarification that you requested is answered by Office of Legislative Counsel. Before I turn back over some time to you for a follow-up, if you have another one. Honorable Charlene So, to what I understand from what the county's position was, is that they wanted the Utah Highway Patrol agreement to go through first, so that all the legal avenue is sorted through, and when we get this passed through council, the San Juan County will be able to move, their legislation will be able to move forward, because all of the legal review from the nation will be already done, and the county just wants to mirror that, so that there's not much legal question, and that legislation will be able to move forth a lot faster through the system. But the good thing is that the Utah Highway Patrol agreement has been already reviewed by the Department of Justice and already reviewed by the division. So we just need to get that document over so we could drop it tomorrow. And then when we get that passed, and I believe that document already has the president's signature on it, it may, I'm not too sure, but if it doesn't have it, we need to pass it. If it doesn't have it, we might have to get his signature first. So, but other than that, all the legal avenues will be already taken care of. That way, when Madam Charlene So, when you sponsored this San Juan County legislation, that way all the legal issues vetted, and we don't have to be vetted anymore or any longer. So, with that, we're going to turn the gavel back over to Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Vice Chair. I just also got a text message saying that the cross-commission agreement with San Juan County, Utah, that was signed in 2012, it's still active. So I don't think you need to wait for the Utah Highway Patrol.
The cards that the officers got, the officers all received a card saying that they had passed.
Yeah, the cross-commission?
Right.
Yes.
And those have all expired, or those officers don't work.
That's what you guys are.
That's part of the problem.
Okay.
Even if that one is still in place, still a problem with that there.
Okay. Director, yes, Director Delmar?
Yes, Madam Chair. I didn't hear the
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you for the information. Just really quickly, one of the issues that has been brought to the committee's attention is that the cross-commissioning, the next training session, which is scheduled in Farmington at the San Juan College, they are well aware of that training. They do want to take part, but it's very difficult for them to do that because they are still technically patrolling the area while they're in Farmington, and they can't do that. Is it possible to schedule a cross-commission training with the Utah law enforcement here in Utah?
Yes, certainly, Madam Chair. Certainly, we understand their position that they're going to be leaving the area while they meet people there at San Juan County. Yes, certainly.
Quick question, Sheriff. Where was the last place that you guys got your cross-commissioning?
Public safety building in Monticello.
Is it possible, is that where you want it? Is it possible, Director Delmar, to do the cross-commission training in Monticello?
Yes, if we could find a place somewhere in San Juan County to where we could practice the COVID rules. That would be great. Yes, we would need a number as to how many people we would be training to as well. But we have to abide by the guidelines too as well. I'm sure San Juan County does that too as well.
So in an effort in trying to find a location, is this facility big enough? Yeah. Can Utah Navajo Health Services provide the training location for Division of Public Safety? Director Delmar, we just found you a location.
Okay, thank you.
Utah Navajo Health Services has a boardroom that we're currently in right now. You can conduct your cross-commission training here with the San Juan County Sheriff's Office and more than likely Utah Highway Patrol. I'm not sure who else would be in attendance, but the boardroom is big enough to abide by COVID CDC guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't hear the sheriff's comment about the current cross-commission agreement that I'm looking at right now that was signed in 2012. Did he make a comment to it?
Well, his comment was that their cross-commissioning cards expired. And that's why I was trying to address the issue by asking if you can come here to Utah to do the cross-commission training so that they can get a new card.
Yes.
Well, we found a location for you. I guess it would be up to the date. Yes, Director Delmar?
Yeah. What I was referring to was the agreement, the actual agreement in 2012. It appears that it is still active to me. We wouldn't be training folks with the state and county agencies without this agreement, without approval of this agreement. So when we're doing training with San Juan County and the Utah officers, obviously we're doing this based on the agreement or approved agreement or the standing agreement that we have with the county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director Delmar, can you have your attorney there at DOJ look at the agreement to make sure that the agreement is still active? And then I think if it is still active, can you please work with Sheriff Torgerson to schedule a time and date to do the cross-commission training? You do have Utah Navajo Health Services that is willing to provide the boardroom to do the cross-commission training.
Yes, ma'am. I will give it to Ms. Johnson right now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. Anything else? Ms. Johnson, are you ready to provide an answer to Mr. Johnson's question?
Yes, Chair, and I appreciate you giving me the time to review it. The agreement, as I previously mentioned, is an agreement that is sharing the governmental powers. And the reason why I know it was sharing the governmental powers is because the nation, through the agreement, would allow the state to enforce criminal and traffic laws on the Navajo Nation when either of two situations happen: when the chief of police requests the state's aid, or when the state encounters a disaster or emergency within the nation's jurisdictions that requires immediate aid. The other situation is when the state also delegates its powers to the Navajo Nation to also enforce criminal and traffic laws in the state of Utah, when their state's chief law enforcement officer, the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, requests for the Navajo Nation's assistance, or when the Navajo Nation encounters a disaster or emergency within the state's jurisdiction that requires immediate aid. So those are the powers that will be conducted in pursuant to this agreement between the nation and the Utah Highway Patrol, which is why it would constitute as a sharing of governmental powers, given that there's a delegation to allow each respective governmental entity to carry out criminal and traffic laws within the Navajo Nation or within the state of Utah. Thank you, Chair. I also would like to, if I may, Chair, respond to Delegate Stowe's comments regarding her agreement.
The IGA?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate Stowe had reached out to the Attorney General on August 9th. And on August 16th, I had responded and asked for additional clarification regarding the sovereign immunity issue. And then also, given that her request was to allow the county of Montezuma, which is the state of Colorado County, to provide law enforcement services within the state of Utah. I asked her for additional information regarding the sovereign immunity issue, and also recommended that there's an internal meeting between herself, DOJ, and DPS so we can have a discussion regarding this matter and her proposal. I have requested for a meeting since September, and I am still requesting for a meeting to ensure that we can provide guidance to Delegate Stowe and address her concerns. And I'm still available for that meeting when Delegate Stowe is available for this proposed meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Johnson. Delegate Stowe, Charlene Stowe, did you have a follow-up question or any comments? Okay, not hearing anything. I do, Mr. Johnson, did that answer your question? Am I saying his name correctly? It answered your question? Okay. Yeah, it is Mr. Johnson, right? Okay. Harrison? No. Chester Johnson. Sorry, I wrote your name down. Chester J. Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like we got a lot of stuff figured out today. First is so there's two agreements, and I wrote them on the board. Your first one is your IGA. Department of Justice is waiting for Delegate Charlene Stowe to respond back on a meeting regarding the IGA. So that one sounds like it's moving forward. The second one, the Utah Highway Patrol. So right now, San Juan County may, and I'm saying may because we're going to get the actual answer, they may have an agreement already in place. But one of the concerns that they have is this cross-commissioning, the information that I sent out that was given by DPS. So whenever a law enforcement officer outside of the Navajo Nation, whenever they come onto the Navajo Nation, they have to have an agreement. And part of that agreement is they have to be cross-commissioned. So right now, the Utah County Sheriff's Office, they're saying that their card expired. And so that's why there's a 0 on their cross-commissioning agreement. So one of the issues that San Juan County was saying that they have is we can't go to Farmington to do training and then also patrol the area here. So now, thanks to Utah Navajo Health Services, the cross-commissioning will happen here in this building. So the Sheriff's Office will meet with Navajo Nation to get this cross-commissioning going. So that means that once they get the cross-commissioning going, and once we get verification that the agreement, the separate agreement is in place, then you guys will have your officers present in this community. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Nakai. On what? Cross-commissioning? So the timing, as far as I know, so if the agreement is still in place and it's still active, upon their completion of their commission. And then they're working out the date. So if it's as early as January 2nd, then it's January 2nd. That's with the Utah Highway Patrol. Yeah, their agreement is based on a separate agreement, and that's what they're looking into right now, is what is the expiration date on that. These guys haven't even started theirs. That's where Honorable Otto So is going to be sponsoring that legislation, and if we can get it through, then it's as soon as it gets approved. Theirs is a separate.
Last time I looked, it was, I think it was supposed to be
6 to 8 years, yeah. Vice Chair Otto So?
The other thing too is that maybe, the more they clarify the current Utah, San Juan County agreement, and we push, everything gets, if all the stars align in Window Rock, if all the stars align in Window Rock, we should have your legislation, the Highway Patrol, portion approved by the 9th of December. And meaning that whenever, Highway, San Juan County has their, cross-commissioning or their training here, I think yours probably speaks to, you know, to the cultural sensitivity course that's attached to it. It may be brought here, so you may be able to come here too. That way, you know, all you guys can, have that all in one class. So that's just my thought, but I'm gonna cross my fingers that all the stars align in Window Rock. Usually something happens and, it may turn the other way. So, but in the midst of that, I will go ahead and, it's already bid at, we just need to drop it and get it through.
So technically, there's 3 agreements that will benefit all of you, the community. Your IGA delegate, Charlene So, is working on that, and she just has to reach back out to DOJ to say, this is when we can meet. Your second one is the Utah Highway Patrol. Delegate Otto So is going to be sponsoring that. And it's roughly, we're looking at 6 to 8 years. And it will hopefully, if we get it approved, it'll start in December of 2021, and that's when your clock starts ticking. So you have 6 to 8 years. Then your other one is the San Juan County Agreement. So they're checking to see if it's still active. If it's still active, all we need is the cross-commissioning that needs to happen, and we already found a location, so it would be up to San Juan County and Division of Public Safety to find the date so that they can start the training. And then once that happens, hopefully by February, the latest, you'll have these 2 in place. And I'm saying February, the latest, because everything is going to be dependent on whether this is still active and then when the cross-commissioning training will take place. Does that make sense? With the IGA, this one is still questionable because we don't know, it still has to go through the DOJ, and then it has to go through Division of Public Safety, and then it has to go through, is it council or not? Would be council, right?
It'd be council, yeah.
Council. This one here, it went through DOJ already, it went through DPS, and now all it needs is council. This one here is just the question of whether it's active, and then we just need this one to happen. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Approval of the Utah State and then on RTA. We don't have to wait for Navajo, if we call dispatch to San Juan County, we don't have to wait for the Navajo Nation police to arrive, right? That's upon, approval.
Yes, DOJ.
DOJ, Latanya?
I'm sorry, Chair, I couldn't hear the lady's question or comment. If you could repeat it, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Her question is, if, let's say, today they have an issue and they call to San Juan County Dispatch, would they get assistance? Or is it only until the IGA or the San Juan County agreement is in place?
Only, thank you, Chair, for clarifying the question. Only when the agreement is approved by NABI and executed is when the agreement will go into effect. And those delegations of powers that I previously noted will go into effect. So to answer the lady's question, the state would not have the authority to go onto the Navajo Nation as of right now.
As of today, right now, they won't have the authority. So we have to wait. If it's San Juan County, we have to check to see if the agreement is still in place, and then they still have to get their cross commissioning. Does that make sense? So that's why I said hopefully by February, everything should be in place with San Juan County and with Utah Highway Patrol. The IGA one, that one may take a little bit because it still has to go through Department of Justice, it still has to go through Division of Public Safety, and then it still has to go through Council. Ms. Philemon.
Okay, I want to ask you, if you could, and also the gentleman down there.
Vice Chair Otto, so.
Yeah, if you guys can continue to do a follow-up on that IGA, because we don't want for it to stall out again.
Okay. We can keep tabs on that. And that makes it easier for us as the oversight. If we know what's going on, we can ask those questions and we can say, where are you at on this? What's going on? Give us the timeline. We know that this is happening. But before us coming here, we didn't know about any of these three. And so that's why I kept telling the gentleman, Mr. Jones, you know, like, how can you blame us for something that we don't know anything about? And as far as the IGA, I will say that your chapters, you're gonna need chapter resolutions from all of your chapters, whether you support it or whether you don't support it, because that's the first thing I will tell you. That's the first thing that you're gonna have delegates asking, what did the chapters want? Where is their resolution? That's what they're gonna ask you. So if you support the IGA, your chapter needs to say we support it. If your chapter wants to, you know, if there's something else that, you know, if you guys don't support it, like what Mr. Johnson said, I don't support it with the Utah tax, the tax that's coming out for not the oil royalties, what is it, the Utah trust fund, the Utah trust fund. So if you guys want that removed, then say it in your resolution. Just say, hey, we like the IGA, but we don't want it to be the money coming from the taxing. Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. Yeah. We appreciate it. And before they go, are there any questions that you guys have for them? Mr. Johnson.
Just one question. Yeah. It's nice that bring those up. Looks like we're going to have a lot of coverage.
I hope so. I hope so.
In the future, was one of those conflict with each other on certain provisions, or will it all be things that supporting one another?
That's where DOJ is going to review it. So DOJ that's why it's important that they look at it, because DOJ will tell us, hey, wait a minute, this IGA conflicts with this agreement, or this IGA conflicts with the Utah Highway Patrol. That's where DOJ has to look at it. That's why it's important for DOJ, and then Division of Public Safety too, so that they, you know, they're the ones who can tell us. Okay. Yes, Mr. Yaniso.
We need all those documents we haven't reviewed yet. One question, previous question. Can you provide all the information to us ahead of time?
Okay, well, as we get it, I think we'll be able to give it to, this one definitely, you're gonna see it, because it's gonna be on a legislation. Yeah, this one, the IGA, that's the one that, somebody gave to us, and we have a copy here. So we just barely got this one today. This one here, we don't have it, but, we can ask Division of Public Safety to see if they have it. Lorraine, can you text it, or ask if we can get the 3 documents and send it out to the community or to the chapters?
On that one with the resolution, you're asking for a resolution, they can submit it to the comments.
Okay.
If I say comments?
Your chapter resolution, once you get your chapter resolution for your IGA, there's gonna be a 5-day comment period. That's when you submit your resolution, and you say whether your chapter supports it or not. Yes.
Well, we came in kind of late, seeing my mother, but this is my mother, Marysville. She's a resident of Cajon Mesa, and my name is Eileen. She was, I was trying to explain to her about, what you have up there on your board. She was saying, can you, make it any faster than February for, maybe somebody can check into, that, checklist that you all have up there, like trying to find out, when is the soonest that this agreement can happen? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so,
She said the reason why is that we have a lot of stuff that goes on, like up there where we live. Not far from where we live, we had an incident. And people up there are scared. And this has to happen right away. And, we call the police department, or no, sheriff's department in Monticello. And they told us that you have to contact the Navajo Nation when this occurred last week on a weekend. We called the Navajo Nation and they didn't come down to our place until about 2 hours. And the sheriff's department made it over to our place with less than an hour. And so if anything happens again, we'll just be sitting and waiting for this agreement to go through. February is too long. What if something happens like that again up there, occurs up there? And me and my family, my mother, we don't sleep, and all this stuff is going on up there. People drink, they do drugs, all kind of activity goes on. They chase those people like when they're coming back from town, and you can't even go and relax to go to town anymore up there. It's out of control.
Ms. Begay, before you came in, we did get that information already. In answering your question, the IGA, that is probably going to take a little bit longer. And that is because we just got the agreement today. And so Delegate Charlene So was here earlier, and so she's working on that one right now. The Highway Patrol, that one, I mean, that one is going to be council approval. And so is it NABI or is it council?
I think that's not, the IGA council.
Okay, so, but the Utah one is an IGA too. So I think that one is council, huh? Dana? Ms. Bobroff?
Yes, Madam AG and excuse me, Madam Charles Newton and others. So generally, an IGA As far as it goes in the system, it's to NABI for final authority. The exception is if there is a waiver of sovereign immunity, then it has to go to council. And with a waiver of sovereign immunity, when it goes to council, it needs a 2/3 vote of the council, and then it goes across the street for a signature by the president. If there is not a waiver of sovereign immunity, then both agreements would stop at NABI as intergovernmental agreements. Thank you.
So the Utah Highway Patrol, that I believe they stated is an IGA, so that would just need NABI approval?
Yes, ma'am, as long as there's no waiver of sovereign immunity in it, then it just NABI approval.
Okay. So, to answer your question, it sounds like if there's no waiver of sovereign immunity, oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Rico, are you on the line? Manuel Rico, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, I am. Good afternoon to the LOC committee as well.
Good morning, I'm sorry, good afternoon, Rico. Really quick question. Is NABIC ESK, or what days is NABIC ESK meeting in December?
Madam Chair, per Title II, it is the second Thursday and fourth Thursday of each month. So that would be the 9th and the 23rd.
So are we meeting definitely on those 2 days?
I want to say definitely on the 9th. You guys have the ARPA legislation, the FRF legislation that you guys probably want to approve. So that I'm pretty sure we'll be meeting on the 9th.
Okay, thank you, Rico. That's all we have right now. So to answer your question, if there is no sovereign immunity language for this one, for the Utah Highway Patrol, it would be approved probably as early as December 9th, if we can get it onto the agenda. As far as this one goes, the San Juan County agreement, so Division Director Jesse Delmar said that it's, he said he read it and he thinks it's still active. But we need DOJ to look at it to make sure. If it is still active, then you guys already have an agreement in place. The problem that you guys are going to run into now is your officers have to be cross-commissioned. And in order for them to be cross-commissioned, they have to go through a training. And so that training right now, we're scheduling it here at the Utah Navajo Health Services. Thankfully, the board is here and they said, yes, they can have it here. They just have to find a date. And if they can meet as early as 2 weeks and this agreement is still active, then it's as early as 2 weeks. And the reason why I said the latest of February is because we don't know if this agreement is still in place, and then we don't know when the cross-commissioning, the training is going to happen. Does that make sense? That's why we're saying the latest is probably February for this one. For this one, this was going to take a lot longer because there still has to, the language has to go through DOJ. DOJ is going to say, yes, we like this one. Yes, we like this one. No, we don't want this one. And then it's got to go through Division of Public Safety. Division of Public Safety has got to say, yes, we want that agreement. No, we don't want that agreement. And then by the time it comes down to council, if there's a waiver of sovereign immunity, then it has to go through council. Nabikiaskit is not, it's kind of confusing, it's not council. Nabikiaskit is a committee, just like we're a committee here. So the Nabikiaskit is made up of 24 delegates, but it's not council. Council is when you have council sessions, and then we have Nabikiaskit, which is a committee meeting. Does that make sense? A lot of people get confused and they think that Nabikiaskit is council. It's not. It's a committee. Nabikiaskit is a committee. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Jones.
Oh, when you say chapter resolution, are you
refers to all the chapters of that's what, that's gonna cover the whole Utah Strip from here to Navajo Mountain. That's the way I can see. Only people that are here really active on it. That chapter. What about these others that are?
This is San Juan County, so whichever chapters fall within San Juan County.
So we need resolution from each chapter.
Yeah, that fall within San Juan County, because it's IGA, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it says, an agreement whereby the Navajo Nation permits the cross-deputization commissioning through this agreement between the Navajo Nation and political subdivisions of the state of Utah, San Juan County.
That's what I want to clarification,
Yeah.
is that make sure that it's still read as is.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing though, is that's why I'm saying that this could take a while, because you know, what if, and this happens a lot, what if you have a chapter that says, hey, I want to be a part of that, I'm a part of Utah, I want to be a part of that, then it kind of stalls the legislation. Does that make sense? So right now, you might be thinking this is just for maybe Annis and, is it Mexican Springs? That's in San Juan? Mexican Water, I'm sorry, Mexican Water. So, and Red Mesa, so that's 3, right? Is there any other chapters?
Navajo Mountain,
Yeah, so
Also, too.
this would, yeah, you would have to get Ojeco, and then, yeah, you would have to get those other chapters. Because if you get one chapter that says, no, we don't want it, then you're gonna have that delegate saying, hey, my chapter doesn't want it. And then that's where everything is going to be a debate again. But it works so much better if you can get all your chapters to agree to it and explain to them, this is how we're gonna benefit. So that's what I would recommend, Vice Chair.
And the other thing too is that Oban Subkit, other chapters from the city, and this agreement, the IGA is San Juan County. And I don't think she the council floor. She is on me. She's on me. My 5 chapters is on me. You know, things like that. And say, how about me? Uncle, even now, the best thing to do is unify as chapters. You know, just because one chapter is certified and another chapter is not certified doesn't mean that don't help them. You know, I would look at this, whatever resolution a chapter would come up with, send that resolution to East San Juan, send that resolution to Red Mesa, then Hoto, or Jeto, Navajo Mountain, and have them go ahead and pass those. That way, when that IGA gets to the council, and especially when sovereign immunity needs to be waived, sovereign immunity, it is not stated Washington de Bez ani benefit benefits do those is ba hayado hat ishin a ado a nilla nido de and even Madam Chair ya has hite ko yego nan sovereign immunity ni yego not still in do ye hala ya. Every day, Congress is chipping away at Indian sovereignty, especially at Indian education. Naha 4 times a year, Madam Chair is the chairperson for the law enforcement committee at the Travel Interior Budget Formulation Committee, where federal dollars come down the pipeline to Indian country. Those dollars are chipped away by Congress every year in the White House. No, we don't want to give that much money to the Indian tribes, could you? Oh, stop. And those BIE dollars, the Department of Indian Education, law enforcement, housing,
is always depleted and they're always wanting to give us less each year. It's very, very important. This sovereign immunity is very, very if a person waives his own, if we give the person the authority to waive the sovereign immunity themselves, state laws, federal laws will be able to dictate how you live your life. But sovereign immunity, as an alternative, as another government, open okay. But that's on me.
Move, lady.
And I always say this. If a mother and father, oh, I'm a grandma now. You have a role at home to say, hey, sit down, what is it that you have not comprehended? And I always say that I have two boys. Whatever you do is a reflection of your mother and father. People will always, what do they do at home? You're a reflection. Even now, but my boys, their mother is an educator. Yeah, but the name was Emmett So. Biga Haban and Zago and Dogidoni. See a high she can't one day. A whole game but sweet. A codo, what I am, ya. She laid Hatashi, she can't. I will be rolling around my grave, Even Nabash, you are a reflection of who and where you come from. So, Kasete, Hui Hazani, laid the lineage line. But I really just want to bring this to you. And this IGA is very, very important. And I think it's something that the whole chapters in the San Juan County can band together and get this on there. Andrew one cut. Now Eli we have a dinner, we understand you, and this agreement is very important. But not a name for into art, into a DDK, bad on in the card, a so a bad. Yahweh, Yahdoga, Yahoti. This so Bella Zing Hoto e Tigato, O Yahiga, Ba Hortita, Hala not in the given not attack. Oh, Ebevinashi, I don't know how it works and how people with police services to expand. It's all it's doing is expanding the police services. Yeah.
Mr. Lynn Begay, I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, the floor is yours. We saved the best for last.
Yeah. I'm so glad that, everything rolled out in front of us. It rolled out. Madam Chair, Madam Charlene, she left. Honorable Joe, thank you for being here as a committee. I've been done it. I had some stuff, but maybe the Lord didn't want me to say some, because it was rolling out. You guys were caught by surprise, but it's all rolled out. Your needs and from the end of chapter. I wanted to speak for my president, but he took care of himself too. Turn out to be at a later date now. When we petitioned San Juan County, they were ready to go. I said, hey, you better stay there. Let me speak first. No, they left them. I'll call in. Everything are now in front of us, and seems like everything's okay now. All we need to do is step forward, go forward with it. No, yes, when we do have a resolution in place requesting San Juan County to have jurisdiction, some jurisdiction, not all of them. Maybe sovereignty law, then it's there. So, known as in the sovereignty nation, the sovereignty law. They should see it all as in the sovereignty. And its extension, in the all under executive order. Without again. But maybe executive order, you can play with it because that's a law that was made. Until then, to sovereignty nations. So, my presidency is over, and I don't see it. But, I like the sovereignty law. I like that. When the there's a good side on it, and then there's the bad side on it. So, I can think of the sovereignty law, it ain't that shake. So, I don't think honey, I'm saying about so quick. Evening now. Asta to San Juan County, there's in all this, so leave it without it, we see what but at the destination, they to think of Hansa in the Navajo Mountain, so they on the Asta chapter to Padini, that's the end of it again. Evening, when they did our chapters on then they love the being, even that the air was up and not on the sun, not on it. So the chapter don't want that in the New Testament, it's a good chapter. You don't want it, you don't want protection, let it be so. When you hit the end of chapter, it's 18 north of the river, out of bluff, it's in the Cascade. But I'm not sure about this. So, in Boston, in Lenny, Ebas, even but now what was this? So that is I didn't yes, I said, no, but yet it's so not so here, but the area of the or air should never cut a short. When the air was air or this is snow. So maybe sovereignty law, then it needs the ordinary nothing. But you you as a committee, Army, Law and Order Committee, Nikki, you can come up with an executive law and put it under there. So this is another executive law that's going to be observed. The sovereignty is still there. When in this law, you know, the executive law that's going to be made, you know, it would have a never done this law. It's going to be step by step, kids and this. So it's all on the zone. Of course, yeah, now over, putting up this place for us, and that's not the thing. I go in that. It's done, so it's in and I see you. I just done, so there's a table for the I always my son, so they, yeah, thank you for being here, Mr. Yanito. Yeah. Hello, finish all that, complete us. Yeah, call the nada, he's, and he goes, the nada, he's, and call the house, keep it out, name. Yeah, the Indian of this. Otherwise, my son is Mary. Honey, I don't need to just get over yours. When she don't have it, I don't is so deep. But the day up in the door, the net in the it by it. They are just sitting shut up and let out the best people so on side case. I thank my God that everything that's been talked down, you know, he rolled out good for us. Agreements were there, but we never saw it. But it's on how safety, the law, you know, the hard on this system, but then yesterday, yeah, I know, creative.
Yeah, Pastor Begay, thank you for those words. Mr. Yanito?
So, you know, yeah, this is very funny. So if you had deviated of this, so where chapter first pertaining to the people or you go in the whole street on me. I saw one chapter they would in the whole street. I mean, so share represent the state of reservation out of Arizona. So orders in the need of she other councils in the need of they don't know what to hear they so in case someone county they give us the need of our order the Arizona Patsy County over that don't know what to hear for this Yero so she needs not on the community elected here district rating 6 years this document on so for you I think it is not all I thought it was secretary is already doing the resolution on it. Technically really good. The right hand here for politicians that do this, so the standards. So, if I want to indicate on the Diego Claro, 15 that you guys had the meeting on this on the virtual conference. It's on also in person, but no, but I talked to you or team. I got confused between these three documents right here. I just cannot say that support all each other.
Yeah, Mr. Yanito, thank you. Ms. Palomino?
One last comment, my comment was validated, the answers are not, so, although I was very impressed with you, and, that you guys, we kept calling the legislative office and all that, although you got the answer, she doesn't stop, that was, I'm very impressed with that. I have, you call, Jay, for auto, that you let the people speak. Although just my last comment is that he did, and this chapter is the only Utah chapter 100% state citizens. Although these are P. Dorat made the Dole Mexican water go, then Namosto Dole, Ecuador, the Napo Mountain. They are in Arizona, so I'm just thinking, the state of San Juan County, could you add that, or Utah residents, Arizona just did vote on it too, either against it or in favor. I don't know how they're gonna handle that, but, we should put the other chapter again, then it's, no problem with this 100% Utah state citizens. Of course, it didn't come off in the Sunday, of course, but I would say that majority, 100% of, and chapter go, I think it should be go. We all vote in San Juan County, so other people, I didn't come out, other than that, these ballots and those, a lot of these, other, I don't know what's gonna happen with the Navajo tribe, integrating that, the SYD. The criminals and Dominican Day, Colorado, they were some kind of or the Utah Day, that was kind of could it that I gave the outcome attendance, and their party and the other law, these laws, he gets it in cost, they hybrid themselves here. Will they be able to be arrested and to answer to the state? Lastly, I want to thank my brother Chester Johnson. They were not told researching Eagle, not told Eagle. About Mexico. What about
Oh, yeah, Ms. Solomon. Pastor Begay, thank you very much for, thank you very much for your words, and I do appreciate, again, the invocation. Maybe that's what kind of, helps with calming the situation. I will say that, that I take responsibility if I did something wrong. I will come out and I will say, I'm sorry, this is what I did. But I think as a delegate, we oftentimes, what we walk into a lot of times is people will be upset and they'll say, you didn't do this for us. And I will tell you, most times we don't know anything about what is happening. And that came out today. We didn't, before we came in, we didn't know about any of these 3 agreements. And you guys were frustrated, and we could hear it. We could tell that you guys were frustrated. And, but I guess on our end, we didn't know about these 3 agreements until you guys told us. That's where our committee and council, that's what we always say, the boots on the ground. We hear it from you guys Pujie in Winter Rock, we get this nice rosy report. Oh, everything is fine. Everybody's taken care of. That money is being spent. And then we come to a community like here, and then we hear that's not true. So this happens in every community. It's not just your community. And the chapter president, said, well, you guys are the oversight. You should know. We don't know things unless we're told about it. Now, the next time we come here and this doesn't work out, then you guys can get mad at us and say, you guys knew about it. We told you guys at the last meeting. Again, right now, we walked in, this was just barely given to us, the IGA. We found out the Utah Highway Patrol officer barely told us about the agreement. And then the San Juan County agreement, the sheriff barely told us about it. So that's where that communication becomes very important between the branches. And I always say that it's the people who suffer when that happens. So if we didn't come here today, we wouldn't have known about this and nothing probably wouldn't have gotten done. And you guys would have been more frustrated with us. So with that, Pastor Begay, thank you for pointing out, that there was that, tension, but just know that, again, now the next time we come here and you guys update us, I'm hoping that we can do a check mark and say that one is done, we're just waiting on this one. And then I'm sure you guys are going to have more issues that are going to come out at that time. So we appreciate coming out, and Shiaj, Mr. Jones, invited us out, and then I believe it was Mr. Johnson. I believe it was Mr. Johnson that invited us to come out and listen to the concerns. So we appreciate that. Otto, Mr. Yanito, thank you. And I think it's always good to have somebody, your right-hand person, supporting you. These two ladies here are our right-hand ladies. We really rely on them a lot. They do a good job for us, and we really try to take good care of. And so we appreciate that. Delegate Otto So, I know Delegate Otto So came from Tuba City. And so that, is a long ways, coming out. Delegate Eugene So, who's still on the line with us, he's in Chinle. He tries to be very careful in crowds. And he's our elder. We try to take very good care of him. So, we don't mind him participating through teleconference. Even when he goes to council, he sits outside in his Jeep. He never comes inside council chambers. He'll sit outside there in Winter Rock in his Jeep, and he'll listen in, and that's just because of the COVID. Delegate Vince James, he's also on the line. There was some things that were going on in his community that he needed to take care of, but nevertheless, we did make it out. Miss Philomena, thank you so much, and that's really our job as oversight. Is when we become aware of this, then we can start asking the questions. And Division Director Jesse Delmar, he works with the committee, and he's always there to answer questions. And yeah, there was a time when it was a little shaky, but I think, now we're on the same footing, and we're all working together to try to get these issues addressed. But sometimes miscommunication happens, and it happens to everybody. It's not just, just the delegates. It's not just, what you saw today. But as far as what I would recommend for Anna's chapter on your resolution is to state that. Just what you said, we're 100% Utah state citizens. Annis is the only chapter the whole chapter is in Utah. That way, when it comes through, we see that. And we know that Annis, the only chapter, that is 100% in Utah, that they're in support of this. But again, I always tell the people that you guys have the power. You think that we're the leaders? We're not. You guys have the power. You guys are our boss. You guys, that resolution, your chapter, that's where you have the strongest voice is through your chapter resolution. That's why we encourage people, take part in your chapter meetings. Because I always, and I'm sure Delegate Otto will back me on this, whenever legislation comes through and it affects the community or the chapters, the first thing delegates will say is, where does the chapter stand on that? Do they agree with it or do they not agree with it? Because that's where the voice of the people is at the chapter. So that's why I'm saying your chapter resolution, if you want this IGA to go forward, as me, as a delegate from Shiprock, if all the Utah chapters say we want this IGA, I will fight for that IGA for you guys. Because all of you guys united and you guys said we want this IGA to happen. Then that's when you're going to have the delegates coming out and saying, yeah, you know what, all the Utah chapters are behind it. Let's go for it. But where it messes up is where you might have a few chapters that say, no, I don't want it. Then it becomes a little bit hard. But I will say, because it's public safety and justice, if a majority of your chapters are in favor, I think that Law and Order Committee, I think that we would be, if DOJ is okay with it and Division of Public Safety is okay with it, and you get a majority of your chapters, I think that it would be easy for us to advocate that, you know, this should happen. So that's where, again, your voice is the strongest in this. So I do want to just make that clear. I'm going to go to Delegate Eugene So, and then Mr. Johnson, I'll go back to you. And then at some point, we have to end this meeting, and I'll end it with our elder who sitting in the back. So we're going to go ahead, or I'm sorry, we have to end this report. So Shajaz, Delegate Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Star 6. Shajaz. Is he on the line? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward to Mr. Johnson. Okay, Shajah, hold on. I just called upon Mr. Johnson. We didn't see you on the line, so just wait. Well, let me just get to Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson?
If you can, in your power or some way that FBI, is the kind of case that don't have to work. Or a year or investigate in the area I mentioned related to the offenses that are under that act that I mentioned. I is on the carpet so in this public I just thought that you see how you are able to quick response able on CQ. Reason that for protection. So, I think, that Title 17 of the schedule is mentioned in that document. I hope you send our invitation to us. What you need to, I haven't looked at this, Title 17. What does it really say there? Well, address some of these criminals that are hurting our people, drug people, addicts. Those are assaulting people with intent to murder. What have you done? I know your limitations, like you mentioned, it has to be within the framework of the Constitution. Would like to get that Title 17 reviewed, how far you are working on it. Maybe some of us could have an input as to how really some of those violence are coming affecting us and what we think that might be for a solution and solve some of those things. Always want to put that into those now that there's the what's the kind of specific one? Real resolution, and he mentioned that some of these laws are sitting as collecting stuff, all of that, eight forces and so on, and so replace it with someone that will be sharp enough to convict or solve some of these criminals that are becoming with the dominant in the communities, you know, so see, every resolution says, yeah, I need to know now, it needs to let some people that are affected by this crime from the community, for all members of the community, look at this law that's in place under the Navajo law in the area of murder, homicide, kidnapping, elderly people. If they need caution, that's what for. A resolution says you gotta wait a minute. I don't know if I ever shared one with you. I did share the one that we had a formula agreement with someone called it in our book. How far that we have gone and put our thoughts into some of these things happening. Okay, yes, and then. Because I believe not, okay, you're not so sorry, or things that. Not a lot of people were affected from our siblings. Oh, never happens to living that, which everybody shares that thought. So thank you again. So we get those tons of them.
Here, Mr. Johnson, Vice Chair Aldoso on the FBI support.
One thing is that, I'm glad we have the representative from the state of Utah, the Bureau of Investigation here with us. Government liaison, you know, what was her name?
Ms. Nakai.
Ms. Nakai. Alcohol, I think, the other thing that I think that will be very instrumental, Madam Chair, is that, we need to go see the federal oversight, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Because, he is right, to a certain extent, and, even not yet, so, based on through 30 contracts, that's how the federal, our criminal investigators are funded. Alcohol, FBI, he can die, this was under. We need to go back to the federal oversight to see how we can shed light to this issue. The other is the U.S. Attorney's Office. Even though we get, you know, if the U.S. Attorney's Office don't want to take that case ain't going anywhere. Even, it's a multiple federal, agency, thing that we have to look at, and I think, that's probably the one that we need to look at, the U.S. Attorney's Office here in the state of Utah. Because I believe we met with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the state of Arizona and the state of New Mexico. But I think we need to, have that dialogue with the state of Utah. And, then overall with the, I don't know who the oversight committee is at in Washington, but it would require a lobbying trip to try to allow them to expand more on Indian country. So, that's just something to shed light on the.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like we're having like multiple conversations going on, so I'm going to end with Grandpa Chiche. I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time to go ahead and speak. I didn't get his name.
Oh, yes, dear. Okay. Now, when I got the thing, and then I have high, of course. Other, high, so that is there. But the sweet potato, the soft oil. Hot oil is never done that. I feel like it's a bit point crossing. Hot oil is an idea of it. I didn't some credit. I knew what that person did. I yell anything now before I use it. I said, there, he don't say hi, there, need to see anything for. Okay, clear. Father, in a class, here we see plenty crazy. What father in there, the father said, he got out of even national hotel. The car at all hotel, want to get down there. What all is because after. Of course, he did. Only because any year, the law year, kan hard on the other is that he no. The car now hold now, yeah. Down there, the star, what all is. In fact, in Hudson, and then what all year, that he don't what I will tell you. What all. Father, the car now, there. Aşık anandeti nava. Aşık o yaş o bağlı insekti o stewi. Aro the nedo what aşık what apa to paket ni de ya da kinje khale da işte. National Monument Trade but the Mercedes is all on. We were here over the corner, one of the Saturday scheme. What I under the air in hard the don't get this that don't hard of butter. Here, China. That's how was the air. Open the year with corner this name. Of course. Oh, did you? So now I know if someone county day is that. So I have a tell I need to do even in $5 or whatever. A hard another. But he no. What all the crazy when it's done. In first and then not in hard shouldn't out cut it home. Yeah, well, it must be done that before. For business law years, I said another who is person. So I got at the table but the staff. I had to see. Not that, that's part of the corner, it's a year. For the night, the corner, in the day. 7 county day, are they in Cardocha? And I go with the and I go with the in charge. So what all one seek so what all about even now, what their whole persons. I didn't have no high. Whatever, I don't know the deco. So what a year, the year on the year. But all is in that she cannot take and in a hasidat. I had to see the Navy and the Navy. Was not dark, was not dark. I wrote said, as the Navy, very more corner there. When you now over. A boy, whatever. At the sheets in the sky, after that, a year should I look. But all airport, just Eddie hard she so hard in hand, or so all anything. A quiet job, person for the corner, I go to that. Then I said, they should not lay. Ako tayo lang non-state ebo. Den nästa lag är då. Då är det här på hållighet idag på en röd en halvfart. Vi kan säga det där för dig. Gör det där. Ja, skicka det. Ja, ta ett sätt. Skjuta då i Jericha. Ja, den där kusin. Och det är nog jag där nu och det är nu och det kunde inte bara jag är bara inte när det är så. Men det är nå så la jag inte. Hade eller bättre vatten. Bättre vatten är jag bättre vatten då när det är så på då det klart då så. Oj jag och vad det är där det är åt Alla kusin on så lavo där på tampetala. Ja det. Vad var det inte? Och vad är på? Alla det där. Jag är inte på. Det går till rörelse. Hon är inte klar. Halvt kvar ingen för vad ni att det tidigare. Jag säger vad alltså nej går till det där. Jag fan det där. Ingen var ni gör en sign heter. Men nej vad då är det då? Att hit och innan adan ni då. Då är det ingen var en sign då kom. När hade jag det där kunde ske. Alla var vad det nej. I don't know. Och då var jag det där. Även när jag är det Hadlan alla anitten och jag det är andra. Vad är andra vad är det? Det är det kan det. Det kan det inte alla är det då inte det. Hadla i alla dansen. När aningen har det inte själva. Och det chatta det och då är skall. Och då är det fast nästan. Akkor jag är ändå inte kan inte något. Vad sa ni där? Det är det fast
Oh, a cat. What's his name? Key.
Key Jones.
I cat should say, Mr. Jones. Thank you for sharing with us your concern. Do you want to say something, Otto?
Yeah. Otto, adeda. غير سهلان لنا الشيء بجني مالا ساندا لا يقول يخش ماذا بجني أو أدين جهنم أنين نهوت إيه باريان كده نهوت إيه أني إيه خليت إيه ولا إيه تعنيش إيه ينهان دادنش تو خليت إيه ونهوت إيه كده يندادنش تاني نجوا بنا كده كيني كده نيكات لا ينكي كم بيشنا إيه ده آده إسا ليلتا هزان के बाद आहिना आज साल दा अपने और नहीं देनी ये का ले या ने तो पता नहीं लता नहीं कितनी है आने है जी खुद ने that net I really like the term okay ले तुये ये दा कि मत माने दो छे वजन आलो के लिया ना चुन एक की बिजनेस टेक्नोलॉजी को ये बिस्किम इतने अको ये निता हसन दिसदा अकलिन दिसदा ده يستهينه ده بتوشجوت او تيغو को بتشهد السهم كلها جيت بتجي يعني كسر خان تاشي كندا بيشتا التويلو ثاني زي له يشكي ثاني بكذا كذا كذا بتطلع تستاهل
أديش شيء خير تابت أجا هتستخدم وأجا وش كيش أهو شيء وهني أنا ليه إيه خوي ليه السادين لا تشتري دون أنسينين لا أديس نان أديس نقصانج لا مكسيني direct downward. Then the chief of police, criminal investigation. This is a testimony from the Navajo people up in Utah. I just really hope that you can ease that question to them. Because if I go to Winter Rock again and say something, someone's going to say, no, that's not true. We have an officer over there or whatever. And we're trying to get to the bottom of this for direct services for the people that live up here. They're as Navajo as the individuals that live in Winter Rock or in Tuba City or in Strip Rock or in Gallup and wherever. We fund these programs to provide direct services. These people will not that pays the salary of the tribal employees of the Navajo Nation. They deserve an answer. They deserve why question that they're asking to be answered. Onsen, so a chedo, my son, I want to tell you that so fun. I don't want to buy things and put it in the case in the please provide them the services and these answers that the community is asking. One thing, I can only ask from here as a delegate. Now he's one of this, is it not shanty? But they thought in that case, there is Navajo as me. My golly, they deserve this services. They deserve public safety. They deserve the planning of buildings and so forth. I thought, see, Koya has this check. Kona's Nidna also, that is Nidna. Why can't public safety bring that dream back to build a public safety facility such as a fire department, such as a place where law enforcement could congregate to provide services out of there. Onsen, for there's our son, the executive branch. Let's ever that for the yard that he so could it Diego, now Nishi not the Vanda. Bahayos not that. There's never Washington as a paper, he said that as it, we have of Neda. So when the only have of next other than Neda, so being shot a hole, yeah? Onsen. For you natural bad things and put in the case, onsen. And there's no harsh, you don't start on this case at all. Honest, there's key, I just in Shoshiapo. Sweet and leaning. I scale Cadenia. Okay, and Sara. But Nana, Catana, which is key. The old so now, the Yokish cash that needed. Yeah, the Hashkel Gida. Tell gave a body a charge cable. That's because I get again. Now, I did for the year competition on Saturday. It's not time, even when the president's office, the executive branch, the office of the president, the representative that's online. These people need service out here. They're asking us why the service is not provided. Oh, I didn't saw Sunday, he thought this card, provide them answers. All they're asking. Whenever my term's up, if I go for it, I go for it. If I don't, I don't. But if I can make a decision to benefit the Utah Navajos here, I'll make that decision and vote in favor of it. Because they deserve it. Utah Navajo, you are providing 62.5% to the tribal treasury. They should be providing you guys a lot of services up here. They should be up here helping you guys. They should be up here trying to provide that answer for that new grocery store that's being talked about. Onsen, so you lunch this case. So asking a question on behalf of the community here. Yeah, I'll get backlash from Wonder Rock from the executive branch and say, so says this, so says that. I'm not in Wonder Rock to make friends. I'm in Wonder Rock to make a decision to benefit the Navajo people. The next state of it all, I don't need friends in Wonder Rock. Oh, it's all in the shit. I couldn't,
Vice Chair. I don't.
Sabah önce heda hoş athato evençina anmış. Nişaşonda en cesa bana bir kız eşini aşıda evde halka. O fut elge de cehenne abdetalla. Nada o zeha eto eda. Ako abdetalla hiye ke kaviyana hay. أتمنى أن أصوتك إن البيت أوهاني بإسنان لخاشيت أو إشيانا خيبو يوات جاو تشتغل توقعيش خطن بنات أولي دازبين بنات أتعهدون دون أطلق إسكاسا سوطبه زنة بشبوني جمخي سوطبه إسكاسا شيات إسكاسا أنا نادي خجون تكشي سجيت شيتا هندوكم نيتخاهو أشتا شيف بيشخاهو أيوة أدي خبيا أدي شيفن لو هم نفتش إيشا نصوصو من تسكت أفضل إسبس لو تكيات إذا ديتو من كانا وودي أني نادي لو ما شوانده قاتيو كاسا At issue that all okay. Kildebet orangini kavo. Adı sular haberi işçi. Ama kelde ahna. Ebi kelde düşünüyorum anneler na. Eşin kode mandasa de da niya şimdi. Şehna. Ya ne ko elci. Akot aşağı ebelatini. No. Everything is jail. It's all very easy. If I say, it's in the green days. Only I is another than the 2 years of years at the show. So she can need them. I don't know how you know, how they can cut us to get. And so, one took care. Quite over there. By the time she get out, share. Kada jahatri, jota insachi. Nina ani tanahan, shiti ko shawi, ni upon the carry, she never able to change. All the that teaching of the person, Hana the poor. Had either I didn't have a care in Thailand, yes. Khodere o wonderade, khodere do shida. O ajna kere. Nana to de ita pai do shida te khona. Pai ahana do pe sene de eshe no pe ne pe so eshe. Nishena edin khayo na hoda. Hada yo. Joda insachi. Ela vai descer aqui, lá de eu falar.
Yat a Shamashinla. I didn't, what's her name? Mary. Mary So. Mary So. Shamashinla Shama. Do she bit atni a and slido ashim pashishin. Kislijinda a yes a ada nashado a the not ani nazi a shiaho a. Akani a kislijinda a yes a ada nasha a adi bit atni a that there's bit atnis there. I yesigi a disna disishinte a that's where our bloodline is from disna disli. Oh, upon the A, there's ishni dopit ahni A adi tisnaha disiti. So a hiha shama jania san lini a nzido you explain to us what's happening. And here we're trying to help upon the A. There's a lot of things that we don't know about. So This is a good example, class. We didn't know about that. A day now we know that oil and gas, 62.5%. A day, I think they said 37.5. $8 already going to, they're staying here, Utah. 62.5, that's going to general funds. We're gonna look into that, Shema, to see if we can take some of that money to help here. Could you? Otto, I'm just gonna let all of you know, we're proposing an Annis substation. It's gonna be a police department, a fire department, and an EMT. It's one building. How have you guys gone to Twin Arrows, the casino? Now, when you're driving into Twin Arrows in the parking lot, on your right-hand side, there's a big building. That's this substation. It's going to cost about $8.7 million to build that facility. But Annis is on that list. What we need from Annis chapter is we need, one, a chapter resolution saying that you guys accept that substation. Number two, we need proof of land withdrawal. Number three, we also are going to need NTUA to approve capacity. What else do we need? I think that those are the only three that we need from Annis chapter. We're going to need that probably here within the next few months. If Annis is not ready, we're not including Annis. We might have to go to maybe here, Montezuma Creek, or one of the other Utah communities that are ready. Because when that money comes down, as soon as it comes down, we have to start building. And ADOT, Division of Public Safety Director, Jesse Delmar, has already requested for Annis. And I believe the other one, Director Delmar, are you still on the line? I left my book at home.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Delmar?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Director Delmar, was the other location, was it Red Mesa?
Yes, yes, Red Mesa. So it's
Red Mesa
and
is the other community.
And Annis. Oh.
Annis and Red Mesa in the Utah state is going to get, where we're proposing a substation. So you guys need to be ready for that. Again, you know, the Annis president was here, but he left. So hopefully we can get the word out to you guys soon. We're pushing for the funding, and we're moving that along, as well as the Shiprock Police Department. We're also pushing to get money for that police department as well. So that's what I'm just going to say right now. I know that we have FBI. When I was going to call on you, you were having a side conversation. I don't want to call on you. So, Ms. Nakai, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Melinda Nakai, and I'm with the FBI. With the Salt Lake City Division, we cover Utah, Idaho, and Montana. And my job in the Bureau is as an outreach and tribal liaison. And the emphasis of my duties is to work with tribes within those 3 states. There are 20 federally recognized tribes that I work with. And I heard about your meeting down here, and I extended my holiday vacation to be here with you today. And on a day-to-day basis, I work with minority groups, schools, churches, civic organizations. We do a lot of government type work, nonprofits, and others beyond that. And what we do is we basically get to know the communities that we serve, and through those engagements, we identify gaps, and then we develop plans to improve different or create crime-solving programs. And some of these include fraud, cybercrime, predators, espionage, violence, drugs, terrorism, and civil rights. Those are some of the issues that we cover. So I'm saying this in English to quickly cover a broad spectrum of the work that I do, but I'm going to explain myself in Navajo as briefly as I can. FBI Salt Lake City.
Thank you. So thank you, Ms. Nakai. Thank you for being here today and for representing the FBI and for extending your holiday one more day. So with that, committee members, we do have a report that has been given to us from the Utah Navajo Health System Incorporated Board of Directors and the UNHS Executive Team regarding public safety concerns on campus and other matters related to the Navajo Nation chapter. We did have a motion made by Honorable Otto. So who seconded? Vince James. Was it Vince James? Okay, can we get a motion to accept the report? Motion made by Honorable Otto. So can I get a second to accept the report?
Second.
Honorable Vince James seconds that. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding the report? If not, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote in favor.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Moon, yes, 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Moon not voting, Honorable Eugene So not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. And this is to accept the report from the Utah Navajo Health System Board of Directors and the UNHS Executive Team regarding public safety concerns on campus and other matters related to the Navajo Nation chapters. We are now down to item 5B, a report from Jesse Delmar, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety, and Elmer Guy, PhD, President for Navajo Technical University regarding an MOU for Police Academy and classes counted towards degree and academy. I do apologize. I don't know, do we still have anybody on the line from Navajo Technical University?
Yes, Madam Chair, you have both of us, Mr. Jeffrey and Dr. Bowman.
Okay, Ms. Bowman and also Jeffrey, sorry, I didn't write your name down. Joshua Jeffrey. We are currently still here in conducting the Law and Order Committee meeting. I do apologize. I would like to ask if we can defer your report to the next committee meeting. And the reason we are going to be asking for this deferment in the next committee meeting is the committee has heard from the community of Aneth regarding some of the concerns and issues that have been brought forward. Director Delmar has been on and off the line attending different meetings as well. And I do believe that we do need Director Delmar, do you have your team ready to go?
I think it's only me. I'm still here, ma'am. I think I agree with you. I think we need other folks like the academy and the chief of police for sure. I think they left us.
Okay,
but
thank you, Mr. Delmar.
Madam Chair, that if we could defer this to another date, we could tackle this and talk about it in depth.
Okay, we can definitely do that. And I apologize, Navajo Technical University. You were on the line all day. You got to hear the concerns that are coming from the community. The concerns are concerns that are stemming across the Navajo Nation. So I'm hoping that you can provide us a report that would help the police academy in addressing some of the concerns. So what I want to do is I would like to defer this report to the next Law and Order Committee meeting. Lorraine, can we make sure that this is the first report that we hear at the next Law and Order Committee meeting? I do apologize, Navajo Technical University. I am so sorry. We had the community members here in providing us some information, and we did lose the instructors who are ready to provide us information. It is now 5:41. So if you don't mind, we can go ahead and add that to the next Law and Order Committee meeting as the first item under report. Navajo Technical University.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So with that, again, Lorraine, make sure that the report from Director Delmar and also President Guy is the first one in the next Law and Order Committee meeting. So we'll go ahead and move forward to item number 6. Yes.
Madam Chair, this is Dr. Bowman. I just wanted to request the date of the next Law and Order Committee meeting, as well as to let you know that we submitted our executive summary and our PowerPoint presentation to the lady who invited us to this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Lorraine will have a copy of that ready for us. As far as the next committee meeting, right now we do have that under new business for discussion, and that is item number B. So if you just give us 1 minute, so we can actually, maybe if you give us 10 minutes, we can get through the next items, and then you'll be able to hear when the next committee meeting is going to be held.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. So with that, committee members, item number 6, old business, there is none. Item number 7, new business, request from Honorable Eugene So, Council Delegate from Chinle Chapter for Law and Order Committee to meet with Chinle Chapter in January of 2022. Shaja, Honorable Eugene So, are you on the line? Delegate Eugene So, are you still on the line? Okay. Last and final call, Delegate Eugene So, are you on the line? Lorraine, let's go ahead and add this to the next item on the agenda. We are now moving down to 7B, change in the Law and Order Committee meeting. Committee members, by code, we are required to meet the second, third, and fourth Monday of every month. However, December 27th is following Christmas. So I would like to propose to the committee that we meet December 6th in lieu of our December 27th meeting. That way we have December 27th. We don't have any committee meetings. Are we in agreement? And that's also the week that many of our staff members take time off. I don't want to make Sherelle and Lorraine have to come in for a committee meeting. So if they have time off during that time, I'd like to give them that opportunity to take time off for family. So if the committee is good with it, again, I would like to propose a motion and a second for item 7B, change in Law and Order Committee meeting to December 6th in lieu of the December 27th meeting. Can I get a motion or a second on this? Motion made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James, second. So with that, committee members, if there's no questions or comments, what we can do is we'll vote on this, and then we have our next Law and Order Committee meeting scheduled for December 6th. Not hearing any comments or questions. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newman, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newman not voting, Honorable Eugene So not voting, and Honorable.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, our meeting is now scheduled for December 6th. Ms. Bowman, your report will be scheduled for December 6th. Lorraine Spencer will send you the information for the teleconference meeting. So we are, will be scheduled for that. Lorraine, can you also work with Delegate Herman Daniels to let him know the LOC will be meeting the 6th, the 13th, and the 20th? So if his chapters, I know that he did text to say any of those dates work. Delegate So, do you have any recommendations? So Honorable Daniels did text to say that whatever day LOC can meet with his chapter. The 13th? The 13th?
Yeah.
Okay. The Delegate Vince James, are you good with the 13th in Old Jateville? Delegate Vince James?
Oh, I'm good. Okay, talk.
Okay, yeah, Janella. So go ahead and propose that to them, Lorraine. So LOC in Old Jateville on the 13th, and then the NTU Police Academy report on the 6th. Okay, with that, we also have a, that is actually item number C, San Juan County Cross Commission discussion for a later date. We have that date selected. So with that, all we would need is a motion, a second, and a vote. Can I get a motion for the December 13th Old Jateville meeting regarding the San Juan County Cross Commission, and then the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and then also the, who was the third one? San Juan County. So with that, can I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
Motion made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second? Delegate Vince James.
Delegate James.
So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newman, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newman not voting, Honorable Eugene So not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, the date has been set. Lorraine, if you can go ahead and work with Delegate Daniels and Old Jateville chapter to let them know that we will be there on the 13th. So with that, we are now at the close of the meeting. Are there any announcements from any of the committee members? Not hearing anything, committee members, just an FYI, we do have a leadership meeting scheduled at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort on the 1st and the 2nd. This is regarding the FRF. What is the FRF stood for?
Fiscal recovery.
The Fiscal Recovery Fund
Fund.
for ARPA. I believe, Delegate James, you did request from the President's office, as has many delegates, for a listing of all of the projects that the executive branch is currently proposing for ARPA funds. Hopefully we get it on that day. I wouldn't hold my breath, but hopefully we do get that listing at that time. We do have it scheduled for the 1st and the 2nd. We also, I'm not sure, Lorraine, if we got an invitation from the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, the NIP subcommittee regarding an RDC, LOC, and a NIP subcommittee joint meeting. You may want to reach out to, I think it's Rodney. Is it Rodney?
Yeah.
Find out if that meeting is still happening. That was originally scheduled for December 4th. We also have 8:30 on Wednesday, the 1st. We do have our regularly scheduled Title 17 meeting that I'm going to go ahead and keep going forward with, unless we get, I don't know if Division Director Delmar is still on the line. I don't know if he'll be able to manage both, but we'll be working on that. Other than that, those are the only announcements that I have at this time. Committee members, again, do you have any announcements? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. I do need a motion to adjourn, and I need a second.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, let's go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Eugene So not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, it is now 5:52. The Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council is hereby adjourned. So with that, we'll go ahead and see you guys at the next Law and Order Committee meeting on December 6th.